Bow. Bow down down. Bow down down. Bow bow bow. Bounce. Bounce bounce bounce. Alright, yeah, that's I need intro music. I think it would make things cooler. I have to hire somebody to make me some intro music. Bum 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 bum. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. What's up? I am just being weird because I'm starting the day. I'm getting everything set up. We are ready to go. I hope everybody can see me. I hope everybody's having a wonderful morning. True. Marilyn Manson did a really good cover of that one, though. Gotta give the boy credit. Hi! I'm Dave. What's up, Olive? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let me see. Okay. We need to resize the window real quick. Let's see if we can do it here first. And now we will adjust. Adjust. Slide in. Slide to the left. Slide to the up. Expand. Oh no, there's still a tiny bit of a white line on the left. Oh. I think we've got it. By George, I think we've got it. What? Why is that? Olive? That's not good. Who said that? Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers. Someone who cares. Your own personal. Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. Oh, 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 Amadeus. Rock me, Amadeus. Do, do, da. Ba-do, ba-do, oh, oh, ah. Oh, oh, ah. Good morning, Fluzzy Bee. Maybe she was actually just coming on to you, and she was like, I'm gonna kiss you so good you're gonna wanna die. Good morning, Jorgen. You know what the best part about starting my stream off in the early morning is? Well, not early morning, but shortly after I wake up. I get morning voice, and I like playing with my morning voice. And talking in weird ways. It's much more fun. do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ah. Boo, boo, boo. Well, that's just ridiculous. Obviously, if somebody puts a video about somebody, they're gonna find out one way or another. If Olive didn't tell him, he was probably gonna find out because YouTube tells you if you're mentioned. Like, sometimes YouTube will tell you you're mentioned in a video and you weren't even mentioned in the video. It's crazy like that. Where is LGB? LBG, I mean. He said he was waiting. Oh, he must be on the table. He must be playing pool. Playing pool? I don't know, Jorgen. Now you've been mentioned in a video. Haha. See? I did it. Jorgen is such a good guy. He's so nice. When you're usually a jovial character, you don't get mentioned that much. Unless your name's YTEmpDave, and then people make up lies about you. And I laugh. Because nobody believes them. At least nobody that matters. None of the great people that come over here and actually interact with my content. They all know I'm not an asshole. Love you guys. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, you're too nice. See, that's the problem. You need to start being mean. You're not too nice. I'm lying. You are half an asshole. Ah. So, anybody have any really fun stories of things that have happened recently? Why does it look like I've watched all of these when I've watched like none of them? Weird. This one does not.
When police discover
I didn't want that to happen. Yeah, I yelled at you because you were being mean. Duh. True. Miami saw his like tour van type of thing, and he started walking over there. He's like, "Oh, that's cool, Steve-O's tour van." And then he sees the guys walking. He's like, "Is that Steve-O? Steve-O? Is that you?" Sure enough, it was. I even got a picture. He was a nice guy. No. Ooh. What spicy creator were you watching? Was it me? Because I'm spicy. I've been called spicy before, you know. By weird people. True. Bam Margera, if you want to find out more about that guy, go check out my good friend Aaron M. Sound. He's covering the Dia and Dahlia Lima case, which ties into I don't remember all the names of everything. But Bam Margera is involved because he was married to the founder of one of the organizations. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, all that stuff. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. Like, people will take what you say, even if you mean good intentions with what you say, and they'll twist the words and make it sound like you're being mean or something. Like saying I want to expose somebody, like bring them to justice, could be I want to have an interview with and talk to somebody. It's weird. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If not, ask me. Just a lot of weird stuff that just gets misheard because you have a certain bias against somebody. It's sad. There we go. That's better. Now I got everything on this screen, so I don't have to look all the way over on the other screen. Does it bother you that a lot of people just call you Fuzzy Bear or Fuzzy Bee instead of Fluzzy Bee? That ever bother you? That's so mean. Good morning, Genevieve. How are you doing today? I'm just doing my morning welcomes, my stream start welcomes, just saying hi to everybody at the moment. At some point, I have an Explore with Us to watch, and we can go through. Just jumping around to different kinds of content, seeing what people enjoy, what they don't. I am open to a lot of different things. I like watching content that I can give a little bit of advice with, like police situations where I tell people to don't resist, fight them in court, and interrogation when I say just get a lawyer, don't answer any questions. I do sit down to pee in video games. I might start doing it in real life. Nah, too much work. You don't pee IRL. Got it. Only number 2. Only solid matter comes out of your body. If you don't do that, then you must have died a long time ago. This is a very unnecessary information, Vulture. You should keep this stuff to yourself. The whole world does not need to know about your narrow urethra. I don't know what anybody else would want that knowledge for. That just means it sprays like when you pinch a hose. My morning coffee. I cheated today. It's Monster. Jova Monster. I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. Yes, only necessary information, Vulture. You can't give me random knowledge about your body that I don't want to know. All right, instead, let's change topic and let's talk about your narrow urethra. What kind of issues do you have that come up from complications due to having a narrow urethra, sir? How is Fluzzy breaking my rules? That's impossible. Unless you have, like, a bag that you have to empty. I think he was saying you were being mean to him by saying vultures pee on their legs. I have no idea. That's not my rule, buddy. Hey, what's up, Sam? How are you today? Dave City. Dave City. What is Dave City Escape Dave? I'm so confused. Vulture, stop being so sensitive. Relax. Because I didn't want to know about your narrowed urethra. That's random trivia knowledge. That could be useful at some time. Somebody could ask, how do turkey vultures keep warm? Or keep cool? I would now have the answer to say, by peeing down their legs. See? And I could answer that question if it came up in trivia. Important stuff. You got to remember that. It's necessary knowledge. I don't think trivia will ever come up with, why doesn't vulture pee? I didn't remember it wrong. I had the right answer. They pee down their legs. That's the answer. So what nefarious? That word was gonna come out eventually. Nefarious things are you up to? The notorious LBG. I love it when they call me Big Papa. Cloaca? Is that what you're looking for? Cloakia? What is cloakia? Yeah, I'm guessing it's cloaca is what you're going for. Random vulture facts for 200, Alex. Bob Barker? I would say go on The Price is Right, but he hasn't been on there for a long time. Boo, 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 boo. Bob Backlund. I've heard of that guy. He was a wrestler. Hi, I'm Dave. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Samuel.
Hi, I'm Jesus.
Nice.
Jesus is watching Dave.
God's favorite.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's a copyright.
That's copyrighted. How dare you? What are you up to? Heading to another pool hall?
I am. I just tried one out that the tables were beat the fuck up. So yeah, I'm gonna go where there's a nice one.
Beat up tables, yikes. Yeah, that's the hit or miss that happens when you go to bars.
Yeah, exactly. You could tell people play, but they just don't upkeep.
Yeah, which means they don't play competitively.
Oh, yes, dude, exactly. Like you're not respecting the table, man.
Yeah, that's a huge part.
Why is there a fucking drink circle on the felt?
Oh my god, that is like. That's when you know you might as well just turn around. Because you'll be lucky to find chalk. I thought about it when I walked in. You'll be lucky to find chalk. If they have their own cues, they're probably like impossible to shoot with.
Oh man, it was
with
rough.
slip-on tips. Oh my god.
Hey, now, come on! I just had to do that.
Oh no. That is like.
And I had because my cue split, like on a break, the tip shattered. Cue started to split the tip, so I just cut it off about an inch or two to where it wasn't split. Put a slip-on it.
See, back where I grew up, I knew a place called Steiner's.
You look so disappointed in that.
I am insanely disappointed in that. What's up, Arian? How you doing? It's been a while. It's been a while since I have seen you. Feel free to jump in here. It's been a while. Just being weird. Sorry.
Like you do.
A song. Life's a song. Life is a highway. I'm gonna run it all night long.
That's why I gotta get up here when you first come on. Because other than that, when y'all start singing, I'm out.
This is when I have tons of energy. Too much energy, and I have morning voice, so I'll do a little bit of announcer voice every once in a while, because
Gotta stretch it.
yeah. You gotta work the vocal cords. You gotta speak from your diaphloogie woogie. Speak from your lower diaphloogie woogie.
So we were talking about the felt thing.
Yeah.
I was in Delaware at a pool hall, and you can only break off of a piece of felt. I forget what they called it.
Oh,
Some kind of
no.
it had a name, and I didn't know this. So I got my earbuds in like usual, so I can listen to music, or one of us dumbtards. And the fucking guy can't get my attention to tell me, hey, use a brake pad. That's what he called it, a brake pad.
There you go.
It's just a piece of felt.
What?
And and he couldn't get my attention, so he throws his fucking keys on the table to tell me, hey, I said you got to use one of those things so you don't fuck up the felt. You think that janitor pack you just threw down here didn't do any fucking damage, bro?
Yeah. A key is going to be way worse than shooting a cue ball that's meant to be shot on a table. What the fuck?
Yeah. And he did not an owner, not anything.
I understand, like, sticking
regular.
your cue stick across the table would be like, hey, they have rules here. You got to use a brake pad. Like, stick the cue across.
He was on his way out the door and just walking past me.
Oh, well, that's even weirder.
It was so pretentious. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
I have seen that before, and I think it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life, using a brake pad. Just like a little felt square.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're afraid you're going to, like, swing wildly off your brake. No, I don't
It's
think
a
you
pool
should.
hall.
I don't
You
think
don't go to a pool hall.
You shouldn't put anything on or off the table during a match. Unless it's like lint or something that's blocking your shot in the way.
Dude, so you got to break and like quickly snatch that thing up.
Yeah.
What's the fucking point here?
That's totally stupid. Doesn't make sense.
I feel like you're just testing my reflexes. Fucking check your bank. Check me. Don't do that.
That sounds like the guy who you're saying switched cue balls every time he shot.
I fucking saw that, dude, after I talked to you.
Jesus. That's just not something you do. You don't disturb the table. And if anybody's going to switch something on the table, it needs to be a third party.
He tried to explain to me like it was golf.
But it's not. And even in golf, you still don't switch balls.
I know.
You don't like tee off with one ball and then switch balls for your fairway shots. It's not how that works.
It's just a marker.
Yeah. And you usually don't do that if you're playing like doubles or singles. You do that if you're playing with a group. And usually the marker is something small and flat that
real
you place
question
behind.
though. Do you play doubles?
No. I am not.
I refuse
golfer.
to play partner pool.
Oh, partner pool? No, I actually have. I've done partner.
Oh no! I meant like on a pool table.
Yeah,
I fucking hate it. I thought you meant golf. Fucking hate it.
It depends. You have to have a really good synergy with the person you're playing with, and it's like an added challenge. It's like you're testing your bond. Like I had a guy. His name was Taz.
Or be on a date.
That's what we called him. That wasn't his name. His name was George, but we called him Taz, and we hung out all the time, and we were on a team, and like. He taught me some things about how to play pool, and I kept him like in the right headspace. But he was definitely better than me. He was like a 7, I think, and at best I'm a 6. And we play, and we have a lot of the same like shot patterns. Like you know how I talk about pattern selection, like choosing your entire layout before you shoot. Like,
correct.
Look at where you want to be on your next like 3 shots. We both have kind of that mentality. So we know where we want the other person to be shooting from. So we're really good in the shot tournaments. The one where like I shoot, you shoot, I shoot, you shoot. We switch off every shot, not you go up, you shoot this run, you go up, you shoot this run. That's boring. I forget what they call the two different types.
What's the other one? What's that called? Swedish doubles?
Scotch doubles. Thank you.
I think it's Swedish double.
It's
Scotch double. That's okay.
Yeah, Scotch is what we called it. Scotch doubles. That's the one that I enjoyed. I think that's the one where you just shoot every other shot. I don't know. It's fun. And plus, sometimes you're like, oh, I didn't even look at it this way. Now I have to redo it again. It's a learning experience in a way. Live learning.
Yeah, I can get down with that one, but it's gotta be like you said. Like I gotta know that person. Like,
yeah,
right, bud. And you see what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to be the same kind of player. Like, if you're both just good shot makers, that usually doesn't work.
Yep.
You have to have a position player.
Yeah, my ex started working at a bar, and I'll go in there late because she don't really know everybody yet. So I'm like not really watching the door, but just like watching the place.
Mm-hmm.
And these dudes, every time I go,
what? You're cutting out. You're cutting out. You're cutting out. You're cutting out. Boop, boop, boom.
And I turn back around. There's like 6 dudes around the table. Like, what the fuck, man?
Cloaca is a fun word.
They just don't want a new person to shoot.
True.
Oh, sorry. Watch the F words.
What? Watch what words?
I gotta watch my language. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm working on it. You
don't have to worry about that on my channel, but.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
My videos all end up for adults anyway. I'm not worried about it. I have a potty mouth sometimes. It depends.
Like I try to watch it.
I'm trying to calm it down, but until I calm mine down, I can't expect other people to. That would be extremely hypocritical if I'm out here dropping F-bombs and trying to fix other people from doing it. Like, it would be nice to get full monetization. Wait, but I don't get any monetization anyway, so it really doesn't matter. I got to get to 1,000 subs before I get monetization. That's still a long way away. Somebody tried to tell me I was 500, but I looked at my back page and it still says 1,000 for me.
I thought they changed it to 500.
And apparently 500 is only in some places. So I guess Canada and I don't know where else, but Canada is one of those places.
Canucks.
Yep, Canuckians. Yup.
You know what a whippet is?
Yeah. It's when you take a whipped cream bottle.
A Canadian. You see, if I say whippet, what do you think? The gas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Canadian whippets, that's not what that is.
Oh, never mind.
It's a bowl. It's like a breakfast bowl. Like, us stoners. It's like half tobacco. Like they take tobacco. His dude took tobacco out of a cigarette and half weed. And I had no fucking clue. I'm half awake. It's a house full of skate tards. And I stumble out the room, and dude's like, "Hey, you want to whip it?" I just looked at him like, "Dude, it's a little early to be huffing gas right now, isn't it?" And he still hands me the bong. I'm like, "Oh yeah, bet. I'll do that. That. Hit that fucking ball, dude. I ripped that bong, hands and knees, coughing, drooling, like dying. Like, have you ever ripped tobacco through a fucking bong?
No.
It was horrible.
Nor do I want to. I quit smoking like 15 years ago. I'm good.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just like, why would you do that to me? I thought we were homies.
Oh, we know how you spend your time, Fluzzy.
Uh-oh. What I missed in the chat?
I thought of a small leather whip with several tassels when I heard whip it. No, that's called a flogger or a riding crop. That's a riding crop normally.
Jesus is watching.
Those are used for, riding horses. Duh. What other use would you have for a riding crop? Jeez.
What?
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Just saying. It's a thing, If it's an option in categories, like it's a thing.
What would Jesus do? But it's a small whip.
Chomp
so
the
a
bit.
whip-et. Whippito.
Well, I'll let you get to your fuckery. I was just coming up here to say what's up.
Oh, all good.
I'm gonna go find somewhere that
I don't even know what my
there's
fuckery
nobody and
is.
no music.
Okay.
No, I haven't figured it out yet.
Well, kind of. I have a video to watch at some point. I'm still just interacting with whoever's around. Chat, you know.
Right,
Just having
right on,
fun.
right on.
Yeah.
And Jesus.
And Jesus. He's always watching.
Always
He
watch.
seems to be looking right at you, too.
That's how I like it.
So he could judge you.
Like this thing. This was my old man's car,
Oh, okay.
and it came, and when he got it, this thing came with it. And he's like, "Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that." And I just took it and like turned it right at him. You don't have to think, Dad. Jesus has got you.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yes.
Take it from my hands.
Fuck yeah.
Just hopefully you don't expect him to actually grab it.
I mean, there are times when it's necessary. It would fucking help, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm over here trying to get out alive. Yeah, I'll catch up to you.
Have a good day. Enjoy. Pew! That was Sam. I would link you to his channel, but I don't believe he has a channel at the moment. One day. Or if he corrects me later, I'll link it. He does? Let me find it. What is the channel name? Is it Is it fucking LGB or something like that? What's up, Mudcrab? How you doing today? Hi, I'm Dave. Bum, bum, da, 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 da. Bum, bum, ba, da. Anybody know LGB's channel? You know what, Mudcrab? You're not gonna like this, but you're a mod. Yeah. Get modded. Yeah, it's like, what, 7 a.m.? Or no, it's not even that. Like 5:30 a.m. Yeah, that's what I thought. Jesus. Can't you decline it? If you don't want it? Do you want to not be a mod? I can unmod you if you want. Okay. Just making sure. I know you like to do your sneaky sniping. Not that I care. You can say whatever you want. I don't control other people. Ooh. Vladimir Kramnik. Nobody here wants to watch chess stuff, right? Just want to make sure. Oh, you sent it to my Discord? Hell yeah. Thank you, Fluzzy. I will go ahead and link that for LB motherfucking G. At least that's what it used to be. LBG Mr. Samuel 303 question mark S. Boom. Big bada boom. Uh-oh. I have a pending friend request. I will click yes. We are friends now, my friend. Hello, my friends. If you ever need stuff to watch, you could always use your stream suggestion stuff in Easy's Discord. True, true. I do have something queued up already, just in case. Right now, I'm just kind of bouncing around saying hi to everybody, seeing who else is showing up. I don't want anybody to miss stuff. Welcome back, Genevieve. So I was calling you like Gino for the longest time. That's funny. And then I read it and like actually thought about it and figured out that it was Genevieve. Like Gen of Eve. But also the name Genevieve, which is kind of cool. And it's not Gino. Oops. Dun, 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 da, 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 ba, 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 da, da, da. I want to keep like reacting content to a minimum if I can. It's kind of just what I'm going to do when there's not a lot of people to talk to. Or while we build up some people. I don't want to make... I'm going to use it more as a crutch than a delivery device. I'd rather just interact with people. It's more fun that way. I'm known by authorities as Gino Fave. Gino Fave. Alright. Oh, we might as well hit up this React content. Let's see, what am I watching here? It is this one. It's on one of these channels. What the fuck? Where did it go? Do 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 do. Ah, there it is. I was on a different
When
tab
police
on that
discover
screen.
the most gruesome murder they had ever come across in the small town of Clyde,
Let me know
Ohio,
if the sound
one
volumes are
detective in
good.
particular was
If you can
determined
hear
to
me
track
over the
down
video,
the
or
depraved
if the video
killer.
is too loud, I probably
However,
need
the
to turn down the
ghastly
video a little
scene
bit for
would not be
myself.
the only shocking revelation
I
in a
couldn't hear
case
myself over the
plagued by
video.
police corruption, where it seemed that an unhinged obsession placed blame on a group of innocent suspects, all while overlooking the monster hiding in plain sight, eventually landing a detective behind bars. The following interviews and interrogations have never been seen or heard before.
That's not what I
They've
want.
been analyzed by a qualified team, including a
That's
licensed
what I wanted
attorney,
to do.
a licensed clinical
But
psychologist,
first,
a former licensed professional counselor.
before I get too deep into this video, this is the link to the video if you want to watch the full content without me stopping it. Also, Explore With Us does good content. I've watched plenty of their stuff. I don't know. I'm big on like justice and people getting caught, and I like the whole human behavior analytics thing, like the fact that they go into a lot of that, like the body language, all that kind of stuff is cool to me. If you're into that kind of stuff, Explore With Us. Plus, he's got a really soothing voice. It's good stuff. It's not relaxing to go to sleep because you might have some weird dreams attached to it. No, I have not watched Crime Circus. I'll have to check that out. But I also want to make sure that I'm putting that in my notepad right now. Crime Circus. Do. Sorry, I had to respond to somebody about so Wednesday there will be a panel on Escape with Speakeasy. Hi, Randomly Ash, how you doing? And it looks like I will be probably hosting it because time issue where all the schedules are lining up. So I'm a little worried about moderating that. It's going to be weird. I'm fantastic, thank you. How are you today? It's been a great morning so far. Still just getting into it though. Yeah. I'm probably just for the most part gonna go through like intros and then mostly try to stay out of it, but every once in a while try to get it back on track if it falls off. I'm not gonna step on too many toes or try to pull it too close to the topic. I'm gonna let it go off on a little bit of tangents. But it will be my first time ever moderating, so I'll be nervous as fuck. So I could definitely use encouragement. And that's tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Full screen it. I will. I'm just going to make sure that because every time I change something, it throws off this, so I need to fix this real quick. Make this look all pretty. That should be good. Whoops. I didn't realize my notepad was on screen. Glad I didn't put any sussy stuff on there. Has it been up there the whole time? That's funny. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Alright, let me get back to the video. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, nice. So you're not just getting the killer, you're getting the non-killers too, so you can hear what their stories are and kind of match them up yourself. That's kind of a cool idea. I like that. The case here, I do not know yet. It literally just started. I'll restart it from the beginning. It's only been like 2 seconds. I was only half listening. I was still trying to set everything up. But yeah, here we go. We'll let it rip. And if you want, this is Escape with Us. This is their channel. This is that video.
When
Feel free to give it a like.
The most gruesome murder they had ever come across in the small town of Clyde, Ohio, one detective in particular was determined to track down the depraved killer. However, the ghastly scene would not be the only shocking revelation in a case plagued by police corruption, where it seemed that an unhinged obsession placed blame on a group of innocent suspects, all while overlooking the monster hiding in plain sight, eventually landing a detective behind bars. The following interviews and interrogations have never been seen or heard before. They've been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
Fremont Police, do you have an emergency?
Hi, I'll be over there in about 10 minutes to give you information about the woman.
Yeah, this dude's voice is awesome.
Heather Bogle was a devoted young mother working a graveyard shift at the local Whirlpool factory to support her 5-year-old daughter. It was a means to an end, as she was also pursuing a career in nursing in order to better support herself and her little girl. On April 9, 2015, surveillance footage captured Heather leaving the Clyde facility at 6:17 a.m.
Nice.
No one could have ever imagined that this would be the last time Heather would be seen alive. The crime itself was unthinkable, But even more mind-blowing was the tangled web of deception that would be unraveled during the course of the investigation.
I love all this stuff.
It was the type of case
But
where
I also
nothing
like
was as
Code
it
Blue
appeared
Cam
to
and things
be.
like that too, like the other
Heather
side
had
of
a
it.
history of depression.
Just people getting
Just 2 years
arrested.
prior, she'd allegedly attempted to take her own life and was prescribed the drug lamotrigine. Knowing this, after she went missing, her mother feared that another attempt may have been made, and a frantic search quickly ensued. It would only be one day before Heather's loved one's worst fears were confirmed. On April 10th, police located Heather's vehicle outside the Somerton Apartments on Hickory Street in Clyde, Ohio, prompting officers to believe that she might have been inside of the complex. However, they quickly learned that this was sadly not the case. They never anticipated that while searching Heather's car, they would open the trunk to find the missing woman's lifeless body resting inside.
Audit the Audit is kind of cool. I
Authorities
like
were
that they
barely
give like
able to
grades
stomach
for
the
everything.
horrendous wounds that Heather had endured, including various
pretty cool.
bruises and marks among her legs, arms, and face, indicating that someone had mercilessly beaten her. Not only this, but shockingly, her hair had been cut off at the scalp, and her fingernails were shaven all the way down to the cuticles. She had marks
the ratings
around
thing
her
is
wrists
cool
and
as hell.
ankles, signifying that she'd been
I don't
bound
always
and
agree with
tied.
them, but
Ultimately, her cause of death was
it is
determined
nice
to be
to have
2
some kind of
gunshots
guideline.
to her back, which punctured vital organs in her chest. Defensive wounds found on Heather's hands told investigators that despite
tend to
the
be a little more
horrific
critical.
attack, she fought for every last second of her life. Along with this, it was determined that her Galaxy Samsung cell phone, purse, a set of keys, and Whirlpool work shirt were all missing. The police, too stunned to comprehend the horrific sight before them, were now on a manhunt for the mysterious killer. But, unbeknownst to them, their window of time was closing by the second.
I think I talked about trying to do that here for the interrogators and the suspect. But the suspect's pretty much on a pass-fail. If they don't say lawyer within the first, like, hour of them being... Or the first, like, 5 minutes of them being interrogated, they've already failed, in my opinion. PSA, if you're ever being interrogated for a crime you did or didn't commit, especially if you didn't, ask for a lawyer. Don't answer their questions. It's just a waste of your time.
Still, they had a lead. Heather had been facing a rather tumultuous season in her life. She was in the middle of a devastating breakup with an ex-girlfriend, Carmela Badillo, and the relationship hadn't necessarily ended on good terms. Both of the women had met.
When I was
during
looking
their
through the
time at
videos
Whirlpool,
on
and they
Escape with
officially
Us,
began
there's a
dating
lot
in
of them that involve like
2014.
teens.
Throughout the romance, the couple would often fight over various subjects, but at the
As the
forefront
perpetrator
were
usually.
Heather's supposed allegations of infidelity against Carmela. It wasn't long before their issues would create a permanent rift between the two, and the year-long relationship would come to an end just 3 days before Heather's disappearance. In texts recovered through Heather's phone company on April 8th, the fury between the
Morning,
two was
Oppo.
clear.
Well,
In
afternoon,
one
whatever you want to
message,
call it. It's my
Carmela
morning.
stated,
I woke up not long
Last
ago.
night wasn't something
slept in
small,
today.
Heather. I have to make appointments with a cardiologist and was doing various tests all night. I thank God for my mom being there. She's the only one who will ever have my back and care about me.
I agree with
I
that
would have
randomly,
never
Ash.
not been by your side. I don't
Kids
ever in
as
this
the killers
lifetime
are
want to
one
speak
thing,
to you
but
again.
kids getting
Goodbye.
killed is horrible. Like the one we
Apparently,
watched the other
Carmela had
day,
faced
where it
an
was
unexpected
about,
illness
like,
the previous plagued by
oh, no.
police corruption. Honestly did and still do.
when it was the mentally impaired kid that killed his younger brother. That one was a rough one. From the last live that we went over one of these. That one was rough because it was a kid that died. And just seeing somebody not care that they killed a kid is just weird. Even if they are like cognitively impaired. It's just weird. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Good morning, Everlasting Empire. How are you doing today? Thank you. You're gonna go take a nap. Have you been all up all night watching Easy? I know he's been going for a while. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you. Have a good one. Enjoy your nap. Get some rest. Be safe. Oh, Nice. You got something new coming out? Good morning, Growling. Or hi. It's not morning. I keep saying good morning because my stream just started. It's definitely not morning anywhere. Even in, like, the far west coast. It's noon. Right now I'm watching When Detective Does the Unthinkable. It's Escape With Us. Here's the original video. In case you want to check it out. Without me pausing constantly and talking to chat and hanging out, having fun. So watching that, just chilling, talking to people. You know, just random chaos stream. Talking about whatever comes up. Say afternoon. Afternoon! In a posh voice. Afternoon, good sir. Welcome to the stream. I don't have a good posh voice. Oh, hello. Afternoon. Welcome to the stream. So glad you could make it. It's more strain on my throat than singing. I've seen Joe versus the Volcano. Does that count? Good evening. Good evening. Good morning, Vietnam!
But I understand I cannot know what is going on if you do not talk to me.
Oh, wait.
But Pearson was doing various tests through Heather's phone company on April 8th. The fury between the two was clear. In one message, Carmela stated, "Last night wasn't something small, Heather. I have to make appointments with a cardiologist and was doing various tests all night. I thank God for my mom being there. She's the only one who will ever have my back and care about me. I would have never not been by your side. I don't ever in this lifetime want to speak to you again. Goodbye." Apparently.
And you guys watch Dexter? That's like probably a loaded question because I'm pretty sure everybody in here has watched at least the original series Dexter. Let's see. I'm waiting for my answers. Okay. I didn't see it as gory, but he is a blood splatter analyst, so yeah, I guess you could say that. There is some level of gore at least. And I'm kind of with you on a lot of stuff. Like, I don't like gory horror movies. I want something to actually be like creepy scary. I don't want it to just rely on blood and, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh, you guys never watched Dexter. You all have... No, do not Dexter's Laboratory. Fluzzy! I'm so disappointed. Wow. You guys haven't watched Dexter. It's so good. Alright, then I guess I don't have to ask the second part of that question. Never mind. Hardly anybody's seen Dexter. You all have a homework assignment. Watch Dexter. At least the first season. The first season is amazing. The first and second season are both good. My favorite line is from that. Surprise, motherfucker. James Dokes. The best character. I love Dexter. Apparently there's a second season, but I haven't watched it and I don't know anybody who has. I kept meaning to, but I decided to rewatch the first season first to catch up so that it's all fresh in my mind and I could remember where it ended. But then I got bored around the same point where I got bored last time, and fighting through that when you've already seen it and fought through it once is not as easy. A lot of people think Michael C. Hall is hot, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not good at seeing that kind of appeal. Also, a lot of people just have a thing for serial killers, and he's playing a serial killer, which adds like a level of hot, I guess. As weird as that is, I know that's like actually a thing. There is like a sexy thing about serial killers that I don't get. It's kind of creepy that it exists, but it does. All right,
Carmela had faced an unexpected illness the previous night and requested that Heather come to her aid, even though they'd been broken up. But seeing as she had a shift to attend, Heather was unable to make it. In response, Heather wrote, "I had your back. I couldn't lose my job. I'm already so far behind in bills, it's ridiculous. And I have nobody to help me out or even be here for me. And you kept pushing away. I wanted to be there for you. I honestly did and still do.
Yeah, I think that's also
it.
It's not somebody they actually want to date. It's just somebody that they're like, oh, it's so hot.
But please do continue to take everything out on me."
He's in
Following the
control.
breakup, Heather also texted her friend, Jerry Avalos, on April 8th, saying, "I deactivated Facebook and all other social media. Literally never talked to my friends.
So
Couldn't even have a friend. She wouldn't allow it." It's a clear red flag when a partner tries to control who the other person can talk to or be friends with. It's important to remember that Heather was upset about the breakup when she sent this.
You've heard of the hot crazy scale, right? Serial killer just, you know, spikes that scale. The top right corner.
Message. And it's possible that Carmela has a very different viewpoint on their relationship. When officers recovered Heather's body, they also discovered a shocking handwritten letter in the vehicle. It was one of passion and rage, each sentence more intense than the last. Unfortunately, it's unknown what was written, but every single word had been directed at Heather, almost as if they wanted to hurt her. To no surprise, the penman had been none other than her scorned ex-girlfriend. But this wasn't the only relationship that seemed to be falling apart for Heather, as additional text showcased an obscene message from her brother, Josh Fiesel. Heather had recently failed one of her nursing exams, and Josh added to the upsetting occasion. He wrote, "Too stupid to pass the LPN exam," and called her a demeaning name.
I have empathy for a lot of people, but that's partially because I'm just a very empathic
typical
person.
Trash like your mom and
Empathetic
dad.
person.
Josh's cruelty towards Heather was no secret to their friends and family, but could he have gone so far as to take her life? Well, the lead detective on the case, Sean O'Connell, had his eyes set on uncovering the answer to this very question. However, as we
I
will
tend to
soon
try
come
to
learn,
see things through
his
their
methods
eyes
were far from the
and
ordinary.
understand like why they would do something.
No one could have predicted
Usually
the scandal
to
that
no
was
avail,
about to
but
unravel. Despite the varying fights with Carmela and Josh, it wouldn't take long before they were dismissed as potential suspects.
especially with a lot of the kid offenders, you kind of do feel bad for them because it's like, what were you missing from your life that made you resort to this kind of thing? And usually there is something that's really bad that happens. So, yeah, I get it. You're going to marry Hannibal Lecter when you grow up? Hell yeah. You have lunch together. What's up, Glitchin'? How you doing today? Welcome to the channel. Right now, we're watching an Escape With Us video when the detective does the unthinkable. We are just now meeting who I'm assuming is the detective. So I'm going to go back a little bit to right when he pops up. I mean, I'm doing too, but I'm doing great. I want to add another word to it. Haha.
With Carmela and Josh.
Welcome
it wouldn't
to the
take
channel.
long before they were dismissed as potential
Everybody,
suspects.
be sure to hit that like button.
As the hunt for the killer continued,
I'm not really
Detective
pointing at it. It's
O'Connell
over there
quickly
somewhere.
Located a new person of interest.
Ish.
Tenants had reportedly told the detective
And there's a
that they'd
subscribe
seen
button
Heather
down here
frequently
somewhere, too.
visiting building
You hit that
240
as well,
of the Somerton
if you haven't.
apartments. Well before
You can hit the
her body
bell,
was
but I
found
wouldn't
in the
actually
parking
suggest
lot.
it because those are really
It was
annoying to
believed
get
that she would
emails
allegedly
about.
purchase marijuana from an unknown resident of the complex. When this information was discovered, Detective O'Connell began to dig and eventually found his
Unless
new
it's tied
lead
to an
suspect,
alternate email, then go ahead and
24-year-old
hit the
Kiona Bohr,
bell,
thanks to a
'cause that
complaint
helps.
filed against her by another occupant. It alleged that the scent of marijuana was emanating from her apartment.
And if you're a rich
Kiona,
bitch
a
and you have
mother of
money
two, was
and don't
supposedly
need it,
very nervous.
I always like money, and up in these two corners here, hold on. Up there, oh, nope, that's the wrong thing. Up there is a link, and over there is a link. Somewhere up in here. Yeah, up there. You can scan those little thingies with your phone, and you can give me your extra money that you don't need. I'm happy to take any amounts. Alright, back to the thing. Now I'm done chilling for myself. If you don't ask, you won't receive, right? It's always better to ask. Well, because if the reason I'm saying rich people is because, like, I don't want to take money from somebody if they need it for something else. Like, that's just mean. But if you don't need your money, feel free to throw it at me. I like money, and I don't have a lot. And I want to make YouTubing my career at some point. I got to grow some more, though. Got to find more ways to do content. I will keep growing, though, and learning. And hugging the turns. And thinking of someone for whom he still burns. He's going the distance. He's going for speed. Part of that is going to be through music. For sure. Friday streams are lit. And if any of you don't know, every Friday I do a karaoke stream starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is great. $5 donations for song requests. $10 and you can choose the singer based of the people who are up on panel. If you really want, you can do like $15 for a duet. But yeah. I love when you all show up. Even if you don't want to donate, it's still fun just to hang out and cheer on the people on stage. Just be nice. Takes a lot of guts to get up on stage, no matter what it is. Hell yeah, Randomly Ash, you should. It's very nerve-wracking before you get up there, but once you get that song out, it's such an endorphin rush that it's like, ah. I won't say what I think it's like, but it's not like that.
Nervous while speaking with police after Heather's body was discovered, and Detective O'Connell found this to be rather odd.
I
Though she
believe
denied any
the
involvement,
villain has
O'Connell wasn't convinced.
appeared.
Despite this, following her discussion with the authorities, Kiona wrote a series of strange Facebook posts, especially under the given circumstances. I can't believe this just happened.
Hey, it doesn't matter. You don't have to sing good.
Years for murder and pleading insanity.
Nobody's going to be mean to you.
Amongst her account,
and if they
only
are,
furthering the detective's
I'll
suspicions. Not only this,
I'll time
but
them out
according
if
to
they're mean
two
to you.
residents of the Somerton apartments, Kiona was allegedly seen wearing the same red Mickey Mouse T-shirt
Good
that Heather's
morning,
body had
Daddy
been dressed
Rapper.
in.
My channel.
Before the
What do you mean my
tragic
channel
event.
is dying? You're
And
weird.
lastly, Kiona
Literally,
had been
my channel
romantically
just
involved with
started.
39-year-old Julian Kaiser, who Detective
Here, you can have a
O'Connell helped to
timeout.
put
I'm not
behind
gonna ban
bars
you,
for
but you can
10
go into the
years on
timeout.
a first drug offense. It seemed that the evidence against
Enjoy your
Kiona was
timeout, guy.
beginning to mount. 4 days after Heather's body was recovered,
Bye.
Kiona was interviewed by Detective O'Connell.
My channel is
and as
dying.
you're about to see,
It's 3 weeks
the
old.
tension
It's
in the
dying
room
already,
was so
guys.
thick, it could have been cut
Who
with a
knew?
knife.
Do you know that name by chance, Heather Bogle?
I don't
Okay.
even know who she is. The
What
only
a
time I
nerd.
heard of her was when the police knocked on the door, and then I didn't even know who she was. I was like, I don't know her. And then I went inside and got on my Facebook, and I seen her on Facebook.
Obviously, for one reason or another, her vehicle ends up at the Hickory Street apartment.
Obviously, I'm relevant if crazy people are gonna pop by and you know, spam my chat. That's just funny. What do you mean? How did I change? How did I change? I'm confused. Oh, because I'm dying now? Yeah, true.
Apartments parked in front of your building 240. The question is, why did it end up
Sorry,
there?
I was
So we've
paranoid.
talked
I thought
to
maybe
a
I was
lot
changing and
of
I didn't
people,
notice it.
And we are
If I ever start to
comfortable
change, let me know.
say
Call
that
me out.
Heather has
I don't
been
want to change. I
known
want to be
to
me. I
frequent
like being me.
Building 240. We feel comfortable that she was voluntarily there, probably on Thursday of last week, a couple different times. She was there, then her vehicle had left, and the vehicle had come
ascending.
back, and then the vehicle
I
leaves,
wish.
and then it finally comes back for the last time on Friday morning at around 1:30. Okay.
So why am I here though?
And
I'm happy for you to tell me how I'm changing because I would like to know.
It's my understanding that Heather.
It's harder to
likes
see how
smoke
you
some weed.
change. It's easier from
she
the
does
outside.
it on probably on a somewhat of a regular basis. She has to buy it from somebody. We know that
I
we've
did
had
change my
complaints
shirt. I have a
on your
red shirt
particular
on. It's not
apartment
gray
in
like every other
reference
day.
The odor of marijuana coming from it from one time
Okay.
or another. That
Talk to you in a little bit,
led to the
Genevieve.
police knocking on the door and trying to figure out.
Egg
Police have never
ascending.
came to my door. If the police came to my door, they better have a report. The police never knocked on my door.
There is a police report.
They talked to me. They
There's a
spoke
police
to me.
report on March
Quick egg
18th.
interlude.
Without going back and looking at their police report, I'm not gonna say that they talked to you or not, but I know there is a police report, and there are incidents reports with management pertaining to the smell of marijuana coming from your apartment.
So why hasn't anybody said anything to me previously?
I don't
My
know.
landlord, the
That's a good
police.
question.
That's
I guess
real
we-
sketchy because yesterday a white
I
man
have
came up to me
ascended.
and asked me,
I've ascended from YTEmpDave and evolved into YTEgDave. I have now become the Emperor. Yeah, I'm kind of just letting my real freak flag fly at the moment. I mean, I'd probably be down. I'm not super learned about it, but I'd enjoy doing it. Yeah, absolutely. Randomly, Ash, you did invite me onto your channel at one point, and then you didn't even do a stream the next day. You were like, hey, will you be on my stream tomorrow? I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And then you didn't do a stream the next day, and I was like, very confused. Yeah, I'm down for that. And also, you're welcome to jump up here and go through them with me, too. I like having somebody to banter with while I'm talking through these. Last time it was Juan that jumped up. But yeah, anybody's welcome to jump up on panel, by the way. It's open. Okay. I'll keep aware. Like I said, keep me honest. Like if something about me is changing, definitely call it out to me. I want to know. Exceptional puns. Like to, scramble it up every once in a while. Got to look on the sunny side. Keep it up. It'll be over too easy. Oh, don't worry. I might literally, if you look at the last thing in my stream title, chaos. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I have ADD, so you all get to experience my ADD. I'm easily distracted. I bounce all around the place. I'll talk about a whole bunch of different stuff. I am a scrambled egg, for sure. I like derailing. Dave, I was turned on. What does that even mean? At least when you're spamming, make it make sense. Timeout. I mean, you don't have to spam. You can just participate in chat like everybody else. You can do whatever he wants. You can spam, and then if he does it too many times in a row, I will hide him. Not a big deal. And then I'll make another account or grab another account and sub up. I could use the sub count increase, so maybe I should just hide you so you make another account and bring it in to spam me again. I don't even know you, so I have nothing against you specifically. But you're welcome to keep spamming and saying weird things that make no sense. Like, what does Dave I was turn on mean? Anybody? Can somebody tell me what that means? Do I need to flip the egg? Is that what it means? I'm confused. He's targeting me most likely because I'm friends with Escape with Speakeasy and he doesn't like him, so. I think most of the people in here are friends with him, so. At least half. But can somebody tell me what Dave I was turn on means? Please. Anyone. Anyone. Oh. When he gets excited, he can't help but spam all over the screen. Sorry. All right. Hitting play.
Were you the one that they had got in trouble for smoking weed? It was smelling like weed in the hallway? And I said, no, that wasn't me. I don't even smoke weed. And he said, well.
I'm spreading myself out a little bit more, Arachnid. I'm going to a lot of different places. And usually I'm already... And I'm also not watching streams as much. I am still... A lot of times I'll have the chat up just in case something gets weird on Tom's, but I'm not actively watching. I don't actively watch Easy much either. I usually just have the chat open and I'll interact with people that call me out and stuff. But yeah. I feel like Tom doesn't go live as much as he did. Or for as long as he did. So I kind of started phasing out because I had to find other people to watch. Because I did watch Tom like every day and I was popping in there. And I kind of... I feel bad because like Tom has helped me a lot and everything. But I needed to find more content creators to fill that time slot basically. So I wound up at Easy's a lot more. And doing mod stuff there and just talking to people in the back rooms and all that. So a little less time. I love Tom too. I kind of feel bad that he's gonna have to miss this week's panel, but I'm gonna take over and try to do what Tom does and moderate the panel. I gotta try to be fair, you know, because Tom is fair. All right.
I do every now and then, whoop whoop, trying to get me to say something. So it was probably him that tried to call y'all. This is so
it's gonna be relationship stuff.
Crazy. Like y'all just raided my house.
Dave is fair.
I work at a nursing home. I'm a single mom with 2 kids. Like this is crazy.
I understand.
Kiona comes across as quite self-assured.
I just have to make sure I'm ready to tell everybody to shut up.
Because they know the facts are on their side. The detective should have built some kind of relationship with her prior to starting into questions about Heather. Essentially, what he has done here is without any evidence whatsoever, he has launched into an interrogation rather than conduct an actual interview first.
It's my understanding, and another thing that kind of supports what we're looking at is the idea that you are or have dated a guy from Mississippi.
Hi, I'm Dave. Juan? What are you doing?
Are you forced to say that every time? Is that a stock?
Yeah, it's built in.
No.
No, there will not be any Thorpes on the panel. I don't want to necessarily give away the lineup because I don't know if Easy has yet. But if Easy's giving away the panel lineup, then I'll tell you. It's up to him, though. It's his panel. I'm just doing the work. But yeah, if I'm going to be moderating it, though, I'll be streaming it as well, so you can watch from here. And hang out
Is this another murder, female murderer?
Yeah, well, this one is when the detective does the unthinkable, so I think the detective is the evil villain in this one.
Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I get being burnt out on relationship stuff. I have a few people coming in that aren't on all the relationship panels, so that's kind of nice. getting a different perspective, not having a bunch of red pill gurus on. The only person that I will like spoil is gonna be on is Alex Playing with Fire. He's the one person who does a lot of the red pill type stuff that is on there, but he's not red pill.
Yeah, he's
so
not red pill. Yeah, no.
I like him because he still has his own thing. He's just old school pickup artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he even wouldn't identify with PUAs. He just said he's closely any group that he identifies with is closely to the PUAs, but he said he doesn't even like to take any title.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he would most likely be considered a PUA because just of how he talks, what he talks about, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna hit play because looks like we got some time here.
Correct.
Who would say that?
Well,
I never dated anybody. Just because I talk to somebody, like
Yeah.
So you talk
Alex
to
is-
somebody. You're so
they not
Alex
even
is
here.
really
They've been
good
left
at
months
debate
and months and
panels.
months ago, so.
okay. What's months and months and months ago?
Like months
Usually
ago when
everything
they
he
went
says
home,
he
we
has
was never
something to
dating,
back
and
up, and that's
Who's
I
the two
appreciate
guys
from
that keep
people.
coming and going out of your apartment?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
How does it matter? My personal
Because
business, I don't have any, I don't
Your
know this
personal
girl.
business is not becoming our business.
Okay, so who I sleep with is y'all business.
No.
Like, I mean, that's what I do. That's all I'm doing. So that doesn't have anything to do with this. That's what I'm saying. That
Well,
don't.
these are the questions that we're going to ask, and these are the questions we're asking.
Okay, well, I mean, if I need a lawyer, I can get a lawyer, but
up to
I
you.
don't.
You can.
I mean,
You-
I'm just
you're not
saying.
you're not charged with anything.
We're
You're not under
investigating a
arrest.
homicide. If we can tie your apartment into a homicide
You
investigation,
can't tie my apart. You can.
maybe not. I don't.
I know you can't. I don't even know this girl, so I know
But
for
that's-
100% you can't.
Apparently, too.
You know, if you say that and don't spam it, I wouldn't time you out. You do realize that, right? I obviously embrace the fact that my head is an egg. All right, there you go. You had to spam it, don't you? What? Why? Why you gotta be so weird? Why you gotta make it weird? Can't you just say the funny comment? Obviously, if I'm willing to pop this up, I'm not afraid to admit that my head looks like an egg.
Yeah, I don't understand.
If you're trying to like make fun of me, pick a better angle. And don't go with the fat angle because I embrace that too. Good luck.
What about Kurt Angle?
He's a shitty subpar wrestler. What about him?
He was an Olympian, sir.
Yeah, he's a shitty
dare you.
subpar wrestler.
He was great on the mic.
Sure.
He was hilarious.
No.
Yes.
Overrated.
He had integrity. What was it?
I don't.
What were the three eyes?
That's how much you don't even remember. Egg.
Different men had
Got an egg
visited
for
Keon
that?
at her apartment
Yeah.
on various occasions in the recent past. Omar Satchel and Kari Jeffrey. It wasn't long before Detective O'Connell considered them additional suspects in Heather's gruesome murder. And soon, we will see exactly why that was.
But this is the thing. That's why we're asking. That's why we're asking the questions. And if
Right,
you tell
but
us
you
that-
guys just raided my apartment. You know, yesterday when I went to my house and got that paper, my neighbors ran for me. Like, I'm out here killing people. Like, y'all just ruined my life over this because I smoked some
you
weed.
did.
Like, this is
Subpar.
crazy.
All right, he was a good like actual wrestler. He was a subpar professional wrestler, like personality.
Subpar.
Yeah,
Jesus.
subpar.
He was like, I would say he was lower.
His
main
gimmick
event.
was so bad.
What? That he was he won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck.
Yeah, and that was his gimmick his entire wrestling career. You got to change it up at some point.
He did sometimes.
No, I agree, Arachnid. His actual wrestling, like Olympic wrestling, I have to respect. I give you that. But his personality wrestling, meh.
He was funny.
I don't know. He just wasn't like super exciting. He didn't have big flashy moves. His like finishing move was an ankle lock. Like literally he just grabbed their leg from behind and pretended to twist. Like
He really going in on Kurt Angle. his promos, man.
You brought him up.
Jesus Christ, he's going ham on fucking Kurt Angle.
I was big into wrestling when I was younger. I have opinions on
Me
all
too.
of it.
I was, maybe we should have a talk about wrestling sometime.
Glitching. Kurt Angle almost ended Brock Lesnar's career, so I give him respect for that.
Now there's a guy who's overrated.
Yeah, I agree. They really just wanted him to be what Goldberg was. And he wasn't.
Yeah.
He just wasn't. He wasn't that exciting.
Well, I mean, they both suck on the mic, so.
He was big, but Goldberg was a one of a kind of act. Like,
it was a one-hit wonder.
Yeah,
that's what he was.
It was amazing. It did its thing, and he got out right when it like played out. It was perfect.
Yeah,
he had the right lifespan in wrestling.
He was like the ultimate warrior of WCW.
Kinda, yeah. Except faster. Like, his matches were all super short. He would just show up in other people's matches. Spear. What was the other thing called? Jackhammer? Yeah, the jackhammer. Pin, out. Spear, jackhammer, pin, out. That's it. And Goldberg just looked like Stone Cold, but more jacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stone Cold is another one that it was a great gimmick because it just fit the time. It wasn't overly done. It was a believable gimmick. Like, you could believe that that's actually how that guy was.
Well, yeah, have you seen him in interviews?
Yeah.
That's literally Stone Cold turned up to like 11.
Yeah, like the Ringmaster was horrible.
I
don't know what they were thinking with that.
If you've seen some of his WCW work, it wasn't bad. And then you could see him developing from he was developing from when he was with the Hollywood Blondes.
Sting was pretty good. Yeah, I agree. The whole Crow angle, like he was basically just chilling up in the rafters and stuff. Baseball bat, painted face.
That really revived his career.
Menacing presence was Sting.
That's how good Sting was. He was better when he didn't talk.
Yeah, he didn't have to talk. He didn't have to wrestle even. Like, he could just show up, and he had the ability to, like, his presence was there, and it was intimidating. Taker is the GOAT. Taker existed in so many eras of wrestling, and
his adaptability was insane.
Yeah, whether it was like, even though I thought it was gonna be cringe, the like motorcycle riding MC Club Taker was actually really good too.
Yes.
The original gimmick is cringe now, but at the time it was pretty spot on. Like, it looks weird to look back on the original Taker, and it's like, wow, that was really gimmicky and weird. But he evolved that gimmick along with everything else. So even when he was like the motorcycle riding guy, he was still Taker.
Yeah.
The dead man Taker, you know? It was cool.
Taker is one of the most adaptable wrestlers ever.
Mm-hmm. The American badass.
Really went sideways on this.
Welcome to my brain.
I am ADD as fuck. So I'm legitimately diagnosed with ADHD. I'm trying to get like.
I was diagnosed when I was young with ADD. Not ADHD, because that wasn't really a thing at the time. So I just had ADD. But I was definitely
ADHD is the actual. Well, the what I'm learning is it's hyperactivity in the brain. That's what we call hyperactive disorder.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it had to do with like having too much energy and needing to chill out.
No,
that's why they gave us meth when I was a kid. They did.
It's one of the. Some people with ADHD don't have like a lot of energy. It's just hyperactivity of the brain. They say this like
Ritalin was meth minus the amphetamine. Changed my mind.
So basically, your ADHD is like you have a Ferrari engine with bicycle brakes.
Yeah.
That's how your brain is.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Like it wants to go. You can stop it, but it's not easy.
No.
You're right.
It's very difficult to deal with. And that's
Sacrifice
probably why
people
we get
to-
along so well.
I also like the Ministry Taker. Ministry Taker I thought was awesome.
You talking about the Attitude Era, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole Attitude Era was very little. There was very few misses. For the time, some of the stuff didn't age well, like the fucking porno guy.
What was it?
Val Venus.
Val Venus. I was like Van something.
Yeah.
Pal Penis. Val Venus.
The whole Asian choppy penis thing that didn't really age well.
Yeah.
But a lot of the stuff was good for its time.
Yeah. Like Too Cool. Too Cool was amazing. Like literally Beastie Boys ripoff.
Is that what that was?
Kinda. They looked very Beastie Boys to me, like Beastie Boys / Run DMC. And they had Rikishi, the big man. That's where Rikishi really came in for me. And I was like, damn, this guy's actually got some moves and stuff. He's got a little bit of personality because he was just kind of like the boring side character. He was everybody's sidekick up until then. Dudley Boys were
sorry guys.
good.
I don't know if this is what you tuned in for, but this became like
not what they tuned in for.
Wrestling podcast here.
Yeah. Quick wrestling nostalgia trip. All right, let's get back to the tree crime. All right, let's click play on the video. No transition whatsoever. Just click.
Oh, here we go. Rapper is talking shit
It's
now
fine.
too.
Well, yeah, he switched from what was the other one? Daddy Rapper to Rapper. Hey, at least now I got a sub from his original account. Now that's 2 channels he has subbed to me. Keep him coming, bud. I like it. I never hit him, so I don't know why he switched accounts. I just timed him out again. I'm down to have a wrestling panel someday and talk about wrestling stuff. Why not?
Yeah.
I apparently have enough people who know about wrestling. Literally everybody in here that's randomly talking now.
I know everything up until the Attitude Era. That's where I fall off.
Yeah, same. Everything after. Well, I got a little bit into like the Helmsley knowing everything or whatever, like him running shit basically. But aside from that, no. After the fall of WCW and all the other any kind of competition that they had, once it became a monopoly, it became less fun. It was fun for a little bit, but it started dying down.
I tried to watch Aggression. Aggression was okay. I'm mad I missed some of Eddie Guerrero's shit. Because I look back on it, and like the light cheat steal, Eddie Guerrero did some hilarious stuff.
Yeah, Eddie Guerrero was awesome. So was like that whole like little bit of Mexican wrestling that they had in there. What do they call it? Luchadors? Yes, going along with it. Like they kept trying to do the luchador thing, but they kept like doing it really bad because they kept unmasking them.
Yeah. Well, they had to. Well, that's part of
Chavo was luchador. Then they brought
was part of the luchador, so a lot of them wear masks.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is they started unmasking them. They were taking their masks off, which is totally against the whole luchador thing. They never take off their mask.
Did you ever see the one time where Eddie was like trying to find a specific wrestler, and then he was like unmasking them, and he was making comments. One guy, he said he looked at his face and, "Ooh, no wonder you wear a mask." I was like, wow.
That's awesome.
All right, let's try to get back to the real show here.
That's not how this works. We never get on track. I'll be lucky if I make it through this show in the 4 hours that I usually allot for my show. We've got 13 minutes in an hour and a half so far. So we're definitely on track to not finish it.
We had probable
we're gonna
cause
try
to
though.
search your apartment.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm just saying, like, that's... I've never seen this girl in my life. Don't know this girl, nothing.
But maybe those who you associate.
Between Ray and Eddie. No, I don't remember who's the real father between Ray and Eddie. I remember when Vince McMahon tried to do like an incest angle with Stephanie where he was going to be the father of her child, which was really weird. That was with the whole Taker drama. when they were gonna sacrifice her, and then he pulls off the hood as the leader of the ministry or whatever, and they decided to scrap that because it was way too controversial and edgy. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was wild. Yeah, Vince McMahon is an insane person. He really tried to do an incest angle.
Yeah, he tried to thorpe it.
Yourself with have.
Maybe people they associate themselves with. Did you talk to the previous
Why
neighbors
are
that
you
lived
being
there?
so reluctant on wanting to tell us who you
Because
associate?
y'all just raided my house and took my baby daddy to prison for 11
You
years.
know what
Y'all
it
think I'm
sounds like to me, Kiona? It sounds like
What?
you're withholding information. when
No,
you
it
do a
sounds like
homicide.
this is ridiculous.
There is an important distinction here
Okay,
with
so
Kiona talking about
I'm
getting a
assuming
lawyer.
this detective is
She
trying to like
didn't
trick all these
unequivocally ask to
people
speak with a
into
lawyer, which is why the officer continued talking
like
to her.
confessing to things
If
they
this
didn't
case
do.
were to go to trial, Kiona's attorneys could have argued that this should have been interpreted as a request for counsel. But it's not incumbent upon police to clarify
Interesting.
statements,
Arachnid.
and they don't have to stop an interrogation if a suspect
don't
makes
remember
an
that
ambiguous statement
arc
about
at all.
requesting counsel. This means that the burden of clearly invoking the right rests with the suspect. It's also important to note that though Kiona is being questioned by officers, she was free to leave at any time and was neither detained nor under arrest, which means that the Miranda requirements are not in play here. It also appears that the officer was allowing emotion to control him. It's apparent he did little to build rapport with Kiona, and the major example of this is by accusing her of having something to hide. The most important aspect of Reed is to effectively have officers be viewed as advocates, possibly even allies, rather than as adversaries. Instead, the officer should have engaged in asking...
Just remember, the detectives aren't your friends. They might try to act like they're your friends when they're back there. All they want is to get information out of you, whether you're innocent or guilty. Ask for a lawyer. They don't get any information unless it comes from your lawyer.
This is like 2 weeks in a row now where a fucking detective is interrogating poorly.
Which is crazy because usually on EWU, this is okay. So I'm going to give you a little insight of how much Escape with Us I've watched. This is like the only video that I haven't watched yet that I saw on there. I've watched pretty much everything else, and it's very rare that the detectives suck ass. So it's weird that I found 2 times in a row where detectives absolutely are trash at doing their jobs, investigating. Usually they're really good at building the rapport, especially. But yeah, don't let them trick you into thinking that they're on your side. They are not. They just want information out of you that they can use against you in court. So get a lawyer so that they can make sure you don't say something stupid that can make you sound guilty even if you're innocent. Lawyer, 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 lawyer. The only word that you need to say when you're being interrogated is lawyer.
into questions, rather than throwing multiple accusations at Kiona. By failing to literally be curious and invite Kiona to tell her story, the officer instead made judgments with...
Isn't he live right now, Rap? I do appreciate you continuing to switch through your accounts and sub up. You're awesome. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
It helps me to get towards my monetization eventually, hopefully. As long as I don't get struck before then.
And you got to, hey,
thanks, Rap.
one
I
way you can
appreciate
do
you.
that. One way you could support is comment. Not just comment the live, but comment, subscribe,
Make sure you hit that like button. And give me money, because I like money. I like money. You can give me money.
Yeah.
Corners. Yeah, okay. It's also in the description.
My streams,
which shut down
you can return the
discourse.
favor.
Say that again. Sorry, you cut out.
No, I said once I start my streams, you can return the favor. All
Hell
right,
yeah.
back to work.
Absolutely.
And didn't do anything to win her over. It's not uncommon to see officers become frustrated during an interview or interrogation for a number of reasons. However, a much better strategy is to show the suspect a way out of the mess they find themselves in. This way out is generally couched as the truth will set you free. Most of the time, it won't set them physically free, but it can be a means to unload a burden via telling officers the truth. In these circumstances, officers emphasize remaining open and non-accusatory, even when presenting facts that contradict previous statements. This allows the conversation to continue.
Y'all just ruined my life for some little.
Hey, we didn't ruin
It's
anything.
ain't little, it's a homicide.
I mean, but I don't know anything about it. But this is what I'm.
Apparently you do, because you're not telling us who your boyfriends are.
I don't
So-
have boyfriends.
Then who are the guys that keep coming
It
and
doesn't-
going?
I don't know.
It does matter, because we're talking about a homicide.
I mean, am I being charged with something? Am I getting arrested?
Not yet.
Okay then. I mean, I can get a lawyer and come back.
If you want to get a lawyer,
Yeah,
go
they're
get a lawyer.
definitely
That just tells me
presupposing
you
that
got
she's
something to
guilty.
I don't
hide.
have anything to hide, but I
Apparently
know
you do,
how
because
y'all
you feel the
are.
need.
This officer already has an F for just not following any kind of technique, and he's literally just trying to gaslight her into thinking that she's guilty or that she has something to defend. Like, you don't try to start them off on the defensive. You're just shooting yourself in the foot at that point. You have nothing to gain by them being on the defensive. If they're on the defensive, then they're not going to be accepting of anything you ask them. It's really weird to do that.
I think, though, some officers, they work with just brute force, and that's how they get things. This is how I think some of these officers are. And that's why, they usually intimidate people into getting what they want, because they have a badge. So I think that he's trying to do that same thing here, but it's not working. That's probably why he's getting frustrated.
Yeah. And, like, in the last one, the cops definitely didn't win that. They were not the ones that got the admittance or anything. They never got, like, they never got a confession or anything out of the person. So it didn't even pay off in that one, where I was like, I don't know how these guys are somehow going to pull out a confession, because they didn't. The way that the thing was set up, it made it look like they were, but no, it was just a confession in court because the lawyer told them to.
Glitch in 1, 2, 3 said it perfectly.
Exactly. Help me help you by telling me what I need to hear so I can arrest you. And so when it's more you're already usually under arrest at that point. It's usually just so that we can guarantee that we get your ass when we put you on trial. When you're on the stand, we can use everything that you say against you. So we can use your own words to put you in jail, as opposed to us having to do our job and find evidence to prove you wrong.
Sorry. Because we got your boyfriend and father, your
Rather, you
baby
just
with a
incriminate
bunch of dope,
yourself.
and he's
Right.
a doper for his whole entire life.
Okay.
We're in the wrong.
So
for
that's
that?
why you raided my house.
No, that's not why.
That's probably
because you
why.
had marijuana in your house.
But you didn't know that?
Yeah, we did. We
How'd
had
you know
reason to
that?
believe it.
You had reason to believe that because somebody
Yeah,
said that.
we had probable cause.
Because someone said they smelled odor, never been in my house, never talked to me. The police didn't come to my door and see if there was marijuana.
Your
odor coming out
association
my
with
house.
Julian Kaiser when
He's
you were
been in
living
prison
there?
for how long?
I don't care. You're still
It doesn't-
associated
so
with Julian
I'm associated
Kaiser.
with somebody
All right,
that's
you
in
know
prison.
what? Do you want to talk or not?
I don't want to talk.
Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you. So
You're now
you have
involved in a
a
homicide
Yeah,
investigation.
very good.
The detectives may be misinterpreting Kiona's reluctance to share the names of the two men. She's likely trying to protect her friends, but that does not mean they are guilty. It's also extremely manipulative for the detective to tell her that by asking for a lawyer, she had something to hide, when in actuality, he was just irritated that she was making a smart decision for herself. Nonetheless, the unrelenting pressure from the detectives left all parties in a state of
Why am I
frustration.
watching on that screen when I have
But
it over here?
Kiona was living a
So I
real
can
life
actually look
nightmare,
at the camera,
suspected
kind
of murder, and was
Or at least
now
make
in
it
a
look like
fight
I'm looking
for
at the
her
camera.
life. After the troubling interview, authorities were looking into the possibility of charging 3 people with the crime as they began to investigate Omar and Kairi. Omar, who had previously served prison time for home invasion and firearm charges, had
see if that
allegedly
fucks up
sold
my thing
marijuana to Heather, as reported by O'Connell,
No, it looks
although
good.
this has never been confirmed. When police finally spoke with Omar, he supposedly admitted to having stolen a .380 caliber firearm from his fiancée, but claimed to have sold the gun to a resident living in Michigan not long after. Along with this, authorities
No, but if you find it, Arachnid, send it to me in Discord, and I'll watch that next. I'm definitely down for that. I like watching like investigators or cops get put on the same treatment that they give to other people. I like that too. And I'm in no way anti-cop or pro-cop. I'm pro-justice and like the way the legal system's meant to be, not the way that it is necessarily.
Right.
So, yeah, I think there's tons of problems with the way that things go, but I'm for when it works the right way. That's
Is it
what I
actually
want
illegal
to.
for them to?
What?
I just saw a comment that says it's illegal for the cops to keep interrogating you after you request for a lawyer. I don't know how true that is, though.
In a way, yes. Because if you've asked for a lawyer, they can't keep asking you stuff unless you haven't been Mirandized, I think, is the difference. Once you've been read your Miranda rights, so you have been told that anything that you, because if they don't Mirandize you and they can ask you as many questions as they want, because technically none of it can be used against you in a court of law until they've read you your Miranda rights. But once they've read you your Miranda rights, you have the right to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. If you ask for an attorney and they continue asking you questions, they're violating that agreement by there's a thing that they can do where they can like wait out, and if a lawyer hasn't showed up in a certain amount of time, they can be like, well, I see your lawyer's not here yet. They'd have to get your permission before they can ask you questions again. So there is a way for them to ask you questions, but you have to clearly be waiving. You have to re-waive your counsel. You actually have to like waive it. You have to say, no, I'm okay with answering these questions without a lawyer present. If you don't, then none of it can be used against you, and they can actually be brought up on charges and stuff for, I don't remember what exactly it is. It's like tampering with evidence kind of thing. I don't remember exactly how they word it, but no. Once you've been Mirandized, you have the right to ask for an attorney, and once you have asked for an attorney, the questioning is supposed to be done. Period. Until your attorney gets there. If I'm wrong on that, let me know. I'm not a legal professional. This is just my understanding from watching every EWU video that exists, pretty much. Aside from this one, which I'm watching now, and many other police interrogation things. If I'm wrong, please let me know, but that's my understanding of it from my research. Awesome. Thank you, Arachnid. I'll check that out next.
Research.
All right. Hit play.
Authorities allegedly found him to be in possession of unidentified pills and a pocket knife with a blonde strand of hair attached. In an interview with the Fremont News Messenger, Omar adamantly denied that he had ever met or known Heather, gravely pleading for his innocence. In a shocking quote, he described his encounter with Detective O'Connell by saying that, "Sean O'Connell told me, I know it's not you, but I'll make it you." Of course, the detective would deny having ever uttered the threat.
You can't say that.
The truth of the matter remains up in the air. Be that as it may, later actions by O'Connell that you'll soon learn of might have you drawing your own conclusions. Omar also stated that during the days of April 8th through the 10th, when Heather was missing, he was residing at the Days Inn Hotel. At the time of Heather's murder, he claimed to have been visiting...
What's up, Sam? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry, I'm weird. Then they have to leave you and your lawyer alone with no recordings so you can discuss. Yes, correct. My professional experience is needed. All right, show me the dilemma, my good friend.
Who is this?
Mr. Samuel. I'm assuming it has to do with billiards. Billiards.
Billiards. Yards of bills.
Oh, you just bought a new cue. Hell yeah. I love seeing new pool cues. Get in here.
His murder, he claims to have been visiting 3 bars. Case of 3 separate bars. Okay.
Does it also have the quick release joint like the old one? Alright, you're good. You can jump in whenever you're ready. I'm going to go back to playing the video then for a little bit.
Three
Keep
separate
everybody
bars
entertained.
in the Fremont area. However, it has also been reported that he was actually hiding at Kiona's apartment in an attempt to evade an arrest warrant. Despite this, O'Connell was still extremely skeptical and supposedly insinuated that Omar could have still traveled from the various locations to commit the crime. Still, his focus shifted to his final suspect, 26-year-old Kayri. As a supposed friend of Omar's, Kayri was just as much on Detective O'Connell's radar, and he would do anything to prove their guilt.
Bro,
According
mute
to
while
a
you're
source,
toking.
Kayri was apparently seen throwing a suspicious black bag into a river on April 10th, 2015.
You inhale way too loud.
O'Connell asserted that the supposed gun was used in a homicide, potentially Heather's, and quickly released a full dive team to recover the weapon. But to O'Connell's dismay, the search would prove to be unsuccessful. Claiming that Kiona, Omar, and Kayri were likely the murderers, the detective was still missing one important piece of information: the motive. Why would any of them want to hurt Heather, let alone kill her? Not even O'Connell could say, but suddenly, in the blink of an eye, another disappointment abruptly struck the desperate detective, and it would send the case in an entirely different direction. Underneath Heather's fingernails was a small amount of DNA. The results were shocking, concluding that neither Kiona, Omar, or Kayri had come back as a positive match. In an instant, their names were cleared. At least, that's what should have happened. Instead, O'Connell stuck to his original claims, not stopping to even ponder the possibility that he might have been wrong. But
I should probably explain why I have an issue with three-piece queues for the record. Usually the reason why I don't like three-piece queues is because they're usually meant to be a normal queue and a jump queue all put into one. So you take off I'm going to grab a prop real quick. Okay. Prop acquired. So here is my pull queue. My pull queues are two-piece pull queues. This is just my break queue, so it's not anything too special. It is the most expensive queue I have. This is not a quick release. This has the long thread in it, for one. So this is the main joint. You want me to ban you? Why do you want me to ban you? That's weird. So anyway, this is the normal joint. The second joint would be like right about here, which usually means it has like a split grip. So the threading will be some here and some back here. And you have to twist off the back section, and then all the weight is usually gone, because the idea of a jump cue is you want it to be lightweight. So when you're holding it, you can do it very easily and not follow through into the table. I honestly don't know what kind of wood it's made out of. Why? Why do you want to be banned? I don't like banning people. I'm sorry, bud. I mean, if you want, I will time you out, but I don't really like banning people. It's just not my thing. And usually when you do that, most of the earn it. Most of the weight is in that third piece, so it really throws off the balance, because in order for it to be your mom rude. My mom is rude. What about that? She got mad at me because I stream on YouTube. She was very unhappy, and she was very rude to me about it. No, I'm just kidding. I love my mom. She's a great person. But yeah. So, and I'm all about the cue being balanced. It should be like, so at the point where you hold it is where it should be balanced. On a cue that's a break cue, you have to reach further back, which will throw off your stroke. That's my thoughts on it. That was way more information than anybody needed. None of you probably play pool, or those of you who do might not take it as seriously as I do, but I really do love pool. Yeah. And I've gone to national tournaments, and I really do enjoy it. So, that's my
funny.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So that's my random facts of the day.
His delusions.
He's the pool. He's the pool boy because he wins tournaments. I'm a pool boy because I'm almost Mexican.
Nice. Because he cleans your pool. Oh, well played.
Thank you.
Pool. I honestly didn't do a lot of hustling. At best, I've been like the third man in a hustle, so I never really look like somebody who's good. So people will be playing and be like, "Hey, you want to play doubles? I'll grab my friend. You grab your friend. I'll just grab some random guy from the bar." So I'd be the guy who's sitting there just playing with my friends, screwing around, doing weird shots and stuff. So I don't look like I'm very good when I'm shooting like that because I'm trying weird bank all shots or have to go 2 rail type of things for 8 balls. So it looks like I really suck and I'm not good at making balls. And then they'll come up and be like, "Hey, you want to play a game, make some money?" I'm like, "All right, sure," and I'll go be the third. That's about the best I have for pool hustler stories. I didn't do a lot of hustling myself. I pretty much just played tournaments. Tournaments and leagues. Did I know? Do you know what he does to make you cry?
You ever been on TV, Dave? Are you that good?
I believe that the Vegas tournament, the Nationals was televised, but I'm not 100% sure. I never watched or looked for it. I know there were cameras around the tables, but I don't know if they were... I've never won anything at a national tournament. I've won things at regional tournaments, and those aren't televised, but at nationals, there are cameras, so I might have like a shot or 2 that are on there, but they don't use everything. They kind of do bits and pieces, so like they'll take an intense moment and show it, or sometimes if a really crazy shot happens, they'll show that too.
Right.
Because I'm more of a consistent player, I won't show up in a lot of that kind of things. I'm all about every shot being the same. I'm boring when it comes to pool. I am Mexican and I won't mow a yard ever. I flat fucking refuse and always have since childhood. Nice. Yeah, I did go to Vegas. That's what those trophies are for. Those 2 trophies down there, those are for when my team won regionals and we went to Vegas to shoot.
Nice. Yeah, you almost became a pool pro.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I like staying amateur. Like the APA is the Amateur Pool Players Association. Technically, it's weird because I did make money doing it because we won prizes. So technically, that would make you a professional in a way. But I definitely never would have been able to make a living off of what we were doing. We didn't make that much.
Right. Hey, it's still money.
What's up, Hornet? Welcome.
Voided, what's good, brother?
We're just hanging out, you know. I'm kind of like going through this video, but very, very slowly and with a lot of caveats and asides.
There are a lot of side missions that are like propping up.
We had a nice conversation about wrestling and now about pool cues and shooting pool. I am Mr. Tangent. I will never stay on topic.
This was getting me is the only 2 interrogations I've come on. Oh, you've done 3 only. This is your 3rd week, right?
I think this is like the start of my 4th week.
Okay. How many interrogations have you done during those days?
4? 3 or 4.
And 2.
It's definitely not my sole content. My content is everything. Like I've done more gaming streams than anything, but I'm not going to be a gaming streamer.
Right.
This is what I want my content to be, is just ranting and talking to the chat and stuff. The videos are just kind of side stuff for filler. to get us to this. I'd much rather just talk to chat and you and people who want to come up and talk. Dude, Starfield's amazing. If you want, I can show you the ship that I built last night.
You build a ship?
Yeah,
Nice.
that was my mission I gave myself before the end of the night. I wanted to build my own ship, so I'll pop that up just for fun. Why not?
The cultural zeitgeist in today's collective consciousness.
My channel is just teaching people how my brain works. They'll understand one day why it's so hard for me to stay on topic with things and why I bounce around so much. So Growling, we'll probably end up getting to your video tomorrow. I'll make that like the primary video for stream. Tomorrow is going to be a shorter stream, obviously, because I got the panel at night, and I'm going to be streaming that as well. So I'll do a short day stream, and then an afternoon, evening stream, whatever you want to call it. Since, you know, I'm putting it together, I might as well capitalize a little bit on it. Load.
So I've seen 2 of these, and both times the detective is just absolutely awful.
Yeah, which is weird, because that doesn't normally happen on this channel, from my experience. I'm going to switch what we're showing. Share screen, Starfield. You're not going to hear anything back here, Juan. Sorry.
Okay.
But it is up.
I can. You putting up what you call it?
Yeah, I'm pulling up Starfield. So
Starfield.
you can see my ship that I built last night. I took the ship from the Mantis mission and I expanded upon it. I gave it more storage space and other things. More compartments. I made it wider. You're probably not wrong, Arachnid. Because it doesn't do any good to get rid of the public's faith in the system, so you want to do the ones that work better. You want to show those ones. You want to present that to promote faith in the legal system.
The cultural zeitgeist in today's collective consciousness has erased the overbearing mother.
I have way too many things open for this game to want to actually load right now. It's like, are you kidding me? On your shitty ass computer, you expect me to open with like 12 Chrome tabs and a bunch of Firefox and one Opera. So let's head over to my ship. Where is my ship? I think my ship's here. There it is. So here's the outside of the ship. It could use some work, but I widened it so it's not just a single. I might change that up and just make it a long ship at some point. Motherfucker. My ship is... It's not dummy thick, but it's thick, because I can go 3 wide if I want. For sure. I can make it dummy thick.
Thick?
Its balls were hanging out, too. I don't know if you noticed that. So now we're inside the ship. This is the starting area. I could put like some weapons up on the wall, backpack stand, if I want to display some items. It's a cool little area to first walk in. I could put a helmet there. I could put a helmet there, or a backpack there. And a lot of weapons cases. Things for me to put stuff in and make it look pretty. Then we come over here. This is the cockpit. My storage is there. If I look at my storage, we've got 1,020 for space, of which it's almost full already because I mine too much. Not a whole lot to see on the downstairs. It's just like this. This area will be pretty cool if I ever get a lot of extra, extra items that I want to display. Over here is the navigation console that comes with this. I don't really know what the purpose of it is. It's weird because I can fast travel from it and stuff. But I'm pretty sure I have to run up there if I get into a fight. So it's weird. I had to figure that out another time. Now we go upstairs. This is where all the fun happens. So, in here, this is just where we come up. Got a nice little storage box here where I can throw some stuff if I start running out of storage space in the ship itself. Here is the pharmaceutical lab. So this is the infirmary, I think it's called. So I got my research and my pharmaceutical here. So I can make medicine and research. Here's the bathroom in case we need to, you know, pee sitting down. Bunks. More bunks. Another storage box to throw stuff in. And then we have this room here, which is the workshop. You got spacesuit, weapon, industrial, and another research. So, and then we have a cool window, so you can look out. See what's going on while you're doing stuff. This is my ship. I spent some time, I just wanted to make sure I had everything in my ship. And then I'm going to fall down there and, yeah. I'm a fan of my ship. I mean, it is a Bethesda game, so it does, it should, I understand why it looks like Fallout. Plus, this is the, this is like the Rangers city where all like the Texas Rangers are. So this is the old dusty trail area. So it's gonna give some Fallout vibes most likely. I may rebuild the ship and see if I could just make it a really long ship and see what happens. I think that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, that's the ship. I'll show you what it looks like in the build menu. Where is the guy? There's supposed to be a guy here. Oh, he's over in there.
Watch it. Ship's coming and going.
Oh, there he is. He blended in. Sheriff Hornet lives here, yeah.
What can I do for you?
So yeah, it took me a while to figure out the shipbuilding stuff, but I got it for the most part.
How about it?
And this is the ship. Started out as the Mantis ship, and I did some stuff to it. And now it's my ship. I'm probably just gonna double these up and make it a longer ship at some point, but we'll figure that out another time. Right now, this is what we've got. And I like it. It is wide. It's very compact, though. Everything is on top of each other. I don't want it to be too long. I don't want to have to run around. I wish that these two connected to each other. That would make things a lot easier. But, oh well. Thought it was kind of weird that they didn't. But yeah, there's the ship. Took a while to make. A couple hours sunk into that. I need to color these add-ons. Then here's all the storage. that I needed. I'm going to need to add more storage now too, I've noticed. Which I can do pretty easily, I think. I think I have plenty of space for it. But we'll do that later. I just wanted to show you my ship. My ship's pretty cool. I'm a fan. I've already destroyed a pirate with it. That was much higher level than me. I never even had a chance. But yep. Alright. That's it for that. Let's pop up Mr. Samuel and the Growling Arachnid. Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
What up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Samuel, you are muted.
I can hear you.
There you are. What's up, buddy?
Hey, all right. This is it.
Nice, nice.
Some kind of weird wood grain, but
that is a weird wood grain. You usually don't see the grain.
He said, yeah, it looks different, and this one is what is concerning to me. It's like a weird black tip. Very, very solid. I think it's a leather tip.
Yeah. Well, if it's leather, that's good. They also make a weird composite tip that supposedly doesn't need, or I think it was like carbon fiber. I thought was a really weird tip. Yeah, I'm okay if you like 3-part sticks. I'm just not a huge fan of them because it makes you have to hold it and grip farther back. Myself. Because like where I hold the cue is right where the second joint usually is on these.
Yeah.
Because you want to have like a 90-degree angle at the point of contact, and you're kind of forced not to do that with those kind of cues. That's just my personal taste, though. No, not hating on you for buying one. Just giving you my personal take. Oh, well then, yeah.
$30.
Worst case scenario, it's a $30 jump cue. Worst case scenario. Which
right? And that's what I liked about it. It's not that fucking light.
Yeah.
If I take the back end off,
oh, really?
it's still got. Yeah, I mean, I could do it.
Yeah.
Be better than using the front half of a 2-piece.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Because that's like, that doesn't do anything because that has no weight whatsoever. Can't get any force into that.
When I hit the pawn shop and checked it out, and right when I got back in the car, I looked them up. I said, oh, fuck no, I'm going back in there. Like, I can't mess it up for $30.
Yeah, $30, it's fine. Yeah, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. So, yeah.
Omen Q.
I'll look into that company.
You know
after.
that brand?
I don't know the brand off the top of my head, but I don't remember a lot of them. Pretty much Lacoste
right on.
Players, Joss. There's a few that I still remember, but not a ton.
I haven't seen a 3-piece Q since I was young. Like, I was a young 13, 14-year-old, and somebody in the family had one.
Yeah. I feel you. 3-piece Qs are cool. They have their purpose. Cool. Hell yeah.
And I think it's that, like, tight quarters kind of deal.
They're also usually good for braking. They're a good utility cue. Like, you use it as a brake. So you get a heavier one normally, and you use it as a brake cue because normally on a brake you're going to hold farther back anyway because you're just trying to get power. You're not worried about accuracy. And for jump cues. Right. So it's a good utility cue for all around regardless. And it does look like it has... Heavy. Okay, it does look like somebody was using this as a brake slash... because that looks like the carbon tip that I'm talking about. Where it's a harder material on the top, is it?
I have no idea what that is, man. It feels like it would slide right off the cue.
Yeah, that's for jumping. Somebody was using that as a jump cue slash braking cue. You're going to get a little more impact when you hit. Just make sure you chalk the fuck out of it. Because otherwise it will slip. No, you don't want to.
That has the spike.
You don't want to do that. If it is what I think it is, you don't want to do that. That'll ruin it.
Really?
Yes. Because it's meant to be like that.
This is why I asked you.
Yeah, it's meant to be like that if it is what I think it is. Granted, I can't tell without feeling it. Like, if you tap on it, does it almost, like, scratch?
Man, it is slick.
Like, is it hard and slick? Like, if you scratch on it, it almost feels like ceramic, almost,
Like
but not
wood.
really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel like it has a leather thing on it at all, right? Yeah, don't scuff it.
But
You just want to
but
check
it's
the
got
shit out
shape
of
to
it.
it.
Yeah. That's right. It's good for
Okay.
jumping because it transfers more of the impact.
But all right, appreciate you, man.
No problem, bud. Hey, have a good one. That's what I'm here for. What's up, Arachnid? Or should
Not
I
much, just
say... What the fuck is that character's name? Not Bubbles, not Blossom, the other one.
Buttercup.
Buttercup! God, I suck. How's your day going?
It's going.
Are you enjoying
How about yours, fool?
ADD Mind of Dave stream?
I mean, I don't mind.
Where I don't stay on topic whatsoever. Pure chaos. How's your day been so far? Anything exciting?
Nah, I'm just bumming it today.
Nice. Solid. All right, let me represent the video we're watching. When the detective does the unthinkable. Yeah, this guy's just trying to gaslight people into admitting. He's not actually trying to find out if they did it or not. He just wants an arrest. This is
He's a terrible detective
This
so
is what
far.
we call a bad cop.
Would only lead him further away from the actual killer. This just goes to show how detectives can sometimes develop tunnel vision and narrow in on a suspect while ignoring other possibilities despite sufficient evidence. O'Connell
Sometimes
had
he
already
says.
spent a lot of time on the premise that Kiona, Omar, and Carey were involved in Heather's death. He may have been afraid that if he admitted his mistake, he would look incompetent to both the public and to other members of law enforcement. In addition, he was likely experiencing a psychological principle known as confirmation bias.
Everybody in the politics debate sphere knows this term,
Oh, yeah.
confirmation bias. Most people, when they're doing research for something, they don't look up what they're trying to research. They look up the answer they're trying to get out of their research. So rather than phrasing something, is Donald Trump a good president? They're like, what make Donald Trump a great president? It's all in
This
how you
means that
phrase
people
things.
are more likely to accept information that supports what they already believe,
Objective
and on the other
Googling.
hand, may discount information that doesn't align with those beliefs. With this in mind,
What's up, Jade?
just over a year
Appreciate you
later,
stopping in.
Kiona
Thank
is
you,
demanding
thank you.
answers.
I just want to know
You're the
when
best.
y'all can tell her that I'm not involved in this and I can clear my
My heart
she's
hands
saying,
are off today.
Her, her
There we
DNA
go,
won't
that's
come
better.
back. It's at what point do we say,
what point are you going to tell the public that I'm not disturbing?
For a year, the detective would supposedly harass Kiona, frequenting her place of work with additional officers. At one point, he apparently gathered Kiona's co-workers for a meeting, although the subject of the matter has never been reported.
That's
It wouldn't
really
be too
awkward.
long before the single mother found
That's
herself
weird.
out of work while
Yeah.
struggling to make ends meet. Every job
pretty
interview
fucked.
for a new position was to no avail, and it seemed that O'Connell was never going to let her out of his grasp. These were likely acts of intimidation on O'Connell's part, which is a form of
Yep.
manipulation.
Thank you, Jade.
He may have believed that he could scare Kiona into confessing, which would have been coercion. Yet, after securing
Correct.
a lawyer, Kiona was able to restrict her contact with the detective, but that wouldn't stop O'Connell from allegedly speaking with her acquaintances. In an interview with the
And that's what we call stalking and harassing.
Sandusky Register, Kiona recalled a time when she traveled to her local tattoo artist and was startled to learn that after she left the establishment, Detective O'Connell had allegedly made his way in to speak with the artist. Other accounts recall that the detective apparently had residents of the Somerton apartments act as informants for the investigation, hoping to gain more details on Kiona.
I'm not here to say that you did do it, but I'm not here to say that you didn't do it.
Okay, but I know for a fact that you guys got my DNA back and there's no matches. I know for a fact that you guys went through my phone record, there's no matches. I know for a fact that y'all been looking at my Facebook.
Okay.
There's nothing. I know that.
Keona's
Fiberglass. Sorry. Fiberglass is what those tips are usually made of, is what I was trying to think of, by the way. Yeah, so if it's a fiberglass tip, you definitely don't want to take a thing to it. Mind of Dave, sorry, again. Exactly, glitching. No, Mud Crab. I refuse. I will not do a free will conversation or debate. Not doing it. I hate the conversation.
I like it. I just don't know what to think of either or being the case.
Nope. Especially not with Mud Crab. I'm definitely not doing it. We've already had this discussion and it was good enough. I did not want to debate it. All right, you do that. I'll flake. I'll run. I'll pull a President Sunday. I'll come in, say my points, and then run away.
That's fair.
I will President Run Day the fuck out of it. Oh, for other people to debate it. I'm fine with that.
Facebook posts, as previously described, had actually been in response to Julian's prison sentence. And not only
I could
this,
probably do that.
but she had never been in possession of the Mickey Mouse shirt found on Heather. Regardless of these revelations, the detective pressed on.
Yeah, it is what it is. If you're not involved, then you're not involved.
Okay, so when are you going to clear me though? Because me and my kids are
When we're comfortable to be able to say for sure that it's not you.
This reign of terror would eventually come crashing down. In an attempt to seek an indictment, O'Connell had written a report to the prosecution, but failed to include that the DNA found on Heather did not match any of the 3 suspects. Along with this, he refrained from giving all of his case files to the county prosecutor and dismissed every other lead, besides those relating to the trio. He even ignored a critical piece of information sent in an email
understand what
by
you
a
mean by
Whirlpool
that.
employee just 2
Be a
days
nice
after
segue
Heather was
from the.
found. It read, and by the way, I don't know if you have any
Yeah,
suspects,
usual
but
content,
I know
we'll call it.
someone who
There you
works
go.
at Whirlpool that is very capable of doing that to a
The
woman.
most
This crucial lead
polite
would
way of
eventually become
saying it.
integral,
Racist.
but in his determination to convict Keona,
What?
I was commenting on the.
Oh, on the
I was
cop,
commenting
gotcha.
on what. Yeah.
Definitely possible.
Not just because of what he wrote right here, where he says, "I know someone who works at Whirlpool that is very capable of doing that to a woman," and I'm like, based off what? That's why I'm like racist.
Well, maybe racist. I never accuse racism when stupidity can also be the case. So we'll give it time. Although I already do have my suspicions, considering all 3 people involved in this happen to be black, that he's gaslighting into doing stuff or trying to set up. So I mean, it's there in the back of my mind, but I'm not gonna throw it out there yet.
The town doesn't seem like it's very like urban, either.
I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt until it's proven otherwise. I'm very hesitant to throw that word around.
I throw every accusation, and then if one of them sticks, I like to feel like I got it right.
Oh, gotcha.
Omar and K-Ray.
I mean, that's one way to do
O'Connell
it.
did not
Throw a
even
bunch of
take
shit to
it
the
into
wall. Whatever sticks.
consideration.
That was what
However,
my intention
this
was.
would not go unnoticed. Soon, O'Connell was caught giving a copy of the investigation report to an employee working
am I
for the
watching over there?
Sandusky
Let me go
County
reset
Department
this.
of Job and Family Services, claiming that he wanted to gain their insight on a person of interest in the case. Once this was discovered by the sheriff, the detective was immediately placed on leave.
Yeah.
But it only took a
It's
week
going to come out
uncover
that
the
he's been
extent
watching
of
Nick
his
Fuentes on the
malpractice.
weekends.
As a result, the detective was quickly let go from his position and was facing an increasing amount of
popping you
legal
up, Juan.
charges, which included
You bet.
misleading a public official and tampering with evidence. O'Connell had broken the law that he
Welcome
vowed
back.
to protect and was
Welcome
eventually
back,
sentenced to
welcome
2 years in
welcome
prison.
back.
Although this would not be the end of the shocking corruption, seeing as how another scandal
Hello
had just as quickly broken
again,
through the walls of this
friend
quiet
of a
and
friend.
quaint little town.
You
Sheriff Kyle Overmeyer, also working on Heather's case, had been caught stealing drugs from the drug take-back boxes in northwestern Ohio. Facing an ongoing opioid addiction, Kyle was sentenced to 4 years in prison in December of 2016.
How did he get more than the
But during
detective?
this
That's fucked
time,
up.
he was able to sit down with authorities to give his side of the story on what happened with former Detective O'Connell.
And we'll get into more on Sean about what he did, but you know, a lot of stuff was secret squirrel with him, and he did his own thing, and I entrusted in him as a detective, and you know, because you can't do it all, you can't be a detective and a sheriff and wear all the hats.
He was dead set on Keanu Bohr, and then he found out that Omar might have been out.
Was hiding out there. He was there that night supposedly, and
Yeah,
there was a warrant for his arrest.
I forced it on him.
And
He didn't have a
that's where it
choice.
all unraveled, where he became obsessed.
Why is that?
I don't know.
See, now here's another thing I've been told.
Yes.
That he had a personal vendetta against Keanu Bohr.
Kyle gives a brief rundown.
It did
on
seem
how
like
O'Connell
that.
helped
I would have
imprison
to
Fiona's ex-boyfriend Julian,
assume
and why
as
that might have
much.
placed the single mother at the top.
Ooh, I wonder if it's gonna come out that Julian was actually innocent this whole time. That'd be interesting. That'd be a soap opera plot twist right there if I've ever seen one.
Top of his suspect list in Heather's case.
Now, in speaking to Heather's family members and Carmela Badillo, they all indicated that the 3 people that provided Heather her drugs were, and then was the other. Oh, there's only 3. Nobody ever mentioned Keanu Bohr.
Right.
So I don't know how he's getting in and going Keanu Bohr,
And
he's making that up.
right. And
Correct?
Yes.
All the while, residents across the community were stumped when it came to who might have carried out such a gruesome crime. And some were inclined to leave their thoughts on the most popular social media platform, Facebook. One user wrote a post insinuating that Carmela, Heather's ex-girlfriend, may actually be the one that authorities were looking for. The sad thing about this is just a few days after it happened, my brother worked with a guy who no longer works there with him, but he stopped over and told me his sister and Heather had a thing, and that she might have had something to do with it. I called O'Connell to report what I was told at the time, but nothing was done. Was Heather's ex-girlfriend the perpetrator who'd been hiding in plain sight? Or was there someone else sneakily going unnoticed? Still, others had their own opinions. One person even stated that he knew more about the situation than most. A lot of time and dedication was lost, and I have proof. I want it done right. I had to bring up a perfected parliament to do what I did and walk it through like a gentleman. Most eerie of all, this person was well aware that corruption was lurking. I trust very few when the problem goes all the way to the top. In addition to the online chatter, others took their concerns directly to authorities. One account in particular stood out. Michael Abdu, a resident of Fremont, Ohio, was in a frantic rush to give a statement on an alleged conversation that had taken place at a nearby bar.
Fremont Police, do you have an emergency?
Hi, I'll be over there in about 10 minutes to give you information about the woman that was murdered over there in Quiet.
Michael claims that he met 3 men at the local bar, where one had allegedly explained to him that he ordered the hit on Heather.
Remember that racism claim? I'm seeing something in common with all 3 of these guys that isn't in common with the 3 that are being suspected of things. Your racism claim might be founded. Uh-oh.
Michael refers to this man as Mississippi. 2 other gentlemen had also been present, but he didn't know their names.
They are all white.
They informed me how they killed her in the residence and took her body and put it in the trunk of the car.
Is this dude still drunk?
He said if you got any family, I suggest you do the right thing. I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. And then he said, I was the person that took care of the white girl over in Clyde. The black man said this.
Oh, never mind.
And I said to him, what are you talking about? What do you mean you took care of the white girl over in Clyde? He said, I asked the 2 dudes inside, we took care of business. So I went and asked the 2 guys inside, hey.
Something sounds sus here.
Some dude said you guys took
I don't know.
I said Mississippi said you guys took care of those 2, or took care of the girl over there in Clyde. And he said, yeah. We gave that to what she deserved.
I hate you, Smokey. Not really.
The one dude turned to the other guy and said, "Shut the fuck up."
I just find it really weird and sussy that someone might be talking about a murder in a bar with a random stranger and giving him details.
You'd be surprised, sir. People talk all the time about that type of stuff.
I might be, but I just assume, you know, people would be smarter
The
than
other
that.
one then said,
I like to assume that people are generally smart.
"Whatever you gotta say, I'm cool with. You know, I'm not, gonna go nowhere."
I mean, you know, drill music is Vanguard. They rap about it, you know?
Provided a
True.
new lead for the authorities.
Absolutely true.
However, just as quickly,
There's that
police
whole
were
like city where there's two warring groups that just keep rapping about every time that they cap a member from the other group, and it's like, what? Shut the fuck up. Why are you just admitting to crimes in songs that you're then releasing to the public? Seems insane. You do have a very good point, Glitchin. People do love talking about themselves when somebody's listening. Hence, YouTube.
Yep.
Although I rarely want to talk about myself. I usually want to talk about other people and other things. I don't like talking too much about myself. A little bit. I brag occasionally. When it comes to pool.
I like good discussions.
Yeah. I
to
like
conclude that
third
they'd
party
reached
topics.
a dead end yet again, due to the fact that his story couldn't be corroborated by other patrons of the bar. It was clear that from the onset of Heather's case, each and every day had been afflicted by injustice. Fortunately, that wouldn't last for long. The day had finally come where a new sheriff was in town, determined to track down the real killer with no time to waste.
That's really creepy, Smokey.
Sheriff Chris
you know
Hilton
that, right?
quickly dismissed the previous suspects along with Carmela.
End
And soon
of a
enough,
corrupt
he'd also
detective.
pinpointed exactly where Heather had been following her last shift at Whirlpool. Through her Gmail account,
Jesus.
authorities were able to see her movements throughout the entire day of April 9th, thanks to the several electronic coordinates kept in Google's GPS function. This indicated that around 6:30 in the morning, Heather had been at a trailer park
Oh,
home in
we're
the
watching
Emerald
the same
Estates
thing we were
lot.
watching earlier. You were in here when we started, right? When the detective does the unthinkable, it's Escape with Us. Here is the link to the original video. So if you want to watch it without all my pauses and asides and tangents, feel free to watch it there and give it a like. Escape with Us is a great channel. I've watched almost every video on it, so yeah. I like watching interrogations. People have given me a few different channels that do the interrogation breakdowns and stuff, so it's exciting. Got stuff to look forward to.
Little over a mile away from Whirlpool. She remained there for at least an hour before her phone had apparently been shut off. The residence was that of 44-year-old Daniel Myers, one of Heather's co-workers at Whirlpool. The authorities were able to speak with Daniel on May 24th, 2017, over 2 years after Heather's disappearance.
How you doing, Dan? Hey, Nick Katsopoulos with the Sheriff's Office. Would you be able...
Oh, by the way, fiberglass is what I was talking about. Is it like a dong kind of sound, but like, I mean, obviously less out of my mouth, like dong, dong type of sound? Where there's actually like a little bit of a tone to the hit. Yeah, I believe it's a fiberglass tip. I'm almost positive. So if you did use that on it, it would shred it, but it would be in a bad way. I'm sure it's loud as fuck on a break, though. Jesus. I'm just usually thinking about the sound when you do a jump shot and kind of snap down on it. But yeah, it's going to do a loud crack when you break with it. basically, it is like the same kind of acrylic on the outside that the balls have. It's good though. It's good for transferring kinetic energy rather than absorbing it like most cues do.
To take a few minutes and talk to us?
For what reason?
Well, we're working a cold case homicide.
Do you still work for Whirlpool right now then?
Yeah.
Okay. Back then, what shift were you working?
Midnights.
Yeah, I'm almost positive it's a
Did you tell me
fiberglass.
what this is in reference to?
I told him we're working an old homicide.
Come on in.
Are you sure?
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Sorry to wake you up. I feel bad.
We're just trying to, like I said, follow up on some leads and some other stuff that popped up. Did you know her at all?
Very, very little. Very little. Just
The officers have not mentioned Heather's name, yet Daniel is already aware of who they are speaking of.
very limited conversation. Like, I guess if you want to know how long I knew her, maybe 3 months, but how long I talked to her, maybe a couple weeks. And you don't get long breaks at Whirlpool. So,
Right.
it's like pee, eat within 10 minutes for first break. And
I think
it
it's
was
fiberglass. I
very
don't remember.
limited chit chat.
Sure. And just so we're on the same page of who we're talking about,
Right.
Heather Bogle, right?
Right,
Okay. Okay.
she's the only one that-
Did you work in the same area as her?
Yes.
Okay.
Daniel claims that he and Heather had never talked outside of work and primarily discussed their children while they were on their breaks at Whirlpool.
She was just a sweetheart. She was very concerned about her kid, worked hard. She was always sweeping whenever she wasn't doing it.
It also might be a
it's
screw-on
it was
tip, so you
sad.
might want to check
Yes,
that.
I guess it's a little odd that, you guys are...
Well, here's what
I know it's cold case, and you guys are just, grasping at straws, trying...
We want to try our best.
Right.
And a part of what we've been doing when we interview people, we've been collecting DNA buccal swabs. It's basically a
Buccal.
Q-tip. This is a little thing, and then
mean
we're off
buccal?
on our way. Would you be all right with
There's
that?
no reason why I would have to do something.
Oh, you don't have to. No, it's just part of.
If there's an issue, I'll get an attorney or something. I didn't know really the lady or anything like that, but...
Nobody's saying that. This is just part of being thorough.
Yeah, see,
And
he hasn't
Haven't
been
butt
around.
enough, buddy.
See, he hasn't been Mirandized, so therefore his ask for a lawyer doesn't matter, which is a weird thing to me. I mean, he can still not answer and not say anything. That's well within his rights, but technically saying he doesn't want a lawyer, he can ignore that for now because he's not been Mirandized. And nothing that he says here can be used against him either, I don't believe.
Yeah, he's just talking. Yeah, the cop is just talking to him.
Yeah.
I'll pass until there's some issues to where, I'll get my attorney and see what he has to say, but I'm going to pass on that.
The detective is trying to make Daniel more comfortable by mentioning how they ask everyone to provide a DNA test so that he will be more inclined to agree. And while every single person had supposedly agreed to the buccal swab, Daniel is the first to say no.
I swear it's supposed to be buccal.
But there was a good reason
Maybe I'm
behind his
wrong.
unwillingness to provide a sample. 2 days later, authorities went knocking on his door once again.
We need to follow up a little bit more in regard to that.
All right.
Because you came off work that morning, right?
Right.
Okay. And
Maybe I'm wrong.
there was nobody
I'm
else in your
willing to be
trailer
wrong
at that time.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
There was
I'm
nobody
big
else
on
living but you the
pronunciations.
whole time.
No.
And then Heather was
Book
down
hell?
in the area.
Well, I don't know. How would
It's a
I know that she's
Buchel
down
swab.
Well,
here?
you're at the trailer and she's at the trailer. So that's what we need to get cleared
Very
up. And we know this.
Buccal swab.
She
Yeah,
wasn't in
that
my
sounds
trailer.
better.
There is no way she was in my
She was in your trailer.
Okay, well,
This guy
then
boned
you're
her.
going to have to show whatever that she was there.
The first time he says she wasn't in my trailer, Daniel ends with upward inflection, as though asking a question, not making a statement. The second time he says it more forcefully. It's almost like he had to ask it as a question first,
Rude Mud
so he
Crab
could repeat
loves
it to deny it. We know people
the
struggle with
free
outright
will
lies,
debate.
so this was likely a way to handle his nerves when deceiving the detective. Someone who is wrongfully accused of something is more likely to deny it using a firm tone of voice. An innocent person may even become a bit hostile. However, Daniel gives a quick and weak denial, and not only is his evasive response more than a little worrisome, But Daniel was also hiding a mountain of disturbing secrets, and his true atrocities were about to be revealed.
Because you knew, I just don't know what
you know Heather better than what you're telling us.
No, I did not know Heather that well. I didn't. There is no way. I don't know anything about her. Just a basic conversation that we had when we sat for a very limited break. That's all it was.
You know what her car looked like, right?
Oh, come on.
I knew what it looked. No, I didn't know what it looked like. I knew from the news, from online, Facebook. I mean, there's pictures from that's on the Facebook about the car with, going by Miller's. There was a vision of a car. I mean,
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's common knowledge. I mean, even the news was showing her vehicle, but I've never seen her vehicle personally.
We didn't draw your name out of a hat and show up at your door.
Okay.
So we're here asking you to help yourself out. Let us know what happened.
Detectives are taught to never reveal to suspects what they know. And in addition, they want to give off the impression that they...
But that is supposing that Bigfoot is not just a homeless guy who's very large and hairy. So even though, while it may be homeless guy poop, could also be Bigfoot poop. Because maybe Bigfoot turns out to be the same homeless guy.
know more than they do.
This
accomplishes multiple things. For one, it allows officers to catch suspects in a lie. And
True.
two, suspects are left wondering how much
It's like a
police
7 foot
know.
tall, hairy
They
homeless
may
guy.
believe that police do know more than they actually do, which
Who
makes
poops
it
in the
more
woods.
likely that they will let something slip. The officers
With big
further
feet.
explain to Daniel that they are well aware of his involvement, but they want to hear from him just how that came to be, and more so, what exactly happened on that fateful...
Just think of Shaq, but like full Grizzly Adams beard and just hair out everywhere. And really like a hairy dude. Like, if you've ever seen his shoes, they're like this big. So, I mean, you could call him Bigfoot. Because he has a big foot. Yep.
Day.
She was never at your trailer before?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing for me to tell you.
Daniel maintains
Maybe
that
you are
Heather was
Bigfoot,
never at his
Glitchin.
trailer. However, he does give some information
Or
relating
related.
to what he discussed with her on April 9th at work that day. After failing her nursing exam,
You
she
call
was
him
already
ugly?
feeling down on herself.
I don't know what
but the
Blitzen
cruel
looks like.
text she received from her
Maybe
brother
he is ugly.
had only
I
worsened
don't know.
these emotions. When Heather saw the message from Josh around 3:44 a.m., Daniel
You gonna let them- you
Are
gonna
you
let him
calling
do that,
Shaquille
Gitchin?
O'Neal ugly?
He states that nothing more happened.
Yes.
But as police would soon learn,
Wow.
this couldn't be further from the truth.
That's racist.
Following the intense confrontation, they informed Daniel that there is a warrant
What good-looking
for his
giant have
trailer,
you ever met?
in addition to his DNA.
The Big Show? The Big Show is a good-looking guy. He looks very much like me. Only bigger.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Try it. I know what you wanted to say. Go ahead. Say it.
No, I just see why you would like say like, oh, he's a good-looking guy because once you said that he looks like you, I was like, oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Do you disagree with that take?
I wouldn't really say Big Show like looks bad or good. He just looks like a dude to me.
Oh, gotcha. Taking the safe route, I see. I'm just playing. Moving on.
Here on out, Daniel would be unable to hide the monstrous lie that was masked behind his seemingly normal facade.
That is a
However,
weird
what you're about to see is more
smile there.
shocking than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, they did him dirty.
Taking
They
a
did him
closer
very
look,
dirty.
authorities were stunned to learn that Daniel had apparently mourned the loss of Heather.
I can't even make
He
my mouth
attended her
do that.
funeral and signed the registry book thereafter to pay his respects, even going out of his way to donate $125 to the GoFundMe account of Heather's family, writing a now disturbing message. Heather, you were such an amazing person. Although we've only known one another for a short time, I've come to appreciate our talks about our kids. I'm distraught that there will be no more of your smile at work. You will always be in my thoughts. Your daughter will always be in my prayers. God bless you, little Missy. Danny and Ethan Myers. Apparently, he had also posted to Facebook that he was unable to eat or sleep due to the frightening situation. Daniel likely enjoyed inserting himself into Heather's world this way. He may have felt a secret thrill at the funeral, playing the part of a grieving co-worker, all while relishing in the fact that he was the only one who knew the
That guy's
truth about what
Dexter.
happened to her. In addition, he may have believed that staying close to the situation would make him appear less suspicious. But as the investigation continued, it was
What
quite
is the
clear to police that
Rougarou? I've
things
never even
weren't
heard of
adding
that.
up. Just 5 days after...
Hold up. What is the Rougarou? Oh, it's just somebody on Facebook or something.
I have a theory of what I think happened here.
Is a Rougarou just like a kangaroo in Louisiana somehow? I don't know. Let me see.
What do you think happened here?
I think... I don't know. Rougarou. Rougarou. The Rougarou is... looks very much like a werewolf Wendigo type of thing.
Oh, it's a type of dog man?
Yeah.
That's cool. Never heard of it said that way.
Rougarou. Something.
That makes it sound much more friendly than it actually is.
It's a puppy man. The human puppy hybrid. It's Ernie. It's Ernie Shale. It's a Latin tiger that has a little bit of werewolf blood. Man bear pig. A were puppy.
Heather was found, Daniel had purchased new plywood flooring for his home, and at the end of the month, a new mattress. Along with this, over a year later, he made a trip to the local dentist to repair a set of cracked and broken teeth.
I'll be honest, there's a lot going on. I missed a lot of these
anything but typical.
facts. What the
Several
heck?
other purchases were also discovered, such as materials to repair a deck, lawn chemicals, light bulb, several a month, a new mattress. Along with this, over a year later, he made a trip to the local dentist to repair a set of cracked and broken teeth. But the reason for the dental visit would...
Is it just me, or are his molars really high?
Oh, it's not just you. His molars are fucked up.
be anything
That
but
is
typical.
weird.
Several other purchases were also discovered, such as materials to repair a deck, lawn chemicals, light bulbs, galvanized nails, and paint. But this could all be explained away, even though a
He's
new
gonna bury
revelation
her
was
under the
far
ground.
more difficult to rationalize. A warrant had finally been obtained to perform a DNA test on Daniel, and it concluded that the sample from underneath Heather's fingernails was a complete match to that of her coworker. Over 2 years later, the truth
did
of the
it.
devastating matter would finally be revealed. When police officially searched Daniel's trailer,
Dave
the
the
findings
dentist.
were unsettling, to say the least.
That would be my wrestling name.
Upon entering the residence, investigators found various adult toys, surveillance equipment, a Dell laptop, disposable cameras,
This is the growling
handcuffs,
arachnid,
jewelry, a pair of women's underwear,
friend from over
and
on
a sam-
Tom's Discord. Well, Tom's stream. We've had some debates on slavery. I'm not going to go into it right now, but whether prisons are slavery or whatever. No, it's not rap. At least unless he's hiding as somebody I've known for a long time. Secretly been somebody I've known forever.
Samsung Galaxy cell phone. Furthermore, they located several red and brown
So true.
stains on the bottom of Daniel's carpet. A sample
Now I'm going to
taken
do it
from
just
the
to prove
rug
you
would
wrong,
later
Smokey.
come back positive for blood. Not only that, but Daniel had been keeping videotapes documenting his encounters with women and had bizarrely Googled nursing textbooks online. In addition, GPS locations from Daniel's truck uncovered that he had frequently driven by Heather's house between the months of March and April of 2015, and had even made his way to the Somerton apartments on one occasion. But once the horrific event took place, his travels around the specific location...
You've also had some debates with Easy too, haven't you, on his channel? I know Z King has, at least, from Tom's community. Have you?
Who are you asking, me?
Yeah.
Not really.
No? Okay. I know Z King and Blur both have Tom Bombadil. I wasn't sure if you had too.
...came to a sudden halt. This could suggest that Daniel was obsessed with Heather and stalking her, but at some point his behavior escalated. It's possible that if Heather discovered that he was following her...
Smokey, I read it. You can't pretend like it never happened just because you retracted it. You know the rules. Go sit in your chair. Think about what you did.
...and she confronted him, he may have lashed out. Alternatively, he may have expressed interest in her, and she rejected him,
Yeah,
which made him
skinwalkers
angry.
are creepy.
On top of this,
I
there
live
was
out
also
here
alleged
in
evidence that
Arizona,
Daniel...
and I can't think of what the term for it is. But there's like a word that the natives here won't even say. Because it's like a Wendigo, but there's a word that they call it that apparently they won't say either in public in fear that it'll come. Yeah, that's a good freeze frame right there. This poor guy. They did do him dirty with this one. They have two pictures of him. They keep popping this one up though. The one where his mouth is like half covering his teeth.
May even be connected to more than one crime.
I forget what they call the skinwalkers
On
out
June 1st,
here. There's a term for it.
2 years after Heather's horrendous murder,
No.
Daniel was finally taken into custody.
Is it a Native
One of the
American term?
investigators
Yeah.
asked the other officer to remove the handcuffs from Daniel and instead handcuffs him to a hardpoint in the interrogation room. It seems as though the officers aren't comfortable at this point to completely...
And they make like a weird sound at night. Sounds kind of like a elk, but not.
I'm well aware.
I looked it up at one
I
point and I
believe.
can't remember what the term is. If somebody thinks of it and puts it in chat, I'll give you nothing, but I will say thanks. I have nothing to give.
Uncuff him.
You were told you were under arrest, correct? Okay. No Miranda rights at all. Okay. So nobody's spoken to you yet. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do this right now. Right. All right. You are under arrest. And that, I heard the deputy tell you that when we were out there. No, not. Okay. And he said that, but didn't tell you anything.
Yes, that's it. The Nallushi. That is absolutely the one that it is. Nallushi. They won't say that word for some reason. It is a skinwalker of some sort.
It's like Voldemort. It supposedly attracts them if you talk about them.
It's the chap.
Especially if you're native.
What did you say? That it'll track you?
The lore behind it is that like if you keep talking about them, it attracts you to them. But and also if you're Native American, the effect is stronger. So it's kind of like the Voldemort thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna copy that real quick. But that is definitely it. I don't know how you found it, but respect for figuring that out. Chupacabra. The chupa thingy.
Else. Right. Okay. We're here to tell you this is in connection with the Heather Bola hunt. Okay.
The officer reads Daniel his Miranda rights, and he quickly requests an attorney.
There you
He
go.
still answers.
He gets an A+ for requesting an attorney right off the bat. That is what you do. Anytime you're Mirandized, ask for an attorney.
One question.
What is your past for your cell phone? About a week. Can we write it down? Yes.
Passcodes to cellular phones are protected under the Fifth Amendment in some jurisdictions.
Yeah, I would still
and
wait
the
until
contents
the lawyer.
of a phone are generally protected.
Like, sorry, I'd like to talk to my lawyer first and see if I should be giving you this. That's all. I wouldn't even give him this. Nope. Wait for
under
the
the Fourth
attorney.
Amendment. In all likelihood, Daniel just waived some very important Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections by voluntarily giving up his passcode and consenting to a search of his device. You should never give up a phone, its
That's okay,
passcode
Fluzzy.
or its
I
contents
appreciate you
without a
being here
warrant.
regardless.
Even then, good counsel will attempt to have this warrant overturned or the admission of evidence obtained via the warrant excluded from evidence. By surrendering these rights, officers no longer need to develop probable cause to obtain a warrant in the first place. This essentially allows them to go on what attorneys call a fishing expedition, where they might find evidence of a crime, but may also find additional evidence linking a suspect to other previously unknown or undiscovered crimes. Waiving these rights places the suspect in
Gotcha.
greater jeopardy
Thank
from
you,
this
Glitchy.
perspective. Assuming the case
Sure.
goes to trial, the suspect has harmed their case by freely offering additional and possibly incriminating evidence to the prosecution.
You get your attorney, you get situated in, you let me know. We'll sit down with you and your attorney. I think you got a story to tell.
And
Boo. So they were right, and I was wrong. Because I thought it was buccal. So it is like a buccal swab. Alright, never mind.
it was quite
I
the
am
story.
willing to be wrong.
Following his arrest, 10
But
other
boo
women had
to
come
being wrong.
forward, claiming that they had been assault victims of none other
Why is being
than
wrong
Daniel
bad? You found the
himself.
truth.
It's not.
And while
That's how you
incarcerated,
find
the
out the truth.
suspect had attempted to regain contact with many of his alleged victims by writing handwritten letters. Although in a conversation from jail, he learns that this
I'm
may not
absolutely
be
not
a
always
possibility with at least one woman.
We'll
Did you
never
get a
make that
chance to
claim.
go see what the address was?
He said she does not want anything to do with you.
Oh, well, how does that then?
Talked to her about 3 weeks ago. Huh?
Well, why didn't you mention something to me?
Because I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, it don't hurt my feelings. I just wanted to send her a card, but
She said don't, because if you do, she'll get you for harassment. I mean, a lot of these women that you want to send you trying to contact, they're scared of you.
all right.
You know, I don't know, Danny. I don't know what you want us to
All
do.
right, well, enough said.
In one of the letters, Daniel wrote, "So many emotions in one. Not sure why I'm writing now. First off, I guess you really didn't know me after all. I was never violent with you. You enjoyed my forcefulness, you told me many times, almost instructed me on what to do. You always told me you liked to be held down. Maybe your memory wasn't as good as mine." As the note continued, Daniel insisted that the unknown person was in favor of his
But yeah, that
disturbing
now
actions.
Lucy is my favorite.
Although it hasn't been documented if
cryptid
Daniel
because
was ever
people are
diagnosed,
actually afraid
people
of it.
with antisocial personality disorder often
Rob
engage
Lucci,
in
One
this
Piece?
sort of emotional manipulation of their victims. They will
you talking about
attempt
One
to
Piece?
persuade
Oh,
the victim.
do you
This
want to
was
touch?
doing
Oh no,
various tests all
What
night.
did I do?
I
What did I
thank
do?
God for my mom.
Oh no. I lost track. I clicked the wrong part of the screen. If you want to talk about One Piece, have you watched the?
Oh no, I was asking if you were.
No, but have you watched the live action One Piece?
I heard it's good, so I was going to at some time.
Yeah, I was very surprised because I was like, I'm gonna watch it, but it's probably gonna be bad, like every other anime adaptation into live action. But I really enjoyed it. I felt like they did justice to the anime, as far as I know. But granted,
really
I
cool.
wasn't a huge fan of the anime, so it's easier to win me over. I'm not like a super fan of One Piece. I think it's a cool premise. It's just a very daunting anime because of how long it is and how much there is to it. But I really liked it. I really liked what they did with it. All right, anyway, moving on.
Partner rejects them.
He was married to a girl named Kimberly at one time, and I guess
Yeah, that's
she
for
didn't tell me
storage.
until here
No,
a
I'm
while
just kidding.
back that
I
he
don't
used to
know.
be abusive to her too. And then he was also married to a Bobby girl at one time, and
That's
she
for
said
hiding
that
your
he was
drugs,
abusive.
Sam.
Daniel
Duh.
and Bobby had a daughter together named Tabitha. On March 28, 2018, she sat down with detectives to give chilling details on the horrors that she encountered as a child, all thanks to her father. Supposedly, when she would visit Daniel every other week, seeing as he and Bobby were no longer together, Daniel would always have a new woman at the house while acting out his violent fantasies.
We're not
no
supposed to
surprise, the
store
women
the
were
drugs in
allegedly
your
under
lungs.
Daniel's
Jeez.
rule, whereas he would punish them if he didn't approve of their behavior. He would reportedly grab the woman by her clothes or hair and take them to his bedroom. Once the door closed, Tabitha could supposedly hear the blood-curdling screams coming from inside of the torture chamber. It was something that she would never forget.
When he dated, you know, he was dominant. You know, they done what he told them to.
No first-hand knowledge or witnessing anything like that.
No, I've never seen him physically hit a woman or nothing, you know, just what they've told me and, you know, things like that.
Okay. And then
I don't know if my sister told you, but she had told me, I think it was beginning of the summer or whatever, that he tried to handcuff her to a chair. He paid her to come clean his trailer, and he tried to handcuff her to a chair.
Jesus.
Wow.
You know, yeah, I mean, she did have
Sexual
bruises
deviant.
on her, you know, her wrist and stuff.
He also claims that Daniel would use derogatory terms when referring to his girlfriends, basically to the point of dehumanization. This suggests that Daniel may have had a paraphilia-related mental disorder known as sadism, where an individual gains satisfaction when causing pain or fear in their partner. On top of this, psychopathy and sadism are linked, although the cause of this is unknown. But as we creep a little further down this twisted path, we learn that Daniel's crimes were darker, and there's a chance that Heather wasn't his only victim.
Did you know Leanne
He
Sluter?
sounds nice.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah, there was about 5 or 6 years there that me and him didn't talk because my house got broken into.
True, we might have the perfect
and,
guy for them.
Some people told me that it was him because they seen him walking from behind my house that night.
Leanne Sluter,
Trust me,
a
they're out
girlfriend
there,
of
though.
Daniel's from years earlier and the mother of his child, Ethan Meyer, had tragically taken her own life back in 2009. Or at least, that's what authorities concluded based on her sudden death. But others believe that to be an utter and complete lie, especially Leanne's sister, Lori.
I don't remember
and
where I
Haley.
saw it, but there's this
In
thing about how
2009, Daniel had apparently walked into
serial
Leanne's
killers
home,
have fan
finding
clubs
her
and they get
lifeless
fan
body
mail
resting on the bed
while they're
with
in
a single
prison.
22 caliber rifle gunshot
So weird.
wound to her chest.
I used to be pen pals with Ted Kaczynski.
Weird. That's dangerous.
Smart dude.
I know, that's why I'm saying it's dangerous.
When someone starts telling an elaborate story during a 911 call, this is a major red flag for deception. Most people who find a dead body would request help right away and then answer pertinent questions that the operator may have, rather than
it really a
delivering
mental condition? I
monologue
didn't
about
know
how they
that.
came to find the scene. It already sounds
What
like
is-
he's potentially building up an alibi.
Whatever the
But the barrel of the firearm had
paraphilia
been
is
exceedingly long,
to, like,
and the trigger would have potentially been too far
serial
to pull
killers
had
for
it been
women
facing
to be
towards Leanne.
sexually
Not
attracted
only
to them
that,
or
but the
whatever.
gun was resting quite neatly beside her, almost as if someone else had placed it there.
Sadism?
After
I wasn't
committing
aware of
the
that.
ultimate crime. However, there was also a
No,
I wasn't aware
that's
sadism was a mental disorder.
different. I don't know if it's as much a mental disorder as a symptom of a mental disorder. I'm not 100% sure how that works.
note supposedly written by Leanne that Daniel had kept hidden away. Part of it reads, "I have loved you unconditionally without waver,
Hybristophilia.
and all you ever did was use me as a bank, kick me to the side
You're
when the next
glitching is
best
a
thing
wealth
came
of
along.
knowledge today.
All I ever wanted was to just die so that the hurt would stop. The note had supposedly been written in Leanne's handwriting, as reported by authorities. But even if the note did come from Leanne, there's no way to know that she did so of her
See,
own
Fuzzy, I'm not
volition.
crazy. There's
Given
even a
Daniel's
term for
behavior
it.
toward other women, it's likely that he treated her in a similar manner. Authorities have maintained their original ruling to this very day, but many have suggested that a certain someone was actually behind her death all along. In addition, Daniel's brother, Stephen Myers, had written an alarming message on Facebook, indirectly admitting his siblings' guilt. I just wanted to say how truly sorry I am. I can't explain why my brother did this awful thing, but please don't look down on my family or myself. But we are all proven innocent until guilty. Not saying he is and not saying he's not. Only one person knows who did this horrifying crime. Despite previously not admitting what had happened to Heather during his time in jail, Daniel had been spewing an inordinate amount of suspicious comments. This included a time where he'd been watching a TV show starring a female judge, and supposedly claimed that he wanted to hurt the woman and rip her hair out, just as he did to someone else. With this, he apparently confessed to an inmate that Heather had traveled to his house after their shift on April 9th, 2015, where Daniel comforted her regarding the text sent by her brother, but then tried to initiate a romantic gesture towards her. In return, Heather began to laugh, sending Daniel into a rage. In an instant, Daniel supposedly overpowered Heather,
What a fragile
trying to force her to submission.
Seriously.
However,
Jesus.
the young woman was much stronger than Daniel had imagined, and she was able to fight back, and even managed to knock a tooth from his mouth. He would later superglue the tooth back into place, according to his dental records. But sadly, Daniel was able to subdue his victim, handcuffing her wrists and tying her feet, all while beating her without any remorse. Eventually, he would end the young woman's life with 2 gunshots to the back, place her body in the trunk of her car, and drop the vehicle off at the Somerton Apartments. The truth had once and for all been uncovered, but the brutality of the murder forever remains one of the most shocking events in that small Ohio town. Yet this case doesn't end here.
That's another thing that's kind of creepy. I'm planning on moving back to Ohio. I see a lot of these serial killer stuff is in Ohio. It's very strange. I'm a little nervous.
On February 1st, 2019, within days of starting his trial, Daniel was found face down in his cell, prompting a medical emergency.
You doing all right, Dan? I'm just laying down on the floor, face down. Yeah. Hey, Dan, can you hear me? You all right? What's going on? You got any pain anywhere? Just stay right there. Squad's gonna come look at you.
As the result of an unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, Daniel was transported to the nearest emergency room. Yet he was unable to escape the inevitable consequences of his evil crimes. Former Detective O'Connell,
I have no
who
idea.
almost put
I know
3
one way
innocent
you could do
people
it in
away
there,
for
but
life, was sentenced to
he
2
obviously
years in
didn't do that.
prison in September of
Tried to hold his breath or
2018,
something?
but was eventually released in July of 2020.
Just by the way he's acting
2
there,
months
it's very
early.
strange.
Along with this, the former sheriff who also investigated Heather's case is currently out of prison and works as a drug rehab counselor, helping others to not make the same mistakes.
Yeah, I don't want you to give anybody any ideas.
In 2019, Heather's friends and family would finally receive the long-awaited justice. During his trial, Daniel apparently ignored everything, doodling or writing the entire time, except the recap of the crime, which he listened to intently. Still, Daniel pled guilty to aggravated murder along with several other charges, ultimately avoiding the death penalty. He will spend the rest of his life in prison and will never have the chance to receive parole.
Damn.
My butt's
That
smoking,
shit's
man.
fucked. But yeah, if you look,
They didn't answer the question of like why that one officer was helping him.
true,
Officer, detective. There you go.
true, yeah, that never really got covered. Yeah, there's not many that I haven't watched, supposedly. Less and less as we go further down. But yeah, up here at the top, I've watched pretty much everything. Jesus.
Man, the one officer that does get like most of the punishment is just the guy who was just doing drugs on the job.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that some shit?
I haven't watched that one yet. That one looked more like a.
That Boogie? Oh no, that ain't.
You're like, fat guy. It must be Boogie.
Yeah, he looks exactly like him.
Nice.
He's got the glasses and the freaking open soy mouth.
Yeah, true. Let's see. How long is this one?
The one I sent you is about 25 minutes.
Okay.
That's from
The
JCS.
detectives created a ruse, inviting. The detectives created a ruse.
All right, I'll pop that up. I'm going to link it in the chat. This is from JCS. I don't know how they feel about content usage, so make sure I dot all my T's, cross all my I's, you know.
He's fine with it. They banned him off of like YouTube and stuff.
Oh, did they? Is JCS gone?
Yeah, he's pretty gone.
What happened? Well, then how are his videos still up?
It's something. It's some weird thing that they had going on with him. He talks about it.
Okay.
In one of his videos.
I just want to make sure I don't catch a copyright strike because I can't afford that. But yeah.
Sure, for sure.
Well, just to give proper notice, that is the channel. If you want to see it without all my interruptions, feel free to watch it there. Check out the channel, look at their content. I don't really know the base of their content necessarily. What is their content basically, usually?
He was what popularized the whole true crime looking into interrogations style.
Okay. Got ya. Alright.
Inviting Stephanie
So
to come in
we'll
and
see.
advise them on a case
So
involving
I'm assuming
stolen
if
art.
a lot of
Knowing they
people are
were
watching
dealing
this
with one
stuff,
of their own,
it
they
shouldn't be an
rehearsed and
issue, but I'm
prepared
gonna
for
be
the
careful
interview more than
regardless.
anything they had done before. Their plan of attack was to keep the conversation as casual as possible for as long as possible, and carefully waited for the key moments to initiate the confrontation.
Stephanie, I don't know if you know my partner. Or...
Hey,
great.
Hi.
Sure, nice to
Yeah,
meet
see
you.
you guys.
How's it going?
Good.
Milling around. Well, have a seat. I don't want to talk about this in the squadron because I don't know who people are listening.
That's true.
And if we go to my side, everybody's always wondering what everybody else is
sure, no
doing.
problem.
Okay.
The first thing the detectives do is set up a compatible tone with a suspect. She has just stepped foot inside an interrogation room, and the detectives negate the negative implications of such an environment through a friendly disposition. Consultative meetings, such as
That's
seeking
smart.
advice over an art theft, can take place anywhere, and the last place detectives would choose to spend more time in would be an interrogation room. The reason they give the suspect for meeting in such an unusual location is to not spread rumors or innuendo. Yet the real reason is that all firearms have to be checked in before entering the area, and they needed the suspect to give up her gun without alerting suspicion.
But like we're talking about being busy and stuff, we've been assigned a case that we've been looking at. Okay. It's a new case, and reviewing the case, there's some notes to see as far as your name being mentioned.
Okay.
Do you know John Rutan?
Try and imagine for one moment that you savagely murdered a love rival in a jealous rage. Over 2
Jesus.
decades had passed since the act. Then all of a sudden, you're brought to an interrogation room and sat directly opposite 2 senior investigators who bring up the name of the man you committed first-degree homicide for.
Good God.
John Rutten?
Yeah, she killed her
The
dude, bro.
investigators already knew how to say John Rutten's name
What
correctly.
the
The
fuck?
mispronunciation was a simple strategy to see how the suspect would react. Setting aside the element of the murder, John Rutten was the second longest relationship in Stephanie's life, and a psychiatrist later stated that this
What is
pause
this?
was 4 times as long as it
This
should
looks
have been.
very
She was
familiar.
already being deceptive by acting as if she hadn't
It was a
thought
very
about
famous
that name
case.
for so
Okay, I
long,
was gonna
giving
say,
reason
I
for
think
her
I've seen
prolonged
this
reflection,
before.
when in reality, the name John Rutten was engraved in her memory, and even when slightly mispronounced, it would have most likely taken milliseconds for her to realize exactly who the detectives were referring to.
Right.
Oh yeah, I went to school with him.
You did?
Yeah.
Gavin McGinnis just got 22 years for the January 6th innocent? What?
He did?
Well, they said the leader of the Proud Boys. Isn't Gavin
Oh, that's not
McGinnis the
Gavin.
leader? I thought he was the leader of the Proud Boys.
He had founded it as a joke, but he quickly disavowed them and separated himself from it.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Kind of like how he was a founder of Vice.
Okay. I did not know that. So who is the leader
I'm
of
probably
the
thinking
Proud
about that
Boys?
Mexican too.
I know Baked Alaska is the only Proud Boy that I actually know the name of. Enrique Tario?
Enrique? fool who's a freaking FBI informant. Yeah, he's the leader now. Most likely got put away.
22 years. Sheesh. That's a long time. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's crazy.
How long did you know him?
Gosh, I went to school in
There are people that kill people that don't get that long.
UCLA 1978
Exactly.
started, and
That's crazy.
you know, met him.
Should tell you what the motivations are.
Keep
She
us
says
civil.
She met him in the dorms, yet left out the fact that they had dated for 4 years and went on numerous holidays.
Here's a type of
together,
civility.
Even though she wasn't asked directly, a truthful
absolutely.
subject would most often volunteer this information without having to be pressed for it.
Were you guys friends, close friends?
Yeah, we're very close friends.
Yeah?
I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's regarding, it's a case we're working on. It involves John, and in there, some of the statements we reviewed, you know, there's notes and stuff that he knew you and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, we good friends. Lived in the dorms I lived in the dorms for 2 years.
You guys lived in the same dorm?
Yeah.
Or, oh, okay.
Yeah, Dykstra.
Okay. Were you guys just friends or anything else, or?
Yeah, we were.
I'm gonna have to look into it to see what he was
Were
charged
you in a
with and
relationship or
how the
anything?
sentences are that long.
Yeah, I mean, we dated.
That sounds crazy.
You know, I mean, what's this all about?
Well, it's relating to.
Probably enhancement on some regular
It's
crime.
unfortunate that Stephanie's
why I'm not a
face
fan of
wasn't captured at this
enhancement.
moment because
Yeah, I'm
she
not a
would
big
have
fan
no
of
doubt been
enhancements either.
immediately struck by the psychological reaction known as
And not so
fight or
much because they
flight.
exist,
Her
but
brain
because
would
they're
have just
arbitrarily
triggered
applied.
The influx of a specific
Yeah.
cocktail of hormones in order to prepare her to
They're
either
usually
stay and
applied
deal
to
with the
send a
threat
message,
or try and run away to safety. Stephanie
quote unquote.
chooses to fight.
Okay.
Okay. Did you know her?
Not really. I mean, I knew that he got married years ago.
Did you ever meet her?
God, I don't know.
Do you know who she was or anything?
Well,
And while I think January 6th was a bad thing, I think it's better to direct your disdain for a government at the government. So at least that's a plus. But I don't condone anything that happened on January 6th. I think it's a horrible thing to do regardless. But I'd rather it be targeted at the government than random people. So I do appreciate that they actually took it to the government and went to the Capitol as opposed to rioting in the streets and hurting innocent people. Although, were there any innocent injuries for January 6th? I don't know.
The one who died that day was the lady who had broke through the window, I believe, and she died from a taser, I think. And I think that was also a cop that did, but he died later. And then the rest of the deaths were suicides.
What the fuck?
Of police. That's what they don't tell you. They tell you it's 6 deaths, but then when you look
Why were
into
there
each
police
death, you're like,
suicides? What the fuck?
oh, you didn't know that?
No, I'm gonna have to
There's
look.
4 of
Okay,
them.
I got a lot of research to do on this before I talk anything about January 6th, because there's obviously a lot more to it than I know. I thought there were only.
That's all
I
we're
thought there
trying to
was
say.
literally only one death involved in the entire thing.
I think so too, and I might be like sketchy on like the cop death who died from like a heart attack, because I remember something like that happening.
Yeah.
There was a guy who got like just held by a bunch of like people, and then a black guy tased him with his own taser, and that's how he died. It was from a heart attack from that, or I don't know if I'm making that shit up.
I'm not sure. I remember something. What you're saying is at least based on a seed of truth, because it does sound familiar. Granted, I don't know if it's true, but there was a report of something like that, of cop being tased by his own taser during it. I'm not sure on the specifics of it, but I do remember something about it, and I do remember one death. But I don't remember who died, if it was a person going in, a cop, or... I was pretty sure
The one who
it
got
wasn't...
shot and killed was a protester.
Yeah, I was pretty sure nobody who was innocent, quote unquote. I mean, technically you're innocent until proven guilty, but nobody who wasn't committing an offense at that moment. Type of thing. Nobody that wasn't involved in it.
God, it's been a long
So to
time
speak.
ago.
Was harmed by it.
I may have met her.
God, this looks so
The
familiar.
Words, gosh, God, G are exclamatory remarks.
I may
was
have
very
watched
famous
this
as,
before. I may have watched this
You will
before
see them
offline.
used
I'm pretty sure.
continuously throughout this interrogation.
It was
This
popular
woman,
for being a detective who
trying
fell
to
for the same
insinuate
thing.
a vague
yeah,
memory
this woman
due
is
to a lack of
insanely familiar to
contemplation on
me.
the subject matter. She's trying to emit the impression that she would have had no reason to give any
Oh,
further
I
thought
have
to
seen
John
this.
or anything
I know
related
this
to
100%.
John since they stopped seeing each other over.
It
2
was a good
decades
one
now.
though. This was definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah.
One of the better ones that I watched.
Well, let me ask you. You said you
I like it because it's an example of like even they're not immune to their own tactics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what, are you guys, is this something?
As we know, Stephanie is a cop and has been for 25 years. She will be wise to the fact that acting oblivious to the unusual development of the situation will be a glaring red flag in the eyes of the investigators. It's been shown time and again on this channel. Guilty suspects will often try and act naive to a blatant confrontation as a means to avoiding it altogether, whereas truthful subjects will address the confrontation and either refute it or, if it's
she
subtle,
was trampled to
want immediate
death. That's
clarification
right.
and transparency as to what was being
Oh,
insinuated.
damn, I'm wrong on
I
that
mean,
then.
you said I was going to interview somebody
That
about
is what I
art,
heard.
and how you guys are. Here's,
I don't, now, granted, I don't
how
know
you
if that's
were-
100% true either. I'm gonna have to look up the official facts, but
we
I
knew
do
that
remember
this-
something
when
about
we saw this
being
in this
trampled.
chrono
I'm
that
pulling you up,
maybe,
Samuel.
there was some relationship there. That's what the chrono
Hola.
indicate.
The detective now.
¿Cómo está?
Okay, now hold the fuck on.
What's up?
What were y'all just talking about?
January 6th.
Please educate me, sir, because
I
clearly
don't-
you're more educated.
No, I
than me.
don't
have no
know about
problem
it. I
doing
need to
that.
look into it. I need to look into it before I state
There's like
anything
6
as a
deaths
fact.
that like people always like to refer to make it sound like it's worse than it is. 4 of them were a suicide done after the event, and they were done by the cops who killed themselves. And then the one casualty, or the one real death, was that lady who got trampled and or shot.
Yeah, I need to look into that before I'm not putting any statements of fact here.
Dude,
This is all
I'm
just
sorry.
my understanding of what's
I am
happening.
so sorry. I have no clue what January 6th is.
Oh, January
That's what I mean.
6th
Like, can
is
you
what they call the
educate me?
insurrection. That's when when Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I am so
Yeah.
stupid. Yes.
No, you're good. It's easiest just to refer to it as January 6th because everything else that you refer to it as, it uses loaded language in one way or another. Calling it an insurrection
Oh my
is kind of
God.
loaded language, and
Seriously, we can be like
we'll
woke
just
about
call it
that.
the
dude.
massacre of January 6th.
I call it a riot.
The riot.
Dude, it was a coup d'etat. No.
Yeah. It was an attempt to take over the government, which, I mean, shouldn't be something that's frowned upon since it's how our nation was started.
Yeah, you should listen to or go read about Thomas Jefferson's quotes on that.
Yeah. I mean,
Fuck yes, dude. Listen to you. Agreed.
I believe if you have a problem with the government, you take it to the government one way or another.
Bro,
But I'm not condoning any of the actions, for the record. I just need to make sure everyone knows this. I don't condone what happened on January 6th. I don't think that they did the right thing. And I actually don't. I'm not just saying that to say it. I actually think it was dumb and it wasn't going to get anything accomplished that they wanted to. But I understand the mentality of somebody who would want to do that. Okay, sorry. I needed to do that for my own protection.
No, it's us. It's our culture. It's our country. It's the youngest fucking country, right? You know, read the youngest. Like, so this is desensitized us to the point. So this is all opinion. You guys, by all means, tell me I'm wrong. Desensitize us to the point to where I was taken aback and surprised and joking about my coworker bailing on me on 9/11. Because we're working in a high rise, and the dude's from a country where he's like, Sam, I've seen this happen before. Like when it hit the Pentagon, when the Pentagon got hit, is when he was like, fuck this, I'm out. And like he's like, Sam, I've seen this before in my country. I'm gonna go get my family. I'm gonna go to my spot that I have out, in the woods, and I suggest you do the same. And was dead fucking serious, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Understandably.
And I was young. No, I guess I wasn't young. I'm 45 now. So that was what? I was like maybe mid-20s or some shit. I don't know. Don't really remember. But the dude, like, I remember thinking, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, calm down. But he comes from a place where that shit happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah.
And Americans just assume that it can't happen over here, and that the government isn't corrupt, even though in every other country, people understand it's like, oh no, they're easily corrupt.
No, I agree.
And they
Petitioning
do it casually.
Petitioning is both the safest and probably most efficient way of getting the attention of politicians. It's just not sexy and flashy, but it is definitely the best way to do it because that shows them that people actually care and people are working.
Founding father Patrick Henry made the best case for it about what revolution have you ever heard in any country happened due to the people peacefully petitioning the tyrannical governments instead of it being at arms. It's always been an armed revolt.
I'm still going for petitions, at least if you want small change. It's better to incrementally change than try to get one giant swerve. Because things are done by petition, it's just small. You have to take that into account. Like, yes, if you need a revolutionary type of change, you need a revolution, obviously. But if you're just looking to have things addressed and taken care of little by little and work towards something, petitions will do a much better, much more efficient job. And it's not flashy, and you're not going to hear about it. That's the other thing. Like, if a politician
there's no
receives a
like
petition,
totalitarianism oppression going on with us right now. So.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so. At least plenty of people will disagree, but you know,
there isn't. What? I know.
I had a huge discussion yesterday about people comparing cops to the what do they call those Nazi people that would go around house to house?
Fascists.
No, the ones
brown shirts.
The brown shirts. Yeah, that was.
He's talking about the SS. Yeah.
Yeah, they were comparing the cops to the brown shirts that would go around and ask for papers. Gestapo. That's the word I was looking for.
Very weird. Gestapo. Damn it. Fucking beat me to it.
Why is Glitchin on top of all of this? He is like the Google master or something.
Oh, dude, Glitchin's fucking Mexican as shit. You didn't know? We are capable, bro.
Gotcha.
We're like a 10-1.
I honestly think I might have the largest part of my audience is probably Mexican. Believe it or not.
Well,
that's crazy. Some kind of Hispanic.
Yeah, notice we spread and we breed a lot.
That's funny.
But I hung out with some people last night on one of these panels that they are way more educated on the laws, on the recent changes to the law, and the ones that they were talking about, a specific one in my state that I think is the reason I was let go the day before, because I got pulled over.
Somebody mentioned
at like
in a video
1 in the morning.
Got a message.
What's that?
Somebody named Cheshire Cat, whoever that is, mentioned me in a video. Who knows? We'll find out. I'm sure I'll hear about it.
You will. Anyway.
I don't know.
People
got my name in their mouth, so that's good for me. Uh-oh. Mr. Samuel, you are roboting. You are roboting, my friend.
You get sick. Because I'm in my neighborhood.
Yeah. You're roboting hard.
The totalitarianism of internet doesn't touch my neighborhood.
Nope, still nothing. You're still roboting.
The Matrix is attacking him.
Research squad, can anybody check out and see what was said about me? If it's anything that I need to address or not. I like and dislike people having my name in their mouth. It's beneficial because it draws more attention to me, but at the same time. Cheshire Cat. Mud Crab. I don't know who that is necessarily, but I have heard of her. Maybe.
What are they saying about you?
I don't know. I was going to have other people look into it before I address it or anything. I'm not going to pull it up on stream because, if they are talking shit, I'm not going to give them that Grace.
That's crazy. You're barely starting and you're already fighting enemies. That means you're doing something right.
I guess. Haters make me famous. I think I had a hat that said that at one
Now
point or
subtly
something.
avoids the
Bumper
question
sticker.
altogether, but instead offers a deceptively reassuring response to the suspect. He makes a very sharp switch from the investigative subject matter to the previous topic of workplace rumors.
As far as I
He brings her
understand, I'm nice
focus
to
back
everybody.
the
I don't know
false
who I've been
perception of
mean
them
to
being on her
necessarily,
side.
aside from
Stephanie had just
maybe
asked what was going on,
maybe
and now
Ernie.
he essentially replies with, "We are your friends.
Maybe it's an
We're
Ernie
doing you a
simp.
favor."
And
I
we
do
didn't
make fun of
want
Ernie a lot.
to come up to you at your desk and ask those
That's because
kinds
he's
of
a scammer,
questions
and
or
I don't
do
respect
anything.
that.
You know how up there people can see what's going on if you go into an interview room or people are in there
Oh,
getting
that's
supplies.
okay. I
And
mean-
so we wanted to afford you some privacy, some confidentiality
Okay.
to talk about this because we thought it might be, something, you're married to someone else, obviously, and so forth. And
Yeah, I
but
forgot.
you may
This
not
was
want
a
to
really
talk
good
about these
video.
things in that setting where someone, we don't want the rumor mill, gossip, or any of that kind of stuff
I
to
mean,
start.
that's fine. I mean,
So we did this just as a means to try and speak to you in just
Okay, I
a
mean, I
confidential
just-
place where where your business isn't out there for other people and
Well, I mean-
This is why I'm honest. I can't lie because I'm the exact same way.
With
It's just
total
women.
reluctance to accept the
Nope.
situation at hand, Stephanie warily accepts the reassuring response without further inquiry into her initial challenge. She instead falls back into her agenda of having a foggy memory with regard to the incriminating contents.
God, that's been a million years ago. I mean,
Good old
you
tactical
know,
retardation.
what year is it now? 2009? I mean, I graduated in 82.
Thank you,
82,
Glitchin. Thank you,
Um,
Fluzzy. I appreciate you.
We dated. I dated other guys. I'm sure he dated other girls.
Well, let me ask you, roughly how long would you say you guys dated?
Jeez.
It's
I
Cheshire
couldn't even
Cat.
say.
I know that.
I mean,
Notice how she now goes on to over-explain things that don't require an explanation and weren't even inquired about. It's a clear-cut indication
Weekly
of
news with
hyperarousal
Cat.
and a derivative of TMT, also known as terror management theory. The suspect will go off on unrelated tangents as means for gaining momentary relief. Going into detail about trivial things affords her a brief escape from the terrifying reality eventuating before her. This is a very
says
common
weekly
occurrence
news
in
with Cat, whatever
interrogations
that
where the
is.
suspect is facing serious
But I'm
charges,
tagged in it,
and
so-
psychiatrists believe it to be a subconscious coping
I
mechanism.
think I'm tagged
I
in it.
started school there in 78. I started UCLA in 1978. I graduated in 82. I don't.
I'm telling you, the
remember what
research
year
crew
he
is good.
graduated. If it was a year or two before me,
Okay.
I think he was a little bit older than I was. I mean, I can't remember if he was born. Let's see, I'm born in 1960. I don't know if he was born in 58 or 59. I mean,
Offering
I knew
irrelevant
his
details.
parents, I knew his
Oh, it's a
sister,
live that
his
hasn't
brother
happened
went
yet.
to
Got it.
Northridge. His sister spent the night at my house before. Obviously, I spent the night at his house before. He probably spent the night at my house before.
That is a good point, Auntie Dearest.
I don't.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, because from what you're telling me, you guys dated while you were in
Whatever. They can
college
say what they want about
Yeah,
me.
probably
I know who I am.
college.
My people know who I am.
I can't. Geez, trying to think when I met my husband. I met my husband in. When did I meet Scott? Let's see. I was teaching DARE because I met Scott when I was teaching DARE up in Oregon. But we had long stopped, dating before that.
So you haven't talked to him for a long time?
Oh, I think I haven't talked to him in a long time. I couldn't even tell you when the last time I talked to him. I met Scott, I'm thinking in 92 maybe, April of 92. It was,
Scott being your husband.
yeah, I'm trying to think. I was teaching DARE. Let's see, what year?
Damn,
I
Smokey.
got married. I got
I'm
married
not
in
gonna say that,
1996. I think I
but
met Scott in 92.
you can.
Prior to that, I couldn't tell you how long I had talked to John prior to that.
But since you met your husband, Scott, you hadn't talked to him?
I mean, he may have called me once or twice before we got married.
Right.
Geez, I moved to Simi in 1994 because I lost my house in the earthquake.
Oh, really?
Quite honestly, I probably keep in contact with a few people from the dorms. We all lived on the 10th floor.
Thank you for the link, by the way,
and,
Flozzy. I appreciate it.
There's about 3 or 4 people I keep in contact with. There's probably like 6 or 8 of
I
us that
have
we're
a
all really
headpiece against
close.
me.
And who are those people?
Oh, geez. Diana Basta. the people I still keep. I haven't been in contact with her in
True.
a long time.
Well, I can do
I
it,
mean,
but I'm just not that kind of a
what's the-
person. I won't say
what's-
things like
I mean,
that
what's this all
about
about?
people.
I mean,
I'm too nice.
The suspect challenges the detectives for the second time, and once again the question is avoided, but this time in a more confrontational manner, as the topic is maintained with no reassurance afforded.
I'm
the
edgy, but I
detectives are
keep it
ramping up the
inside.
pressure in a very
For the
subtle
most
yet
part.
highly effective
I
manner.
try to.
What ended the relationship between you and John?
you know, I don't. It was kind of a weird relationship. I mean,
Growling Arachnid from Tom's
we
chat.
dated. I can't say that he was my boyfriend. I don't know that he would consider me his girlfriend.
Do you
we
have a
just-
channel?
We dated. We did things. I played sports in college.
Yeah.
He played basketball.
Arachnid?
His brother played basketball. We just.
Arachnid?
You know, it just didn't work out.
Okay, he's
I mean, I don't know
napping.
what to tell you. It was like I went out with other guys.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Saw other guys. I went on lots of vacations.
What's up,
Yeah,
Robert?
You know,
And once you guys,
I have a channel. I just
still friends?
I only uploaded like some song samples a long time ago.
I mean,
that's about it.
Just-
Friendly, not friendly?
I mean, if you
No, I
do,
don't
if you
think
want to
it's
get into
not friendly. I
content,
mean,
I'll
we
tag
were
your channel in
friendly.
here.
I know
I'll
that
link it so people can check it out
we
and
went
give you
to
a sub.
Hawaii.
If you plan on,
Thought about it, but I like my privacy.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
never
you
mind.
know,
I
And you
won't
were
direct
saying
anybody
that,
there. Then you're good.
it's 2009 now.
Had you ever met his wife?
I may have.
Do you remember her name or anything, or?
Yeah, it's a live that's set to go. It hasn't actually happened yet, I guess. Mud crab.
Or what she did for
Fluzzy
a living,
sent me a
or
link.
where she worked, or anything about her?
The suspect was just asked 3 consecutive questions relating to the victim. She was supposedly in a reflective state during all 3 of the questions, yet her facial expression completely changed for the 3rd one. This is because she was pretending to be in a state of reflection for the first 2 questions, as she already knew the answers, whereas for the 3rd question, she actually was in a state of reflection and was genuinely searching her memory for the correct
Oh, I haven't
response.
accepted your
Had you ever met his wife?
message
I may
request yet.
have.
Sorry.
Do you remember her name or anything, or?
Got it. Oh, this is a different one.
The 3rd question is about to be posed.
This one's
and
a
her
hip
focus is
piece
about to
with my
switch
name
from
in it. It's
pretending
called
to be
Clip,
thinking
Clip,
to actually
Clippity
thinking.
Clip.
Or what she did for a living? Or?
I think I watched that
I
and
didn't know it
it
was a hip
never
piece.
actually
Well, I
said a
think she
word
was-
about
I'm
me,
gonna say that
if I
think she
remember
was a
correctly.
nurse. Man, I can't even remember how he said he met her. Yeah, I mean, it's been so long ago.
Well, let me ask you, did you go to their wedding?
I'm apparently becoming popular.
No,
I don't
didn't
know
go to
why.
their wedding. No, I did not go to their wedding. Couldn't even tell you what year he got married. I mean, you know, it's been.
I
many
think your
years ago.
karaoke series
You
is
know,
a
again,
sleep hitter.
I mean, what?
It's gonna get you further.
No, I don't
personally.
understand why you're talking about some guy I dated a million years
Yeah,
ago.
but
do you know
nobody
what
gets to
happened
like
to his
watch it
wife?
after the fact,
Yeah, I
which
know
is
she
nice.
got killed.
You wouldn't need to be an
I
expert
think that
in
works to
body
your favor.
language to
I think so,
recognize
too.
the unmitigated
You
terror
have to be there to
emanating from
enjoy
the
it.
suspect's
If
face
not,
at this
then-
moment. She had just
well.
verbalized the victim's tragic demise
Yeah.
for the first
But
time.
it is
in
to
most
where
likely
everybody else
over
has
2
privacy in
decades.
case like they might be self-conscious.
What did you
Yeah,
do
that's
about
more
that?
what I'm going for with it than
I saw a
anything.
poster at work.
Because I really don't care if people make
I'm
fun of
sure
me.
I spoke
I just
to
don't
him
want them to make
about
fun
it.
of like the other people who have the balls to get up there and
I
sing.
think I spoke to another friend of his about
Yeah,
it.
because the internet is mean. I get you.
Yeah.
How did you
very.
first learn about that?
Gee.
People, if you're weird on the
Someone
internet
could
and you
call
let
me,
it
I could
show,
heard it
people
at
are gonna
work.
make fun of you.
I think at one point there may have been a flyer or something. I know a good friend of
Very
his.
true.
Were you on the job back then?
Even if you're a good person.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah, I
wind
think
up with
so.
like
Yeah, I'm
a
sure I was on the
flightless
job.
bird
That's where I would
page
have heard
and
about it with the
other
flyer.
stuff.
He had a good friend, Mike.
A fuzzy fruit
Goldrick,
page.
You know.
But being that you were kind of used to see John, you know, was it everything okay between you guys? I mean,
Oh,
there
is that
wasn't
what it is?
anything uncomfortable or anything between you and her?
8 separate witnesses
Jesus,
testified that
111
Stephanie had
days
confronted Sherry
away?
at the hospital she worked at, while the 2 of them were reportedly in an intimate
From what?
relationship with John. The confrontation was said to have been
apparently
highly
somebody
aggressive,
set
and Stephanie
a,
had to be escorted off
live
the
for
premises by
111
security.
days from
Reports
now.
stated that Stephanie was by far the
Jesus,
more
that's
combative,
forever away.
and
That
even
person
made
plans
threats
ahead.
against Sherry's
I
life.
guess.
You know, I don't know. I mean, it's been so many years. I mean,
True.
uncomfortable. I mean,
And I kind of want to keep it simple. It's fun.
I can't even remember if we had a conversation.
I heard Joe Rogan's like that too
We may
about
have.
his
I may have-
podcast and
I
who
may
he gets
have
on.
seen her at
Yeah.
his
That is
bar-
always
you
booked.
know,
Yeah.
Geez, how many years ago was that? I don't even know what year she got killed.
Where was his apartment?
Why fuck
Notice
with a
her
good thing?
passive disposition as she gives the following truthful response.
On Roscoe.
Okay.
Yeah, Roscoe and East.
Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles.
So, either east or west of DeSoto.
Do you know where he moved after? Did he move after he got married, or do you know? Or
Now notice how her disposition switches from passive to frantic as she once again pretends to have a vague
Well,
memory.
whatever it is, just let me know if it's anything I need to address or not. I'm not gonna
I'm sure he
put
did.
too much
do
effort
you know where he
into
was
it.
living, or?
Hey, what's up, Super Mom?
Somewhere in the valley.
Welcome to the channel.
Did you ever visit him and his wife?
Appreciate you.
No.
No, never
No.
went out to, get together, dinners,
I
anything of that nature?
No. Like I said, his sister used to come over. His sister had come to my place. I knew his brother because his brother played basketball at Northridge.
Appreciate everybody who
In fact,
hangs
I was
out.
just coming across some pictures that I just scanned from. I take a lot of photos, like 10,000, and I just did a service where I scanned everything.
And after his wife died,
Kinda.
did you talk to him?
That was a
again?
nice speed up there.
Yeah, I mean, I did talk. I talked to him, probably his parents.
There was a lot to speak up.
I'm sure I talked to him.
Yeah.
But
got
you don't.
debuffed at
You're not
birth.
sure where he moved to after he got married.
No idea. I mean,
Never went over to visit him or.
I don't think.
meet
I
his
mean, I
wife,
don't
or-
think so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think I did. I mean, I know he lived on Roscoe for a long, long time.
And
Season
Just
better
remember,
care.
You guys are claiming that
anybody
I'm a
who's hanging out in the
suspect,
bush.
How much does it require for
Do I need to
monetization?
get a lawyer if you're accusing me of this?
What?
You know.
You don't have to. I mean.
How many subscribers you gotta get?
Apparently 1,000 for my area, but there's other places where it's only 500. So I don't know what exactly where it's 500, where it's 1,000. But yeah, when I go to my monetization page, it says I need to hit 1,000. So yeah. So maybe like Canada, it's only 500, but in the U.S. it's 1,000. I'll get
Get a
there
VPN.
eventually.
Sign in some say
Yeah.
that you're from somewhere else.
No reason. I'm not gonna cheat and inflate my numbers. I'll let it be natural, so nobody can claim that I'm cheating them or buying them or botting them or whatever. I'm not even gonna. I haven't even subbed on my second account because I feel like that's shady, and I don't want to do it. I'm also not gonna comment on my own stuff like other people do. I'm just kidding.
Oh, ouch.
I'm throwing the accusations at Tom, the whole thing. With the sock accounts, quote unquote.
Uh-huh. Right?
He's his
We all
sister,
believe
he's
what he
his
said.
roommate, he's yep. His roommate.
Can't believe he actually got somebody to show up.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
It was.
I still think when he had his brother show up and pretend like he was the real tomfoolery, I like that little bit. That bit was good.
That was a good bit.
He even did like the whole Tom intro of it today. It's Friday, the 27th of October, blah, blah, blah. He did like the whole Tom intro too. It was pretty good. Not that I remember exactly what the Tom intro is, but it's something to that effect. Nice, Mud Crab. Nice. Tom's brother is Tom with a Snapchat filter. True. But they were both on screen at the same time. So Tom's brother is guaranteed real. Now, Tom's sister may be fake. That might be Tom with an Instagram filter. And his roommate. Hey, welcome,
I mean,
Lauren.
with how,
Lauren heard Tom and was like, oh, we're talking about Tom. Hi, I'm here. I'm just kidding. Tom is fair. No, I was making jokes about sock accounts. To boost stats. And how I won't do it. Hey, we love Tom. Apparently Tom can't moderate the panel on Wednesday. He's got to work, which means I have to moderate it or find somebody to do it. But I'm feeling kind of lazy, and I'll just do it myself, which is kind of the opposite of lazy. Ambitious might be the right term. I don't know who I would want as a moderator. If I mean, maybe Wick. He was on panel last week. I don't know. Maybe. I'll see. I might reach out to somebody to see if they want to do it. But if I do, I'll do that right after my stream. I'm going to think about it. Glitchin, you don't even go on camera. You're not going to moderate. At least not to the best of my knowledge. Does Glitchin ever go on camera?
I've never seen him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. How dare you? Lauren, you don't go on camera either. No, he doesn't. Answering in the third person, I see. Nah, Glitchin's a pussy. You want to know what's even funnier? Anytime Mudcrab types in a chat, I read what he's saying, and in my head there's an Australian accent. Nar. Glitchin is a pussy. Prove it. I don't believe you can go on camera. Alright, cam up right now. I don't believe you. I'm calling your bluff, Lauren.
Yeah, it's alright to be a pussy. I'm one. That's why I'm not on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like my privacy. Plus, I like to have like the best stuff available.
But to be honest, I'm not gonna put people on panels that don't cam up. That's my own personal preference. Because like, you get a lot more from seeing people's facial reactions. It's better content.
Agreed.
I'm a femboy. You didn't know? I'm wearing a skirt under here. That's why I never stand up. And knee highs or thigh highs, whatever you call those.
Thought you were Scottish.
You don't know. I'm Irish. Does that count? Close enough.
Almost, but not quite.
No. No nipples. That's an awfully specific thing to know about.
I'm just.
Who said you had no nipples?
No, I know, but I mean,
you're not under arrest.
No nipple.
You can leave whenever you like.
No nipple femboy.
You know, I'm trying to give you some background of
That's
how I
fighting
knew
words.
him, and now you're telling me that somebody's saying that we had this big old fight, and I don't even know what you're talking about. You know, and I don't want to, get in trouble for something that I didn't even do, or you're saying I did something.
Okay.
We understand.
I mean, how would you guys like it if the tables were turned on you?
I understand. No.
No, that's what we're telling you. I mean, you're free to go whenever you want. If,
Yeah, I
if
need
this makes
proof.
you uncomfortable and you want to,
I've actually never seen you on cam, so I don't believe you actually exist.
Detectives did what they could at that time on the crime scene. Okay, and the burglary thing.
You're just an AI
An angle that they looked at.
sent to defend
But
Dave.
now we're looking at everything else on the case because nobody was ever.
How would a
arrested on
camera
the
help?
case.
We got deep fake
I
technology.
don't know that.
Schrodinger's nipples.
Or not.
True, we do have
Now,
deep
what we'd
fake
like to
technology,
do
but
is-
it sucks.
Obviously, you know about all the DNA.
It sucks at mouth movements. I don't know if you've seen any of those, like try to talk.
Yeah, I see it.
It's worse than the lip flaps and the lip flaps in what's it called? Anime. Lauren actually does have a cam. I'm gonna pull you up. Lauren does exist. Look, she's a real person. She's muted, but she's a real person.
Hey.
Hey.
And she has good lighting.
You do have really good lighting. Hi, Lauren. Hi.
Hope you guys are doing good.
I'm Dave. I'm doing amazing. How are you doing today?
I'm good. We're moving home. I just wanted to show that I'm real.
Nice. You do exist. You are an actual person. You are who you say you are.
Yeah, I know. It's shocking, right?
I know. There is a fake Lauren, which I think is gone, by the way. I reported it and did a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
so,
everybody only saw it once, I think.
yeah, I think it's gone. So
I'm pretty sure we all
hopefully you won't
know
have to
who
worry.
that probably is.
Yeah, true. Well, good luck. Enjoy your move. It sucks. I know.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing that in a couple months here. Back across the country. I'm debating whether I'm going to try to just sell everything that I have that's big instead of like shipping it and then buying new. But
yeah,
I'll lose a lot of money in the process, I'm sure. Like bed, whatever. That's like $100 for what I have. The thing I'm worried about are like the exercise bike, because I just bought that not long ago for like $1,600, and I think at best I'm gonna get like $800 out of it. That'd be a big loss, but it's also like the most awkward piece of furniture to move that would actually require a moving van.
Yep, leave it behind.
And storage is an issue.
Don't think it's an issue. Is that what you said?
Oh no, I said that, and I said that and storage is an issue.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried about that. I'll have somewhere to put it when I move. It's just I don't know how expensive exactly a moving van is. I'm gonna have to look into that and all of that. Yeah, but thank you for popping up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out and keep moving, but yeah.
Enjoy. Sooner you're done, the better.
All right, good luck, Lauren.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. Back to the presentation. What did I do? Oh, it was up the whole time. I'm just stupid.
Hey, at least you're in good company.
True. Wait, what is happening? Your mic has like some massive static happening.
How about now?
I'm muting you temporarily. I don't know what's causing that. Massive interference. Okay, it's gone.
How about now?
Oh, it's still there. Never mind. It's even worse than it was. Whew. I was a man the whole time? Interesting. You didn't see, like, the picture next to it? Auntie Dearest? It's okay. Crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle, motherfucker. It's the European male way of spelling Lauren, correct? Did not know that. I'm disappointed that she's real. Yes, and her mouth movements match the words, so she's not AI. That's true. It is the internet and pictures mean nothing, especially in this space. Nobody in this space recently looks like the picture that they have on their profile. Well, some of them, but very, very few and far between. Yes, you look exactly like you do on the picture, Mud Crab. It's a current photo. Does it even say your name on you? Is that like a tattoo? Yeah, you're obviously an average looking white guy. Exactly. You're an average sounding white guy. At least that's what I would have thought. Just for me for 5 minutes? Yay. I don't believe him, but you know. Yeah, he's not going to do that for sure. I want proof.
Because now
because
now I'm thinking I probably need to talk to a lawyer.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
because I know how this stuff works. Okay,
She
don't get me wrong.
absolutely
You're right. I
is.
have been doing this a long time,
Yeah.
and I wish I had been recording.
Some people
this
don't
because,
need makeup.
because now it sounds like there's you know, you're selling these people saying I'm fighting with her, and now it sounds like you're trying to, you know, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, and now it almost sounds like you're trying to pin something on me.
No,
now
but-
I got that sense.
Well, what it gets to on these cases, and you know it as well as I do, our job is to identify and eliminate
I
suspects.
can't believe this.
So if we ask you to a point to give us a DNA sample, a buccal swab, so we can identify or eliminate.
See, he says buccal swab. I think that might be where I got the term buccal swab.
Because I know this.
Well, that's where we're at too. I mean, because right now, from looking at the evidence, it's, you know,
I mean,
it's possible we may have some DNA at the location.
It's kind of purpled out,
And
but
we're going to do what we can to try to put this thing together.
that's not what you look like.
And your name's in the book. These people are pointing.
Prove
at
it.
you
Come
for
on,
whatever
Cam.
reason.
I don't know why.
Prove that's what you look
just
like.
crazy. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
And it would be irresponsible on our part not to look at it.
I know. You guys have to do your job, and I guess I'm gonna have to contact somebody.
You have purple lighting.
That's fair.
I mean, because I know how this stuff works. I
Sure.
mean, I
Yep.
just can't believe it.
That's,
Like,
I mean, we understand that. I mean, if we were in your position, I mean, we would feel the
Mud
same way.
Crab is lying through his claws.
I mean, it's
Nobody's gonna believe you until
I
you
mean,
come
I'm
up on
shocked.
panel
I'm really
and
shocked.
cam
Someone
up.
would be saying that I did this. I mean, we had a fight, and so I went and killed her. I mean, come on.
Well,
That's.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thanks for giving me the courtesy. I wish I.
Your PC room setup has too much lighting.
All right, Stephanie, take care.
All right.
I'm just kidding. He definitely is. Show physique. Post physique.
Let's see, Stephanie.
This is insane.
Okay.
I mean, he has the hair. Just kidding. Kidding.
Give me 1 second.
No, Lauren. I'm a sissy man in a
Stephanie, you
tutu.
know you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Tutu.
Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge for any questioning if you want. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you want to talk to us right now?
No.
All right. Okay.
This
then.
is crazy. This is absolutely.
This is
I'm like-
reveal
I'm like in
thyself
shock. I'm
day
totally
at
in
Dave's.
shock.
True. What's up, Lone Wolf?
We are back on the record in People versus Lazarus. Shortly before noon.
This is the showing that even former detectives are still susceptible to detective tactics of self-incrimination. So you need to lawyer up. The only thing you do in an interrogation is lawyer up.
Noon, the jury announced they have a verdict. We will take the verdict this time.
People of the state of California versus Stephanie.
See, I thought
Eileen
Mud Crab had a
Lazarus.
mullet, though.
Case number BA 357423. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Stephanie Eileen Lazarus, guilty of the crime
A
of
little
murder
bit
of
more,
Sherry
I
Rasmussen
suppose I can.
in
Why?
violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, as charged in count 1 of the information. We further find the murder was of the first degree.
I think I know why, but yeah, I can
John, I'm
I can
John
stretch out my stream to be more longer.
Thank you.
What's
for the
up,
opportunity
Bears?
To speak during this
Hello,
hearing.
my friends.
There are really no words that can describe
Welcome
the loss of Sherry
to my
and
stream.
the whole of this experience. So it makes no sense to talk very long.
We've got a bear raid coming in. Let's go. Hello, Olive. Hello, Catatonic. Hello, Brandy J. Hello, Mud Crab again. Hello, Jorgen. Hello, Fluzzy. Kiz Kazzy, what's up? Oh yeah, I'm gonna say hi to every one of you that talks. Hey, Grinch. Welcome. Curvy Barbie, how you doing? .com, welcome. Smoky Guru, you were already here, but hey, same with Lauren. How you doing? Outlaw Trucker, welcome. How you doing today, bud? Escape with Speakeasy, the man himself. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. You're all amazing. Thank you so much. Bears raid. Throw the bears up. Everybody throw bears. Everybody throw bears. Everybody throw bears. What's up? I'm a Hundine. Hundine, I believe is how I would say that. Wimbles! Welcome. Sugar Pie Honey Bun. You know that I love you. What's up, Lemon Drop? Trippy Cast. The clown has arrived. Catatonic, thank you again. Toxic Angel, my man, how you doing? Yeah, I love watching interrogations and dumb people who don't just say lawyer, because that's the only thing you should ever say if you're in an interrogation is lawyer. Yeah, this one just ended. This was... I didn't know what I was getting into. Hey, Shar. I didn't know what I was getting into with this one, and then I realized about halfway, or well, not halfway through, about like 5 minutes, and I'm like, this woman looks familiar. Why does she look familiar? And then I realized I had seen this one at least twice before. They're pretty good. I do have it on top of the chat, the link to the thing. I can repost it, though, just to be safe. I will repost the StreamYard link. Anybody who wants to is welcome to come up and hang out. I love you all. You know me. Hi, Pulla. Pulla May. Curvy Barbie, hello. Just trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody. You're all awesome, and I thank you all for showing up and for hanging out with Easy. Apparently, I've been tagged in somebody's upcoming video, but I'm not going to watch it on stream. If anybody wants to watch it later and tell me if there's anything I need to address, I'll be happy to address any accusations tossed towards me. But not enough to watch somebody else's video that they're making on me. Hello, Michelle. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, it's a minute. Oh, I forgot. Oh, if you haven't been here already or to one of my Wednesday streams, thank you, Michelle. All right, for everybody who just subbed up, let me get a bear. I want a bear. I actually want everybody to throw up a bear. I would throw up a bear, but I'm subbed on my main, not on this one. On my main watching channel. So I can't throw up the bear, but I can throw up a bear. Let's see. Let me get some bears. Here's some bears. Bears! Duh, bears. Hey, Long Gone, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I know some of you, it's going to be a little bit infamous truth teller. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. Not that Christine. I'm making sure I say everybody's name. You're going to know that you're here in my chat, hanging out. Even people that are already here, glitching, what's up? I love you all. Like I said, the link is posted at the top of the screen. Feel free to hop in anytime. If you haven't subbed up yet, hit that sub button. You'll be able to talk 1 minute after you sub up. Young at Heart, welcome to the stream. And also hit that like button. I love the like button. It makes me visible to people on YouTube that have never heard of me. Yeah. Salute. It's a bad salute, but it's my salute. Oh, you guys are great. So we've been watching some interrogation videos. Somehow, out of all the interrogation videos I've watched, the past 2 days have been like the worst interrogations ever with really bad detectives. It's pretty funny. I am weird too. I love being weird. It's great. That's why I'm here. I have a very strange personality. I will jump all over the place. I sing a lot. I will randomly break into song many times. If I see something that reminds me of a song, I will usually sing a line or two of the song. It's something that happens quite regularly. My brain works at a mile a minute. I have ADD, and I will never stay on task. If we're watching a video, just know we may go down like 7 tangential paths before we get done with that video. Like earlier, I wound up talking about wrestling, billiards. I'll talk about anything. Oh, you're a true crime junkie? You've probably seen this one, the Stephanie Lazarus case. She's a former detective who got interrogated after doing it herself for a long time. And yeah, you need it, Easy. You've been live for a long time. Appreciate you, bud. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for dropping some people off. Dropping off the kids at the babysitter. I'll watch them for you. I'll make sure they're all taken care of. Thank you for entrusting them with me. You have a great day. Yep, I've been officially diagnosed with being weird, for sure. Yeah, so here, we can just go back. I actually kind of forget what she's guilty of, but it's more the interrogation that I was looking at. The fact that even a seasoned interrogator should still just lawyer up rather than answering questions. Because as you're answering questions, you can wind up tripping on yourself and all your words will be used against you. Like another good example of this is if you watch when Easy when he was talking to like Ernie, he let Ernie talk forever. And then in the end, he just started taking things that he says and you throw them back at him. Listening is a huge, important thing when doing anything like interrogations. But I had one more that I was going to play. So since there's a whole bunch more people now. Yes, that's right. She did murder her ex's new wife. Yeah. You're absolutely correct. I do remember that. Yeah, as soon as I saw this image, I was like, I know I've seen this 100%. That was like the moment of realization. I have seen this before. But yeah, if you want to know like my taste in videos, I really like this one, Explore With Us. And you can see there are very few that I haven't watched. I absolutely. Yeah, she had thought it was something from her past. Yeah, she's a cop. Correct. Yeah, so I love watching this stuff. Some people say that a lot of women like this, so I must be somewhat feminine. Because I love true crime and like, especially the interrogation stuff. And also the Explore With Us guy has a really good voice for it. Like his voiceover voice is amazing. He has just enough gravel. I don't have that gravel in my voice to do that. Yes, and it's just about and we see that blah blah blah. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling. That's what I do. All right, I'm gonna pull up the other video that I was gonna take a look at. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but this was sent to me from Regent University School of Law. Oh, never mind. That's something different. That's not this. It's just the don't talk to police thing. That's something for me to watch later. I do. I love watching like true crime stuff. As long as I'm not like actually seeing the crime. So if you guys have true crime channels that I should watch, let me know. Somebody mentioned, what was it, Crime Circus to take a look at. If you have other ones that I should take a look at that you know are good and won't like copy strike me for using their content, I am absolutely transformative and will always give, yes. Oh, was that you, Crispy, that told me about Crime Circus? Yes, it was. You're right. But yeah. Any other ones I'm happy to watch too, as long as they won't copy strike me. I know I'm extremely transformative, but I want to be extra super careful. And I will always give respect back to the original creator. I do love this Explore With Us. They do a good job. And it's a very relaxing voice, like I said. Okay. Red Tree Crimes. Okay, I'll type that in as well. I'm just making a list. And I'll kind of look into the channels and see what they got going on. Yeah, I don't think they can, but I'm trying to be super safe because I want to reach monetization at some point, and it doesn't take a lot to get struck out of monetization. As long as you're pre-monetized, to get struck and lose your chance for monetization. And I definitely don't want to make a different channel and start over because I like my channel. I like the people that I have so far. You're all awesome. So tell your friends. Have them sub up. And if you're not subbed and you're just hanging out, feel free to hit that sub button. Also hit the like button. And if you're rich and have extra money, not if you need your money, don't do it. But if you're rich and have money, feel free. Up in the top corners, there are little QR code things that you can scan with your phone. One is to Cashapp and the other is to my Streamlabs. You hit those. Also, every Friday, I do a karaoke stream. It's not recorded, but everyone is welcome, regardless of your affiliations or whatever. You're all welcome, and nobody's allowed to make fun of you. If somebody makes fun of you in the chat, I will ban them, because I'm an asshole like that. And I'm the only one that's allowed to be an asshole. So, ha ha. But without further adu, I'm going to actually click on the one up here that apparently I haven't watched yet.
And even I...
With Boogie. I'm just kidding. If you were here earlier, you understand the joke. Oh crap, I'm going to end up getting banned. Well, if you're mean to people, yeah. Just don't be mean to... I mean, you can be mean to people, just not on karaoke night when they're singing. Because if they're singing... that takes a lot of guts, and I have absolute respect for anybody who's willing to get up and sing their heart out for the stream. Husband and psychologist, and they're a perfect team. Hidden true crime. Okay, cool. Thank you. This is something I'm kind of starting with for my stuff. I'm going to link the video I'm about to watch in the chat just so everybody can see it. Feel free, if you want to watch the video without my interruptions and random tangents, feel free to go to Explore With Us. Hit the subscribe button when you're over there. Hit the like button. Show them some love. I love their channel. I love the way they break things down and the way they present things. They're good storytellers, and I give massive respect. Nice. True. So far, usually when people are here, they're nice to each other. Oh, hey, I appreciate that, Crispy. Yeah, let me know. I don't know if you have my Discord, but I'm happy to get a list from you if you want. My Discord is pretty simple. If you go to add friends and just type in YTEmpDave, it goes to me. I have my name everywhere, thankfully. On YouTube, on Twitch, on... The only place I don't is Cashapp. I actually have to do YTEmpDave. As weird as that is. But yeah. So apparently somebody has a video going on with me tagged in it. So hopefully I get a report back of what it was. And if it's something that I need to address. We'll find out. But yeah, I'm going to start this video. If anybody wants to pop up on panel and talk about stuff with me, I'm more than happy to do that. I love talking stuff while blah, 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 words. Sorry, word salad. I like talking about what I'm watching. And it's always easier with another person to ask questions or bounce ideas off of. Yay. Speaking of which, I haven't had my potato guest in a while. Mr. Potato Head, do you want to pop in? No, I'm not pressuring you. Just a possibility. Hey, welcome, Wild Horses. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, you can. You don't have to, though. I'm just offering. Oh, when I say Mr. Potato Head, I mean Jorgen, because he has a cool, like, potato filter that he bounces around on. It's fun. But yeah, if you want to hop up and talk, you're more than welcome to. But no, I'm not requiring somebody to or anything. I just don't want you to feel pressured into it, is all. But you're absolutely welcome to jump up on panel.
Are you there, Dave?
Hi, I'm Dave.
Hi.
How you doing, Chrissy?
I cut you off.
Oh,
Say
you're
it again.
good. Hi, I'm Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Welcome.
I've got a new title now. I'm called the what is it again? The something what is it? Somebody in chat should know.
What is the new name for Crispy?
Yeah, I have a new title now.
Uh-oh.
It's something vice president. But yeah, it means I'm in charge of lords and lordesses.
Nice.
And it's I think so. It sounds fancy.
It does.
Yeah. And I'm gonna put it on my business card.
As soon as you figure out what it is.
Yeah. I one time tried to put Queen on my business card, but my boss said he would get back to me and he never did. So
Nice.
figured that this one won't go through. That one didn't go through, but this one might. Yeah. It's really fancy sounding and I sound so official.
So who gave you the title?
Myself.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. Like who else? But I mean, somebody in chat suggested it because I was trying out different ones.
Gotcha.
I said Lourdes, Princess, Countess.
Nice.
All these different ones.
Welcome, Paranorma.
Welcome, Paranorma. Yeah, that's a good one. That person right there. The one that you got to watch out for is Christine. Not that Christine. That's her name.
She's fine.
She makes me feel very unsafe.
Everybody's fine. Everybody's welcome here. Even people that don't like Easy, you're all welcome here.
You have no idea.
This will be your chance to squash the beef between the two of you. You can become friends here. At least while you're here, you're friends. You just don't have to. You don't have to actually.
She literally stands outside by the mailbox waiting for Ernie's medallion every day.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's coming. She's been trying. She's wearing it to the class reunion, and so she's been looking forward to it every day. Yep.
Gotcha. Yep. All right. Regardless, we're not going to talk about other people that aren't on here, so we're going to be nice.
Okay, Dave.
All right.
Just warning you.
Yeah.
Just warning you.
Well, I'm warning you too.
Okay. Okay, Christine. Dave, and it sounds like he's an umpire too. So watch yourself.
No, I'm saying we're just not going to be mean to each other. We're going to be nice.
We're not going to be mean, Christine.
That's you too.
She's making avocado toast right now.
Hell yeah.
By hand.
I can't do avocado toast. I'm sad.
Yeah.
I'm allergic.
She's making fun of me because I don't have an avocado tree.
Is that something to make fun of people for?
Yeah, apparently.
No, it's fine. All right.
All right.
We're not going to talk bad about people.
Okay. All right, Dave.
All right.
You're such a nice person. That's why everyone's nice on your channel.
Yeah.
Because you're just a nice person.
She'll be nice to you here too. Right?
Okay. Right, Christine? All right.
You got it. All right.
All right.
We're all gonna be
We'll
nice.
see.
We're gonna move on. I'm gonna start playing the video.
Oh, you're playing a video? I thought you were looking for somebody to
Oh
talk
no, I didn't
to.
play it
That's why I
yet.
came
Oh
up
no,
here.
I'm down to talk too. Well, I was gonna have you go over the video with me if you want.
Oh, okay.
Because you're into true crime too, right?
Yeah, I used to have a true crime channel, so, and like for a long, long time. And then, yeah, and I'll give you a list of people to watch too, you know. But like, if you like interrogations, I love interrogations.
Yeah.
So I watch a lot of those. Yeah.
Yeah, Char's here. She's in the chat, but she's not up on panel. This is Crispy Treat. Although you had your name as Christy Treat one time, and it threw me completely off, and now I keep calling you Christy instead of Crispy.
That's fine.
Oh no.
That's okay. But you can also call me Empress Vice President.
Oh, is that what it was? Empress Vice
Yeah.
President? There we go.
Yeah, pretty sure. So
Nice.
anyway.
Nice. Well, I'm the Emperor, so.
Yeah, oh, that's right. I thought that meant empire.
No. Emperor.
Oh, emperor. Okay. Well, I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm the ruler of all things.
Oh,
Kings bow to me.
Well, see, I'm just in charge of Lord and Lordesses, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, kings bow to the Emperor.
Oh, that's right. Like kiss the ring kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay, good to know. I
Yeah.
thought you were just an empire.
Like
Not just an
Constantine
empire. That seems
or
important
Caesar. They're emperors.
too. Caesar. Oh, yeah. The haircut. Remember George Clooney had that haircut for a while?
Yeah. And then they eventually will all end up with my haircut, you know.
Yeah, eventually that happens to all of them, doesn't it?
True.
You're right. You're right.
I'm just beating them to the punch, you know.
Right. Like you're ahead of the style. You're
Yeah.
ahead of everything.
Exactly. It'll always work.
Good to know. You can play your video. Let's see it.
All right, let's go.
All
Fuzzy
right.
B changed her picture.
Oh.
She saw everybody was putting up their real picture, so she had to put up her real picture. I can't even see what it looks like.
It was that obvious.
That is a charge called homicide, felony murder. It is life without parole.
It is a dude with the butt showing.
Yeah.
It's the new trend. Everybody's putting their real pictures on. Oh no.
Yeah.
I actually
Heard and
watched
are
this
about to
one.
hear
I think
some of
this
the-
is about like
I know
murdered
which
children.
one it is. It's really bad.
Is this about
Yeah.
murdered children?
Yep.
Now
Yep.
I know why I didn't watch that one. Okay, never
Yep.
mind.
It's
Sorry.
not good. You did have on Stephanie Lazarus though, and that's like my favorite one. The old cop
Mhm.
where she with Jim. Yeah, I know Jim. Why? What's this about? What's this about? With the creepy eyes.
Yeah. Yep. I watched that whole one at one point by myself, but that was a shortened version that I was watching for
Oh yeah.
stream, but I had already finished it basically. We were just to the trial at that
Yeah.
point, which wasn't the important part. The important part was just knowing that it doesn't matter how smart you are, interrogators will get information
Yeah.
out of you if you don't just ask for a lawyer. The only thing you can do in that situation is ask for a lawyer. Even if you're innocent, ask for a lawyer. Better
It's
safe
crazy.
than sorry.
Like the amount of people that just like will take lie detector tests and just keep talking.
Mhm.
It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You're nuts. Like I guess because it makes you feel like it makes you seem like you're guilty, you know, but it's
Yeah.
you just never ever talk.
That's
Never.
absolutely what people think. Here,
Yeah.
hi Olive. How are you doing today?
Hi Olive.
Welcome to the stream.
Tell Christy that I just love her.
Oh, hi
Aw,
Olive.
how sweet.
Yeah.
I love you, Dave.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, Dave's always really nice.
What did you say? I can't hear you without my lawyer. That's exactly what you say. Oh, sorry. Did you ask me a question? Sorry. Until my lawyer gets here, I can't even hear what you're saying. Sorry. He's my interpreter. Some people need a hearing aid. I need a speech aid, and that's my lawyer.
I asked somebody one time too, like, what do you say? Because they said that even when they get pulled over, they don't say anything. I'm like, what do you mean when you get pulled over? Because, like, I mean, I would know not to ask for a lawyer, like, if somebody was, you know, arresting me. But what do you mean when you get pulled over, you don't speak? Like,
No, that's
like I just don't
kind of
speak.
weird. You can get away with that.
Yeah.
With most cops, you just hand them the information that they want.
Yeah.
Generally, you're not going to get off with a warning if that's the way you treat it. But
Yeah.
it's best to be cordial, not be a jerk. But give away as little extra. Don't give away any extra information. If they ask you, do you know why I pulled you over? No.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Don't answer.
I'm a disaster.
Don't
like,
answer
I
those
give
things.
away everything. You already know.
Yeah.
Like, I tell everything.
Oh.
I'm terrible at it.
Yeah. Just if a cop is asking you a question, assume they either already know the answer and are asking anyway. But don't answer their questions and give them more information, but you can answer plainly. If it's an open question, don't answer. But if it's like, can I see your ID or something like that? Yes, you want to do that. No reason to fight the cops out there. Fight them in court.
Right. Well, yeah, and then they said, one time my cop friend said that, like, if you get pulled over at night, like, it's real helpful to the cop if you turn your dome light on. Like, they said that makes them feel like that, you know, a little more secure when they walk.
It's actually not a bad idea. I never even thought about that.
Maya didn't either, and then once he said it, I thought, like, oh, I wouldn't mind doing that. Like, I just never thought about it. But I imagine that would make them feel better.
That's a good tip, because then they can look inside the car and not have fear that you're, like, sitting there waiting with a gun.
Right.
I've seen too many things that I wish I didn't.
Me too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, people tell me things, too, that I wish they didn't. But they always tell me. Everyone always tells me stuff. Even my own kids. I'm like, I don't even want to know. Why would you even tell me something like that? But they tell me. They always tell me everything.
Oh, no.
I don't know. Oh, well.
Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm reading chat right now.
Which one?
There's an escaped prisoner in PA. They've been hunting him since 8/31.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw that
since
earlier.
Oh no, so they've been hunting him since the end of August, so the past 5 days. Oh, is this the one where the guy's in the forest?
Yes, he came out of the woods and they saw him, and there's a picture of him without like a shirt on or something, I think, right? Like a black and white photo.
Yeah,
and then a picture of him from. He's killed 2 people.
What?
Yeah.
Since he's been out?
Yeah, he's killed. Well, not like since he.
Oh,
like I don't know when he's killed 2 people, but like one of them is in like another country, and then he killed like his girlfriend or his ex-girlfriend or something.
Jeez.
So not just this time, but like like he's not a good person to be out on the street.
But yeah, they've just been like staking him out in more of a preventative measure of him getting anywhere. They're not like moving in to arrest him. It's very weird.
They don't know where he is.
Well, they know he's in the forest and he's popped out. Like, I thought they did know where he was.
Well, that seems like that'd be pretty damn easy to find it if just take a helicopter and they got that like heat sensor shit.
Well, in the forest, they're not going to see much. There's too much. You can't really. The heat signatures won't go through. Won't go through the treetops.
What do you mean? Don't that heat thing doesn't work through trees?
Not really.
Why?
That's more for like open area.
I thought it.
I think I could be wrong, but that's how I understand. Like, because it's whatever the closest temperature to it. It's not going to go through something cold to see something hot. It can't like see through cold objects. So like all the things are in the way. I mean, I'm pretty smart.
Most of those, like, you know, people are missing. They're in those vast areas. They're gonna be heavily. I don't know what, but was it Brian Laundrie? Like,
thank you, Shar.
Brian Laundrie, he was missing in like that, in a forest too, right?
I don't know. That name sounds very familiar. I don't know exactly the details of it.
Yeah, he was the one. Oh yeah, Brian Laundrie. He was the one that he killed his girlfriend. They were in the van life. Remember? And he killed his girlfriend, and then he took off. He came home with the van. He came home with the van, and she was they were YouTubers.
Okay.
It was very sad. It happened a few years ago.
I mean, that's the only foolproof solution to get him to come out of the woods, obviously, is to set the whole woods on fire. I agree.
He offed himself.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, he hurt his girlfriend and then wrote this like ridiculous like goodbye letter on how he had to like, you know, put her out of her misery because she accidentally hurt herself.
That's such a shitty, boring way out.
In the middle of the forest.
Like, go face justice. If you're gonna do something, you know, some fuck shit, at least go face
Oh, such a coward.
to it.
And then just drove home with her damn van. You know, but the police had pulled them over. He had actually there was a domestic violence call on them when they were in Wyoming.
Oh,
And then,
yeah?
yeah.
Hi,
And so
McKenna. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you yet.
So the police pulled them over, and then you can see like that happen, and then the police take his side on things, even though like she's got like a mark on her face or whatever, and the call was that he smacked her across the face. But they put him in a hotel, and they give her the van to just spend the night in, or whatever, which she couldn't even drive the van or whatever, but it was her van. That's why they did it. And then, like, right after that, like, she ends up being missing. And then he comes home with the van, and then his parents won't answer her parents. And they're like, where the hell is our daughter, you know? And nobody will answer her parents. And they just handed him a lawyer's business card, you know? And the girlfriend lived with him and his parents.
So,
like, what?
We do have some breaking news on that. Apparently, Ernie knows where he was and almost caught him.
Of course.
Almost.
Of course.
Hello, infamous truth teller. Hi, I'm Dave.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome up
Hi,
to the
Dave.
panel.
I'm infamous.
I'm back to my doctor. I'll be right back, okay?
All right, Olive.
Okay.
Have fun. How are you doing today?
Does it sound okay? Does my audio sound okay?
It's a little hollow, but it's good overall.
I'm good. I'm fantastic. I woke up breathing. Let me fix it, okay? I'll fix it.
You're okay.
Going on and on.
What's up?
I said I was going on and on. I forgot Olive was up here. And
You're
I was sitting there
okay.
going on and on. Like just talking like as if
You're a good
I don't
talker.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not something to be sad about. You're
I'm
good.
so embarrassed. I feel bad now. I forgot she was up here.
She's okay. Olive plays the quiet role a lot. Uh-oh. I can't hear infamous. Oh, you're muted. Never mind. That's why I can't hear you. Makes sense.
What's up?
Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go. That sounds
We can
perfect.
hear ya.
Good job.
Okay, thank you.
Nice.
I said I woke up breathing today, so I'm blessed.
That
A lot
is
of people
true.
didn't wake up today. A lot of people didn't wake up today, so
True.
forget to.
That's good. Yeah.
Sorry, not that Christine. If this isn't for you, I apologize. But
Oh,
my content changes constantly, so you never know what you're in for. Sometimes it'll be a bunch of people coming up on panel to talk. Sometimes I'll be watching videos. Sometimes I'll even be playing video games. Who knows? Probably not so much anymore. The video game stuff is just for.
Somebody, Christine.
No, don't be mean to Christine. I told you she's welcome here. Be nice, Christy, or I will boot you off the panel. Don't you worry. For the record.
See, now you're getting me in trouble.
No,
you're getting
yourself in trouble. Don't blame Christine. It is not her fault. No. She never said your name once during all of this.
She's so funny. She's hilarious.
Yeah, we're just kidding.
I know.
Yeah,
like I don't know if you guys are friends or enemies or what.
We just tease like that.
All right, just making sure.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell you in the chat. I was like, she's just playing with you. She's just playing around.
Just making sure. There are some crazy animosity between people in these communities.
Yeah, you don't know if they're serious
so
or
I
not.
never
Yeah.
know. I need to.
There is, but fortunately, I don't have that with anybody that I know about.
That's good.
Yeah. Dave's on high alert.
I am always.
Dave's like Dave is so serious about it. So.
I am Dave the Peacemaker.
Terrorizing everybody.
I'm like, oh no.
He's all stop, Christy, stop.
I'm like, she's making me feel.
Making me feel unsafe, and she's all, "You'll be all right."
I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable here. That's all.
Bless his heart. I love that.
I know. He's a sweetheart.
He is so nice, and like if somebody is getting it in the chat or whatever, he always will stick up for him too. Bless his
Oh,
heart.
I know. Even like when Easy went up on Queen Beast, he waited until, and he left the first initial time when he went up there, and then here comes Dave to come smooth it over and just try to explain the situation.
Did he?
He's so
that was the
sweet. Yeah,
first
he
time.
came and mediated a little bit.
Good.
Just so they get a better
I was
understanding.
just glad they let me up to explain because they had no obligations to do that or anything. It was very nice of her to do that.
Yeah.
Well, you're not very like aggressive with the way you talk and stuff. So you're more like, it's received a little bit. I think a little easier for a lot of different. It's more universal than versus somebody like me, Italian, gets hot headed or something.
Yeah.
The thing is, I grew up in an Italian household, so I totally understand. It's a lot of.
You're more. You got a humble tone to your voice.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, he is like he's kind of just even keeled and stuff like that. Yeah, and I can understand though, like Easy. I don't want him to get mad, but I can understand why he just gets loses his shit. With Nicolina, that's got to be so annoying. When you're just trying to get a point across and she just keeps interrupting and
believe me,
redirecting.
I can get passionate.
But he has an unbearable.
Really
he does have a good tolerance for it, though. He has a huge tolerance for it.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
because a lot of other people, Nicolina would have already chased him off. You know what I mean? And he looks at the end of the tunnel. He looks at the whole goal at the end. So I think that's why he stays more focused.
Well, I've seen Dave get mad too, though. By the way,
Yeah.
I have seen Dave lose his shit before.
Even that wasn't that mad.
No.
That was still me contained a little bit, but I got pretty mad when I got called out by whoever that was.
I forget who it was, but somebody did call you out, and it was rude. But I stuck up for you.
And I didn't understand why. Selah. It was Selah.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
Apparently today it's Kat. I don't know if I'm getting called out or if it's something nice being said about me or what, but I'm tagged in something from Kat.
Oh gosh. Well, I got called out the other day on
Somebody will report to me
Balancer's
later.
channel, and I was a member there and everything, but I got called out because I stuck up for Connie.
Welcome back, Olive.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
Olive.
Graham.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that you were up here, and I was just talking. I didn't know you were still up here or whatever. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry.
One thing you'll all learn about my channel is there's things listed in the description as to what my show is going to be about. 9 times out of 10, those barely get talked about, and I just kind of ramble and do my own thing and talk to
That's
people.
why I said you're a perfect match for me because I've got ADHD. So I'm like,
Yep.
I ramble and I have 15 bright ideas all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just see which one gets executed and the other ones don't.
Yeah.
I see that happen. You're always real sweet though too. You'll just go on. I go on panels when Ezekiel said if anyone wants to come up, and he's put his name or he's put the link in the chat several times.
Yep.
I
You're
always
like,
will go
oh,
up.
I got plenty to say. I'll pop up.
Yeah. I
nice.
just feel bad when somebody, because I remember how that was, and when you're just wanting somebody to come up just to, chew the fat with, and so I always will try and go up there.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But yeah, that's what I was just doing with
and
you.
sometimes it's kind of hard to read it though too, huh? Because it just depends. You gotta get to know his personality. Like if he's in the mood to want to ramble, or he wants to just get to the point to the subject.
Okay, so it was a positive shout out, and I do appreciate it. Thank you, Kat. I'm after what Selah did to me, I was a little apprehensive just to be safe. So far, when I'm mentioned by somebody, it's not necessarily in a good way. But thank you. I appreciate you.
I don't understand why anybody
I like
would
to kill
say
him with
anything bad
kindness.
about you.
Same. I like
to kill him with kindness
my
when they try to
offense
get under
is
your
being
skin.
nicer than they expect. That's usually my offensive act. To the point where people think I'm trying to groom them. That's the accusation I got when I went on Nicolina's and was
Trying
talking.
to groom them.
He's trying to groom us. Don't let him get away with it. It was funny. It was cute. I thought it was funny.
Because she wants to fall. I bet you could probably maybe you could flip her.
Yeah, you could charm her.
Yeah, you could charm her. Maybe she'll turn good.
I don't know. I mean, she's
That's why she's like, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, because maybe you're her weak spot.
Especially on Fridays. On Fridays,
maybe you could convince her.
I'm happy to have her up. She was up there last Friday singing songs with us.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun, to be honest.
That'd be funny if you were the one that would get her to kind of be like, okay, like all of a sudden had a conscience all of a sudden.
No, girl.
That'd be...
I mean,
like it's all
everybody's
I know.
human. That's the thing. Like, we all look at the fuck
But I'm
shit
saying
that people
she's like,
do.
don't listen. He's trying to groom us.
We look at the
She's
fuck
probably,
shit
like,
that they all
falling
do,
for it.
and we're gonna judge them based on that. And obviously, they deserve to be admonished for the bad shit that they do. But that's not always the person that you are inside. So I try
That's
to
what
find
I'm saying.
the good
There's
in people.
probably something about you. There's probably something about you that reminds her of something that she don't realize it's a subconscious thing. So she's like, don't do it, guys. He's trying to groom us. So she might be like, she might have a weak spot for it.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna go out of my way to try to like make anybody's day worse.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying for you to do that. I'm just saying that'd be funny. That'd be hilarious.
I just think though with her though, like she's gone on these apology tours a million times, and so
I know.
I just think that she's hardwired to be who she is, and that's not going to change. And if you have the stomach to do the things that she's done to people, that's not something that you can
build
just,
a complaint
that's not something that
department,
you do to people and just get it, and then just be like some other human being. That's who you are.
Hi, Jade. Welcome.
And she's already kind of at an age where you get kind of set in your ways,
Of course, yeah. You can't be like unless she got a lobotomy or something. There's not going to be a big major change.
I don't even think that would work.
I'm not going to say anything like that. She's fine.
No.
There's good in her, for sure.
Okay.
It's like the Grinch when the heart shrinks so small, 10 times so small or something. What is it on the Grinch?
I love that story. Yes, with Susie Lou Who. His heart grew like 10 sizes bigger or something. I forget.
I said hi, Olive.
Hey.
No, not you, the Grinch from the story. Grinch, you have a huge heart, and we all know that.
Yes, we all love her. Yeah, and like that day,
and her contagious laugh too.
When they were doing the Grinch, like I cried. That made me cry.
Yeah.
But then when she started laughing, man, everybody was just catching that contagious laugh.
Yep.
She has a great laugh.
Great laugh.
Want to make sure that Grinch doesn't think we think she has a small heart.
Oh no, not her. No, of course not. She's great.
Grinch is great.
And to be mean to her was just so unbelievable. I can't imagine anybody being mean to her. Terrible.
Yeah.
So that manhunt, that guy's been since 8/31, so August 31st, right?
Yep.
Right.
That's crazy. And they had him. They said they had him in a diet. They had gridded him out, but obviously he knows what he's doing because he escaped before. He escaped before too.
Yeah.
At another prison.
Like a survivalist,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's probably got mud. He probably put mud so you can't, even with the heat seekers, you wouldn't be able to find it.
Right.
The thermal imaging.
Grinch, you definitely wear your heart on your sleeve.
Yeah,
a lot of us suffer from that.
Yes.
Probably everybody up on this
I
panel.
just wanted to come up and say hi.
Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to come up and say hi, guys. I'm going to jump down because I'm going to go to the grocery store. You guys take care, and
be careful,
I'll
honey.
be back.
Okay.
Have a great day. Stay infamous.
You too. Bye.
Will do. All right. So let's watch a little bit of this one. This one is also Escape With Us. I'll link the video.
Yeah.
I linked the last video, but we weren't watching that one because it's about dead kids, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
That is not something my stomach can handle.
I know.
But this one is what a psychopath looks like.
Hurt my sister. I just want to protect her. I never wanted to hurt my sister. I just wanted to protect her from. That's it. But if you want to hear how she died,
everything's good on my OBS. Good.
Was she laying on
Look,
the ground?
he's got blood on his pants.
Yeah, it looks like
told
it.
her to lay down.
Right. And she
Could
was
be the
still
lighting,
unconscious,
but
and she was talking to me during
I'm pretty sure the knees look like they have
tell you
blood.
this down. I mean, you're recording this. I don't have to say it in court or anything, right?
I don't know that for sure.
I mean, I really don't want to talk about this that much.
18-year-old Keith Randulich made a short but harrowing call to 911 on May 22, 2009. When the dispatcher answered, Keith said simply,
I
"Come
haven't
over
seen this
quick,"
one either.
and hung up. A few minutes later, he called back and this time said, "Get over here," before he
Yeah, I
once
know
again
this
put
one.
down the phone. Keith was urgently
You know 'em all,
calling for
don't
help
you?
because his little
Yeah, I
sister
do.
lay dying in the basement. After calling, he stood looking out the windows of the home where he lived with his mother, stepfather, 2 brothers, and little sister, anxiously waiting for the emergency services to arrive. When he
Reminder,
didn't
this
see
is
any
Escape
flashing
with Us.
lights,
They're a
he
great
made a third
channel.
call to
Be sure to go over there and sub
but
up.
this call was even more chilling than the previous 2. When the
It
police
goes by
arrived at
initials now.
7:54 p.m., Keith
yeah,
was standing at the
EWU,
front door to greet
EWU.
them. He was covered in blood.
Hello,
It was
EWU
all over his
crew.
pants, socks, sweatshirt, as well as his face and hands.
Ow.
When police struggled to find the injured little girl, they asked Keith where she was, and he quickly told them, in the basement.
Oh no.
Keith's 16-year-old brother had been playing video games upstairs in his room. He had no idea that a horrific incident had just occurred in the home. That is, until he saw the flashing lights from the police cars as they pulled up. He then came down and asked what was going on. Officers ordered both boys to get on the ground, and they were handcuffed and searched for weapons. Neither had any on them, but Keith told the police that it's in the room with her. The child, 4-year-old Sabrina Clement,
man,
was found
again?
lying on her back in a pool of
Yeah.
blood on the basement floor, with wounds to her throat.
I'll
The blood
suffer
saturated
through
into the
this one,
carpet
but
below her. A household steak knife was on the ground, lying between her legs and feet.
I really
covered in
don't
what
like
appeared
hearing
to
about
be
kid
blood.
victims.
She was wearing a multicolored shirt that was
Look
pulled
at-
up around her chest, with pink shorts and socks. The emergency responders checked for any signs of life, but they were far too late. The house was searched, and on the ground level, investigators also found 7 red stains on the kitchen floor, the sink, and the counter. The spots were already dry. They found a wall-mounted telephone covered in blood.
No, these
As
ones
well,
make
the
my
blood
stomach
droplets were
churn.
on the carpet and stairs
it
leading
Dave?
down to
Yeah.
the basement. The 2 teen boys, Keith and his brother, were taken into custody to the Will County Sheriff's Office. Keith was quiet on the ride over,
Same,
not
Matthew
speaking to
Dearest.
any of the officers. At the station, Keith's brother was questioned first. Once officers determined he had no helpful knowledge about what happened, he was escorted from the station. But now, Keith was ready to talk, and no one was prepared for the chilling and disturbing story he was about to tell. Due to the unsubstantiated nature of some of the accusations seen in this interrogation, portions have been omitted and summarized. The following interrogation has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a
That's why I could
licensed
never do
attorney
this.
and a
I
licensed
could never do
clinical
their job.
psychologist.
The Will County Investigation Office, downtown Joliet here.
Yes.
You've been moved from the Mokina Police Department here. I have to ask you once again, did any police officers ever talk to you about the incident that happened today so far? Ask you any questions on what happened?
Okay, wait, yes, I forgot to mention.
The one good thing about it, though, is while a child was hurt, at least the justice will come, and that's the whole point of this. This is to bring justice for that hurt person. So
And
while it
also,
is,
too-
does make me queasy that there's a kid involved that was murdered, it is
Also,
good
too,
knowing that they're going to be brought to justice.
in
Sorry,
your
go ahead.
family. If it's in your family, you know,
Yeah.
you gotta look out for this and get them help before something like this
True.
happens.
So I can't just gloss past them because they're about kids. But I will avoid doing too many of them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have told you.
No, it's good. It's good. I didn't even know this one. Like I said, I'm just looking for ones that I haven't watched, and usually there's a reason why I haven't watched the ones I haven't watched. But yeah, that's okay.
I'll pull some out for you.
Right when I went in the
That's
car
okay.
first time,
I mean, people need to see it too.
Not the police officer in that
You have
car,
to be
but
able to-
another police officer just said, what was in your...
This one at least had like a
what-
title of what a psychopath looks like, so it's kind of like what you should look out for.
Right.
So I'm
that's what I was
assuming
thinking.
it is important to have this information and useful.
Yeah. Because he just looks, I think he might only be like 14 or 15
Yeah,
years old.
he's a kid himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It seems like this does happen a lot with kids killing kids. It
Yeah,
happens
there's
early
another-
in life.
There's another story like this where there's a documentary about it, and the kid is in prison, and I forget, his name is Paris. The people in chat will know what I'm talking about. The boy's name is Paris, and he killed his little sister, and there's a whole bunch of, there's a documentary about it and stuff where the mother is scared to death if he ever gets out, you know, but she loves him still. He's a psychopath. And then even like the British guy, he went and interviewed him in prison or whatever, and it's just crazy the way his affect, you know, you can tell he's just the nobody knew that he was a psychopath, but now that you know it, you can really tell. Like you can see you can see everything he says is he's pretending, you know, everything's a pretend, you know.
I remember that one.
You do? See,
Okay.
everyone remembers that one. You have to look that
but
up.
I believe you. I think institutions are, while they're flawed, we kind of need them. Like places to institutionalize people who are a danger to others.
Well, this one is just so good because it's more about, like, I mean, even though he had hurt his little sister, it's not really about the little sister so much as it is about him, and just
Thank you, Fluzzy.
how weird
You're
it
right.
is, you know, or not weird, but just how it's just fascinating. But yeah, his name is Paris, but I can't remember the last name.
Okay, I may have seen it. I just can't place it in my brain at the moment.
That's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Fluzzy, Mudcrab told me a little bit ago, so yeah, thankful for the shout out from Cheshire Cat. I'm always worried that when it says somebody said my name, so after the Sayla thing, so I was just nervous. I was being careful. I wasn't going into it. Thank you, though. I appreciate you checking it for me.
Me too, Dave. I'm glad you feel like that too. It makes me nervous too.
Yeah.
I don't like it either.
I know I'm not mean, but things get clipped out of context, and you can make anything that is nice sound mean if it's in the wrong.
Very true.
Yeah. But anyway, yep, I'm gonna go back. Sorry, Fluzzy.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going through your blank mind?
Okay.
Right off the bat, Keith is cooperative with officers. He maintains eye contact and speaks clearly with them. His choice to not cuss in front of the officers could be a sign that he is compliant and feels a level of respect towards them.
But that's as much.
Bye, Olive.
That's all that was asked, so they didn't ask any particulars or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you need a water?
No.
No bathroom breaks?
No.
You're all good?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Very good.
These initial gentle words and actions are done to build some level of trust and rapport with Keith in anticipation of the coming interrogation.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll be back in 1 second, okay?
Okay.
So far, so good on the interrogators.
Although some dismiss body language analysis as pseudoscience, it's used by the FBI and CIA during interrogations. When the CIA is interrogating an individual, they look for clusters of 3 or more indicators that occur in either quick succession or all at once. These indicators can be signs of discomfort or uncertainty in what the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception.
All right, so to blow a flute properly to make a sound, you need to take it to the side and make like your lips so that the air flows down, and what will happen is it'll flow down and then across the hole, and that'll create the sound. That's my words of knowledge for the day. All right, moving on. Sorry. I will do a lot of interruptions for the record. If you did want to watch the whole interrogation uninterrupted, this is the link at any time if anybody wants to. Like I said, I'll be stopping a lot for multiple reasons. 1, because I like to talk, and 2, because I want to make sure that when I cover stuff, it is fair use and I'm giving my interpretation of what's happening and not just relying on their video and reusing it. And especially for people that I really respect, like Iwu, who do a good job. They do a really good breakdown. And yeah, all that.
Another one that's good too is called Jim Can't Swim. But it goes by initials too. Mm-hmm.
Oh, JCS? Is that what JCS was?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it.
That's the video we were watching earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay. I heard that he's off the internet though, or something.
That's just a rumor. It's on there still. And then Paris Bennett is that
Hi,
kid.
Sugar Babies. Or Sugar Babe. I was way off.
Paris Bennett is that kid.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
And there's a whole hour YouTube video about him.
Okay.
A story of a psychopath.
at some point if I have
he was
it.
13.
Jeez. I saw the one with the girl that was a psychopath as well. Who was writing in her diary and killed her neighbor or something like that. Little neighbor girl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw a really good one too. It was weird. I'd never seen anything like it. It was a mother and a daughter that killed like their whole family by poison. Yeah, by poison. Like killed the husband, the brother, and the sister was in the hospital when the police got to them. Yeah.
Yeah,
they were both killing them with antifreeze.
These are definitely my guilty pleasure videos.
Yeah, me too.
I watch these a lot. Like, I'll watch them while I'm doing other stuff normally. That's why you'll see I have so many watched.
Yep, me too, honey.
I won't always pay attention to everything that's going on them, so I might not even know some of the ones that I've watched. Because I'll be playing a video game or just hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like cleaning
I do it
or
like I do my
whatever.
chores.
Yeah, exactly.
The chores.
Yeah, I need to get on a chore schedule.
Yeah.
I let things go too long, and then it's like, oh, things are dirty. I need to take a day and just clean.
Yeah, then it takes like so long to do it.
Yeah, because you like start doing it, and then you're like, oh, this is boring, and you sit down and watch a video, and then it's like, I gotta clean. That's how I unfortunately wind up doing it most of the time.
Well, oh well.
Yeah. All right. Continuing the video.
Go ahead.
It's extremely important to note that you cannot detect deception through body language analysis alone. The way he holds his arms around his body, like he's hugging himself, is a self-soothing technique in a protective position and could be an indication that Keith is uncomfortable, either with his current situation or with what has just occurred. He seems to be unintentionally trying to make himself look small or insignificant. This could be a defense mechanism of trying to appear innocent. If he is smaller and talks softly, it is hard to imagine he could commit a horrific crime. The officers leave Keith alone in the interrogation room for over 11 minutes. The entire time, he remains almost totally motionless, staring down at the floor or at the red stains covering his pants.
Hi, Keith. I know I introduced myself back at the station, but if you didn't remember, I'm Detective Rothan, and I'm with the Mokina Police Department. And if you want to throughout the interview, call me Jason if you want, or Jay. That's fine, okay? You like to be called Keith?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is Detective?
I'm Detective Trakey. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. That's why we came here.
Okay.
So, okay.
You go to Lincoln Way?
Yes.
Okay.
East.
East?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are you, senior?
Good job. Building rapport.
Getting ready to graduate?
Was.
You guys, when does school end?
The last day is like June 1st.
June 1st. Okay.
How you doing in school? I was gonna graduate. I mean, I had all A's, 1 C in English.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's cool. I was fine, you know.
The officers start out with small talk, trying to build a rapport and comfort level with Keith. These kinds of easy questions can get a suspect
That's
to
what
feel
makes it
more
hard to watch
comfortable
a lot of
talking
times,
before the
Sugar Babe.
officers move on to the more
It's like,
important
this actually
questions.
happened. This isn't
Already,
just...
Keith is using past tense when describing how he was going to
That's what
graduate.
gets me.
Huh. You take any classes or sports or anything?
No, but, I mean, yeah, I had a future, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't do this for no reason.
Keith immediately acknowledges
I
that he's
agree.
done something
I
without
could
any
possibly
denial.
do that.
This shows that he's aware there will be consequences for his actions. Keith continues speaking in a respectful, clear, and cooperative manner. None of these behaviors typically align with
I'll
psychopathy,
type that in to take a look
although
at.
it's important to note that some psychopaths can present this way at first.
Well, we wanna talk to you about what occurred.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna read you your constitutional rights before we do that. Okay.
Okay.
There was
Keith
one
takes
I watched the
responsibility
other day that was absolutely horrible. Last time I did one of these. The cops were terrible. They were just like badgering him trying to badger him into confessing. They never like built rapport. They never tried to minimize his crime so that like maybe he'll admit to it. They were just like, you know, you're going away forever. Like this is the biggest mistake you ever made in your life, kind of stuff. And it's like, how is he gonna want to cooperate with you if you're just telling him he's going to jail for the rest of his life? What incentive is there for him to help you? You got to give him some kind of incentive. It might have been the same one. Was it like a recent post, Brandy? If it was the most recent one on Ewu, then yeah, I already did that one.
for
You
the
can check it
incident
out on my
right
last
away.
live.
However,
Or
even
my
though
last
he may
live
appear
that
to be
isn't a
admitting
video
some
game live.
level of guilt, this is technically not an admission because there weren't enough specifics
It'll
about
say
the crime
like watching
in his response,
interrogation
or in the
videos.
question he was asked.
So why don't we just do this, Keith? Why don't we just start? Did you have school today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you just start with how your day went? When you got out of school, what you did? Why don't you just take us through your day?
After I went out of school or before?
No, when you left school. You got out of school 2:45 or 2:30?
Right. Went home.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The interrogators are establishing a timeline of his day. This sort of information is basic background, but it starts to help officers develop elements of the alleged crime: motive, opportunity, means, access, and so on.
Oh no!
Talk to my
You're
mom.
welcome to pop back up if you want. Horses. I'm gonna talk a lot. I'm just letting you know if you want to see the whole thing and hear what they're saying fully. Best bet is to click this link and watch it on their channel. You're welcome to stay. I'm just letting you know that for both copyright purposes and for my brain, this is how I would do it. So that's what's gonna happen. But alright, I'm gonna hit play again.
She said that.
You're
I
good.
could stay, but I mean.
I'm just letting you know.
She said that I just told her that, what was it? I said that I wanted to move out and, to a friend's house, but I didn't really want to do that.
It's only now that Keith starts to show signs that he's uncomfortable. Before, he was able to keep himself still, but as soon as he starts talking, he begins wringing his hands. He also looks down at his hands and hesitates, all which are signs of anxiety.
I got a firearm permit last week, and I wanted to buy a firearm, and she said I couldn't do that. So I was lying and saying I would move to a friend's house if she wouldn't let me buy it.
Keith emphasizes that he lied to his mother, and his tone indicates that this is not only something he is aware of, but something that is meaningful to him. This could be evidence that Keith is a rule follower, or maybe a bit rigid in his personal concept of right and wrong. He's an 18-year-old adult, so technically he's not lying to his mother when he threatens to move out.
Oh, you're talking about them.
He considers this a lie, which could be an indication of a very strict adherence to what he believes is right and wrong.
You've got double reaction going
very
on. Their reaction and mine.
Okay. And I want to
It's probably
use
torture
this
for you, huh?
because, not my little sister.
Keith alleges to the officers that he believed his 4-year-old sister was being
I'm also
assaulted by
turning
a family
closed
member.
captioning off because
He
they're
claims
closed
that because he
captioning
couldn't kill
themselves.
her abuser, he killed his
no reason to have
half-sister
double.
instead in order to protect her. The allegations that Keith makes have never been proven, and the police have not found any evidence of the claims being true.
I would tell my parents, and they would never do anything about it. And they would say, like, don't snitch and things like that.
This is another piece of evidence which indicates that Keith has a rigidity and strict adherence to acting morally, or what he believes to be correctly.
That's how that happens. So.
You confronted your parents about
trying to
multiple occasions.
think
throughout
of
the
who
past 2
Doughboy
years.
is that you're
In the
referring
third call
to.
Keith made to 911 that night, he told the dispatcher that he had murdered his sister with a knife. As soon as he answered the door to the responding emergency services, he told officers without hesitation, but in a soft voice, it was me.
Is that the officer who, like, IA came in to question the pedo guy? I think I watched that not too long ago. I don't remember if I watched it on screen or off. Am I right on that? I think I know which one you're talking about.
The blood covering much of his clothing already appeared
Think 16? I could be wrong though. I'm almost positive this kid was 16.
to be dry by the time the
Oh,
police got
never
to
mind.
the
It's
home.
not who I'm thinking then.
I killed my
Oh, this
sister.
kid's 18? Jesus.
He had nothing
So
to
that
do with
means
it. He was in his room.
He's 100%
I
being
told
tried
him
as a full
he was
adult.
watching her because my parents were at his dance. He was watching her. I said I would watch her. So he went up to his room. I took her down to my room, which is the basement. and we just watched SpongeBob, and she said she wanted to paint with me. So
okay.
I took out a knife. I mean,
he looks about 16 to me, but I mean, that's just a guess.
it's very disturbing. I would never have did it.
He's got a bowl cut, which makes him look younger, so.
I just want to protect my little sister from my...
Keith is very uncomfortable as he speaks. He struggles to describe killing his sister, becoming fidgety, and continues to wring his hands.
Weird.
His voice changes and becomes shaky and takes on an emotional tone. Though the officers remain quiet and do not indicate any judgment with their body language, in the hopes that Keith will continue giving them details about the crime, he struggles to make eye contact. That is, until he begins to justify his actions. He looks clearly at the officer in black when he says he had to do it to protect his sister. By making eye contact at this point, it could indicate that it matters to Keith that the officer understands his reasoning,
that's a long time.
or that this is the part of what he is saying that he feels sure about, and therefore can look up when he says it.
So when did you guys ever start painting?
Painting?
You said she wanted to paint with
Right,
you.
no, I told her that she had to lie down, and I would paint with her. That's what happened when I took out the knife.
Okay, this hand wringing is extremely menacing and creepy.
Where was the knife?
It was right here.
You had it inside your hoodie?
Yes.
How long had you been carrying the knife around?
Brought it like 5 minutes before I asked her to let me watch her.
Why did you want? How come you asked to let you watch her?
So that I could kill my sister.
When did
So premeditated.
When my parents said that I couldn't buy my firearm, I knew that I couldn't kill her. But I never wanted to hurt my sister. I just wanted to protect her from my... That's it. But if you want to hear how she died, I don't know.
Okay. Was she laying on the ground?
Yes, and...
so you told her to lay down?
Right, and she was fully conscious, and she was talking to me during it. If I tell you this now, I mean, you're recording this, I don't have to say it in court or anything, right?
Though his body language, the fidgeting, shows that he's uncomfortable or anxious about
Jack.
what he's saying, Keith uses a rather flat and matter-of-fact tone when describing how he killed his sister.
Dang.
Yet his concern about having to speak publicly in court could be an indication of shame for his actions.
I don't know that for
I've
sure.
never seen this one either.
I mean, I really don't want to talk about this that much.
The autopsy would later reveal that the 40-pound little girl suffered from numerous and massive stab wounds to her neck. The disturbing reality of the crime is a stark contrast to the soft tone of voice Keith uses to describe it.
When he was upstairs.
Okay, he was watching TV with her in the living room first.
Okay.
Then I went in there and said, let me watch her. So he went upstairs to his room, and then I took her downstairs to my room.
That
Did
poor
you have
kid.
the knife at that point?
Imagine how shitty that would feel.
I came up from my room.
As her
I did
brother.
the dishes real quick. Then I just took a knife, put it in my hoodie right away. Then I walked right in there and said that.
So where did you get the knife?
Kitchen cabinet.
Did you have any conversation with her? You said that she was alert.
She was talking to me during it, and I was just trying to do it as quick as possible.
Okay.
But she was in a lot of pain.
Okay. Could you? I know it's tough.
Yeah.
We'll get you through this. Could you describe to me how you did it? Let's back up a minute. Could you tell me what kind of knife it was?
It wasn't a butter knife. It had like edges to it.
Like a steak knife type?
Right.
What kind of handle?
Just brown. It was like big.
Would you say it was metal?
How big would you say?
The handle or the blade?
The whole knife.
Oh, the whole knife was maybe like this.
Okay. Was it one of those knives that you would find in your drawer with all your other forks and knives and spoons?
Yes, it was just like a steak knife.
Okay.
It wasn't anything like a weapon or anything.
Okay.
This is a noteworthy phrase, since anything can be a weapon depending on how it's used. This sounds like some sort of psychological distancing from the means of the crime, as well as from the crime itself.
Wooden handle or something?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's her blood on his
think
pants.
I think it was wooden.
Oh yeah, it has to be.
And then you said you had her lay down on the ground?
Yeah, I told her to do that.
Okay. And this was in?
My room.
Your room, which is
The
located?
basement.
The basement, okay.
Did you tell her that you were going to do this?
No. I just said I love her, and then I took out the knife, and she smiled, and I made just a little cut of her neck. I withdrew back because I was afraid. And then she screamed and grabbed her neck. And she said, no, stop. But I just kept, I started doing it again. And then she started talking to me. And she was still conscious and said, why are you killing me? So then I started on the right side. She didn't talk anymore, but she was still breathing and had her eyes open. So I just ran upstairs and called the police. Then when I came back down, it looked like she died.
I don't want to hear this, but...
Now he becomes very emotional and his attention darts around as he struggles to make eye contact, which is an indication that he may feel remorse. It could also show that he is shameful about what he's done or fears judgment from the officers. The officers maintain their calm and understanding tone. With a suspect who is timid like Keith appears to be, this is the approach most officers will use, as being aggressive and confrontational will likely make him shut down and less likely to talk.
When you ran upstairs, did you find your brother? Did your brother find you?
No, he was in his room, the living room. I mean, we had a family phone in the kitchen. So I went to the family phone. I dialed the police. I just said, come here. I hung it up, went back downstairs, checked on her, and I went back out. I didn't hear any police cars, so I called again. I said, like, come here again. I hung it up. Then I, like, looked outside for more. I was, like, waiting. So then the police called back, so I picked it up. I said, there was a murder. And then I was just explaining to them that I did it.
Where did you put the knife?
Oh, it was right next to her.
You just strapped it on your ground bag?
Yes.
Okay.
Where were you when the police came?
I was waiting for them at the front door because the lady said, do you see the police outside? I said no. So I hung up the phone and I walked to the front door, and then the police rang the doorbell. I opened the door.
Give me a sec. I'm putting myself in too many places in this, like... I feel extremely bad for the brother. Because you have to imagine what he's thinking. Like, he's got to imagine, like, had I just said, no, I'll watch her, I could have prevented this kind of thing. But it's not his fault, but he's going to put that on himself. I guarantee it. I know how people are and how people think. They assume if they could have done anything to prevent something that it makes them feel responsible. So I can only imagine how horrible it would have to be for that kid. That's insane. Sorry, I just needed a minute to process.
And then they just said, like, get down.
It's hard enough for me to listen to this
stuff. He came
stuff.
downstairs because he saw the police from his room. He said, what are they doing here? They told him to get down too. And my brother was in shock because he said, what did you do to my baby? So
How do you think he knew what happened?
He saw the blood, and at first he didn't know it was my sister. But, like, one of the police officers said, like, who died? I said, my sister. And he said, where's she at? I said, the basement. Then got hysterical, and he said, what did you do to my sister? Or something. So.
What was your sister? What was she wearing?
What was she wearing? Just a t-shirt, pants. I can't really tell you the color or anything. I wasn't paying attention. After she died, though, I gave her a kiss and I said, I'm sorry I had to do this, but...
No, you didn't.
I really love my sister.
When did you do that? after you came back downstairs the
Right.
first time?
Yeah, I only went down one more time. Like, right after I called the police, I went back down, and that's when I did that. It looked like she was dead.
Psychopaths sometimes demonstrate this bizarre dichotomy where they will portray an image of themselves where they have the utmost morals and values and enjoy feeling superior to others as a result, but then they will commit horrific acts and then justify those acts. Keith has clearly justified his actions by saying that it was to protect his sister and that he apologized to her.
Could you just describe for me how you did it? I mean,
Like
when you say the
maniac.
side, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, were you behind her? You know,
No,
just
no.
kind of.
I was in front of her. Like, she was lying down, like, right there. I just was kneeling, and I just did it like that. Just to her neck, like, right here and here.
Did you kneel on top of her or on the side?
Right in front of her.
Right in front of her?
That's,
So
yeah.
at first we thought you guys were playing around, or...
Yeah.
I'm having trouble even like looking at the screen while he's saying this.
Keith
I can't
doesn't
look
appear
at
to be
him while he's
distancing
talking.
himself from the crime here. He even shows on his own body where
It's
he
hard
cut
for
his
me to
sister's
like
neck.
even fathom that this is a human being, or was, or shares composition with a human being, because it's I am, and I just don't understand. There are certain human beings that I cannot. It hurts my brain to even like try to understand. It's hard. Sorry, I have to stop it for a minute just to catch up in my brain. But I do think that there are, while I agree completely, Christy, I think there are some things that you can be born with that make you more susceptible to it. While it might not, well, it would never mean that they are definitely going to grow up to be killers. Sorry, it's having trouble. Sorry. I don't think they're guaranteed to be. I don't think anybody's born a killer. I think people are born with mental affects that would allow them to internalize trauma and things more, and are more likely to become a killer in certain circumstances. But I don't think anybody's born a killer. Hi, Sam.
You good, brother?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
It's the fact that it's a kid that's the victim in this one I have a lot of trouble with.
Understood.
Yeah.
I understand.
So I have to
I hear
process a little bit more, and
I understand.
I just can't like understand, even as a kid, like anybody acting anything out on a kid. Like, children are innocents to me, like personified, and especially when it's a kid that's doing it, it's even more like hurts my brain.
I understand. And
Oh, Sam yeeted. Sam is gone. He must have went through a bad reception spot or something. Gonna disagree with that, Wild Horses. I think a lot of mental illnesses you are born with, they're not learned. Like, I have ADHD. That's not a learned thing. It is a mental illness. Same with bipolar disorder or a lot of other mental illnesses, but what didn't you mean? Did I miss something, Mudcrab? Oh, I'm in top chat, aren't I? Fuck. Why am I in top chat? That's not good. Wonder if I missed anything else. What didn't you mean, Mudcrab? I'm very confused because I don't actually see a prior thing that you said. I'm a dick. True. Alright, I'm gonna hit play. I thought Sam was gonna come back, but apparently not. Alright, fine. You're forgiven. I wasn't gonna hold it against you. You're allowed to think I'm a dick. Yeah, I agree with that. Auntie. There's Sam. Maybe. You're muted.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens. Beef squashed. Stream title completed. Ah, gotcha. I see what you're doing there, Mudcrab. Thank you for...
I've been waiting like... Oh, that was fucking great.
Thank you for having me squash the beef. I was so confused. I get it now.
Yeah, that shit can fuck with you, man.
Yeah, I have a lot of trouble with this, especially when it's kids. Like...
That's what you were saying.
If a kid kills their parents, I know it's terrible still, but I could take it a little bit easier. But that kid had so much life ahead of her.
No, I feel you. It's horrible. It's bad.
It's almost always like the most innocent that become the victims.
Yeah.
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 And that's where I have issues.
Yep. Like I said, man, I completely fucking get it. You know, it's all you see is innocence. It's children, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But man, that's a rough one. Like I'm sitting down there talking about, look, you fucking had a knee holding her, and my bad. I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
Help with the fuck
good.
shit. I'm just saying, like I wouldn't. I'm so desensitized to shit. Like it doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't fucking get.
I'm glad to be pulled out of it for a minute. Let me get my brain space straight. Yeah, I can't believe Ernie would play something like that. I know he's dumb, but I don't think he's that dumb.
That's all. I'm glad you said that out loud, bro. Like honestly, because there's trolling for sure. They got just watched the beef. You know what I mean?
As an excuse.
No. That's not stupidity. That's not dumb. That's not mean. That's not vile. That's another level.
Mm-hmm.
That's another level. Like
there's something wrong with you level. Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, 100%, dude. Like you can't. There's nothing funny about that shit.
Yeah.
There's nothing funny about making people see that shit.
It wasn't accidental. Like
no, there's no talking that one out.
Like a couple people have accidentally porn bombed themselves and stuff. Like that.
Yeah,
that's kind of funny. Showing something like that, no, that's not funny.
Not even close. Not even fucking close.
Yeah.
And the people need to understand that shit.
I'm glad I didn't see it. I know I don't want to see it. I never will see it. I never will look for it. I never want to know what it actually was. The description was bad enough for me. Like, I'm not seeing any of the things.
Did you not hear it?
Videos, and they destroy me.
Dude, just hearing it.
No, I didn't hear it either.
Like, be glad you didn't.
Nope.
Like, my skin tightened up.
I believe you.
I can only imagine Easy over there.
I
like,
would have
you saw
made
the
it,
look on his face.
If I saw it, or if I got tricked into seeing something like that, that channel will be gone. I will go out of my way to do everything I can if I got forced to see something like that.
Of course.
I will make sure that they get punished for that, because that's fucked.
As you should. Yeah, man. The trolls have definitely stepped up their game.
I can't even.
I don't know if you.
I can't even deal with like people talking about what they did in these things.
Exactly.
Let alone actually seeing something gross happen. No.
Exactly.
Never.
But yeah, there's been people that have gotten. It's not even trolling, like I said, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's not harassment. It's fucking sadistic. It's psychotic. It's it's not what you do to people, and it's been happening for a while.
Yeah, I agree.
They sit there and make these people look at all this shit backstage that we can't see it.
And then there's people trying to normalize this stuff.
No.
I know. I think Smokey was talking about them, but people that are trying to like normalize all the fuck shit that they watch, like the people literally dying or whatever, things like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've watched it happen to some friends of mine from a different community. I watched it happen to Betty Warsham. Now I've seen it happen to Easy, and and then now this one has a name. Yeah, man.
I didn't know that.
That's what I heard. I didn't see it. But,
okay.
Like he kept trying to. I don't know what he was trying to do. Maybe get a timestamp, I believe, and it would just accidentally. Anytime you clicked on it, you would hear like 2 or 3 seconds of it, and you would see him physically fucking jump and flinch, dude. Like it fucks your head. You are in a possible small state of shock.
Yeah, I'm glad I missed that part. The only thing I heard was when he actually like was calling Ernie out, and then I was like, Jesus.
Well, that's the thing is like you're in a state of shock because he's saying things like, if you don't take it down, I'm gonna ban you from here, this, that, and the other. Fucking done. There is no if. Like, you gotta be careful who you fucking sit next to up here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a lesson I learned the hard way.
I'm glad he did that though. Like he got him to take it down. Although YouTube should have already done that for the record.
Exactly. How is that allowed?
I don't get it.
But how was that air?
Like you said, I don't know what actually happened on the video, but from everybody's what everybody's saying, I would never want to see it, but I'm assuming it's as bad as they're letting it on to be.
Don't even ask.
No.
And nobody put it in the fucking chat for him, please.
No, don't. No, they won't. They can't. The only people that can post a link are admins, or I mean mods.
No, I mean don't type about it. Don't write about it. Don't tell him about it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move on from that.
Don't be dick.
I don't want to think about that anymore. But yeah.
Rainbows and unicorn buttholes. Telling you, it's great combo.
I need puppy dogs and unicorns. And rainbows and happy clowns and
not clown.
Speaking of happy clowns, where's Trippy? Sorry, I wanted to transition there.
There you go. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go try this fucking weapon out, man. I just got to a pool tournament.
Go for it.
This thing makes a crazy sound.
It's probably really good for breaking, huh?
Oh my god. Yes.
He is there. He was hiding. I said happy clowns, and then I was like, speaking of happy clowns, where's Trippy? I needed to fill my brain with things that make me happy because there's like fuck shit, and we were talking about other fuck shit. So I needed to think of things that make me happy. So like happy clowns, puppies, unicorn buttholes, rainbows. I was originally going to say happy clouds, but it came out as clowns, so I just went with it. Clown girls with balloons make me very happy as well. Don't you worry. We're of the same mind there. All right, I'm going to hit play. I think he's done with the description, I hope. The description was bad enough.
The only real indication that he's uncomfortable
Trippy
is his
3
nervous
times in the
laugh.
bathroom mirror with the lights
when
off.
my mom told me that.
And then they showed up. So yeah, that's what happens.
She wouldn't let me use any of my money to buy a firearm.
And that would have been when you first got home from school.
Yep, they're extinct.
3 o'clock, 3:30.
Like 3:30.
The officers are trying to establish if
I
the
saw
crime is
you in the
premeditated.
bathroom.
Notice that Keith holds his chin as though he's deep in thought. Not only does he appear comfortable answering this question, but he also wants to get the exact time.
Quick aside. So, the movie Candyman scarred me as a child. Not actually seeing the movie, seeing the previews for the movie where they had a person go in the bathroom, say Candyman, and shut off the lights. It made me afraid to sleep with mirrors for a long time as a kid. Because I was like, what if I fall asleep and accidentally say Candyman in my sleep? Yeah. I had a complex. I had a crazy complex about that and Bloody Mary and stuff. Yeah. It freaked me the fuck out. Genevieve. $50% off or $50 off coupon for, well, crap, I forgot. Yeah, because what you forgot what the coupon was for when you said it a minute before. Okay, anyway, moving on.
Time, correct.
That's her name, Sabrina.
Up until today, when you had the discussion with your mom about the firearm,
Yeah.
you stated that you wanted the firearm to
shoot.
To shoot.
And that was it.
This is the first time Keith mentioned his sister's name out loud. He may have been referring to her as my sister prior to this as a way to assert his relationship to her. If Keith is a psychopath, this phrasing could be an indication that he may have felt like he had ownership over Sabrina, which could work to justify his actions to himself. In contrast, he could also have been distancing himself from her and the crime by not actually using her name until now, after he's discussed killing her. Once he's used her name, you will see that he's more comfortable using it going forward.
Yeah, that was all I would have used it for.
No,
So
he
you
does
never
not
thought
seem
about
like he's
killing
18.
Sabrina up until that point in time?
Never.
It wasn't until your mom said, no, you're not getting a firearm.
She said I had to go out and work for it, but he was tormenting my sister, worse and worse every day.
Why did you choose her neck area?
I thought it'd be the fastest way to kill Sabrina. Just as quick as possible without as much pain.
Did you ever see this anywhere? I mean...
No. I don't think so. I mean, I've heard about it. There was, people who strangle people. I didn't want to do that to her. But, I mean, she was in an extreme amount of pain, though, I'll tell you that. She was screaming and crying and trying to fight me, but she couldn't fight back, so...
Did you ever think at some point in time you could have
The
stopped?
queasiness is back.
I did. Right after I cut her neck the first time, I made a little cut, and then I stopped. And then she grabbed her neck, but I just kept going.
Did you ever do any research or looking into
No, sir.
about doing anything like this before on the internet or any books or anything?
No. Did you
Sorry,
talk to my
Flizzy.
parents at all, or?
No.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah. Also, I'd just like to say real quick that my mom and my stepfather are pretty good people.
Keith's comments about his parents are a form of deflection, but it seems out of place since he's accepting blame for the crime.
Hanging in there?
Yeah.
When I get angry, I get this weird feeling in my like throat over here, and I don't know why. It's really weird, and it's happening. I wonder if that's normal. That's anxiety? Great. I don't like anxiety. Can it go away? I am. And I don't like it.
I don't know if you want to drink it or not.
This did not happen.
Water.
Alright, yeah, I know. Alright, thanks.
Alright, hang in there. We'll get you through this.
Alright.
Alright?
I think him justifying it is what's making me even angrier.
The interrogators left the room, leaving Keith alone for about 20 minutes. He remains almost motionless the entire time, once again holding himself with his arms around his waist. The fact that an officer returns with water for Keith is interesting, because he...
Normally when they say somebody's an empath, it means you tend to feel what others are feeling. Like, it's not just a thought thing. It's like you actually kind of feel the emotions that other people are going through. It's why, like, I don't cry a lot at sad things, but when people are like proud father moments and things like that, it kind of makes me tear up a bit, because I can like put myself in that. Like, I can feel how great that must feel, like to hear I'm proud of you and kind of things like that. What's up, Resto? Welcome to the channel. We're watching true crime, which I'm not the greatest at, to be completely honest with you. I might have too many emotions for that. But I'm trying. And I do like watching this stuff. It's just, it's different trying to hide my emotions at the same time, you know? But yeah. The empathy. Yeah. Psychopathy's got to be a rough thing to not understand emotions or be able to feel. I know sometimes psychopaths usually just tend to mimic emotions. So they may believe that they're feeling stuff when they don't actually do it. But then again, I'm not a licensed psychiatrist, so I shouldn't be trying to like explain psychopathy. I know I don't have a true understanding of it, but I get it. They just don't process emotions. I believe that's what it definitionally is they don't experience emotions. Mm-hmm.
Previously
Thank you for the sub.
any. There may be a sense of shock and pity on the part of the investigators. The
Thank you
friendly
for
gesture
subbing the
could
Lone
also help
Wolf
to
as
build
well.
rapport and trust with Keith. After the officer leaves the room again, Keith will be left sitting by himself for another 50 minutes. This is interesting because often the police do not leave suspects sitting by themselves for long periods of time unless there is a purpose to it. In this case, the officer leaves the room again. Keith will be left sitting by himself for another 50 minutes. This is interesting because often the police do not leave suspects sitting by themselves for long periods of time unless there is a purpose to it. such as their own need to regain emotional composure, to verify the suspect's
I
statements,
can't even
or
imagine
as a tactic
that.
to unsettle the suspect
Like,
or give them time to reflect on their...
I can't tell you how long it took me to be able to actually do my own stream. First, I went through like struggling to even pop on Tom's for like 5 minutes, like Tom Foolery Show's panels, to like speak my mind. And I slowly worked past that. And then he actually, I owe him a lot because he kind of gave me a space to kind of jump in and jump out as I pleased. So I was able to just jump in, do my hi, I'm Dave, and talk a little bit. And my anxiety would build up so much inside during that when I got off, it's just like, release of like all that pent up nervousness. And in a way, that's got to be kind of a gift to be sociopathic or psychopathic and not be able to not have to experience the negative emotions of nervousness and sadness and fear. But at the same time, without those are very humanizing emotions that you need to make you understand why you shouldn't do things. Yeah, I feel you, Auntie. I'm not a fan of when people intentionally trigger other people's emotions and stuff. I feel bad for people like who are bad people even. That's where my biggest problem is. Like even now I feel bad for this kid. Even though like he's lost a lot of his humanity to me, like for me. I still feel bad for him for not getting to experience the world in the way that we do and things. It's weird. I don't like it. All right, we're going to move on past that, though.
Their own answers to questions. Often interrogators do not want to give the suspect too much time on their own because they may use it to concoct a story that they will then stick to. But in Keith's case, he appeared very truthful, forthcoming, and fully cooperative during the interrogation so far. Though he may have paused at times, he answered every question he was asked. Once again, Keith remains almost motionless for nearly an hour, barely shifting in his seat.
How you doing?
Alright, how are you?
You need more water or anything?
No, I'm fine.
Bathroom?
Not right now.
Okay.
The interrogators return in order to clarify some of the details with Keith.
You're a fickle,
they focus on trying to
confidential
understand
room.
his motive and clarify his confession. Though a motive isn't something that must be proven in court, often a jury can struggle to imagine a suspect willingly choosing to kill someone
Hey
as
Nina,
close to them as a
welcome
sibling.
to the chat.
Knowing Keith's motive will help a jury to imagine the reason
How you doing
the crime
today?
occurred.
Keith, we just want to go over a few more things with you, ask you a few more questions. We have interviewed and spoke to some other family members, so we have a better idea of what was going on within your family. So
Keith begins to give the interrogators more details about the alleged assaults, which he claims Sabrina suffered. He details specific instances where he began to believe that Sabrina was suffering. Once again, his strict personal moral code comes into play here. He appears to have felt compelled to do what he believed was right, even if it meant taking such extreme measures as to kill his own sister. But I think he doesn't consider his actions as extreme. He seems to have a laser focus on just making things right, that he is completely blinded to the fact that he
I
has
smell
committed
food. I
a
am hungry
murder.
now.
He seems to severely lack common sense in seeing how horrific
My stomach
his
is very
solution
confused.
is. Keith reiterates his claim that he was trying to protect his sister by killing her. This is crucial as it appears to be his motive, or at least
It's churning
the motive
and
is
I'm hungry
stated.
at the same
Whether or
time. It
not
doesn't
that
make
is
sense.
actually the case is another thing. At this point, Keith has said twice that he is 99% sure an assault had occurred, but as he tells the story for the second time, he also clarifies that he isn't completely sure that they did take place. This is, of course, a contradiction. It appears that he believes his statement, but he wavers when he admits he doesn't have proof.
Did you consider Sabrina your sister and your
Yes.
blood?
Absolutely.
You never wanted to exclude her from the family?
Never.
did you ever have any ill feelings or discontent about her being born because it was with a different father?
Oh, I don't know why my mom said that. Okay.
The investigators are not necessarily discounting Keith's motive of protecting the victim from abuse, but from a rational perspective, it does not make sense. They are fishing for other
I think he might
motives,
actually
more
be
logical
psychopathic.
ones that might help make sense of the crime. The interrogators offer him other motives,
I mean,
ones that they seem to think make more sense.
For the record, I'm pretty sure that's what the idea of this video is. That's why I wanted to actually sit through it, because it's called What a Psychopath Actually Looks Like, or What a Psychopath Looks Like, educational documentary. And this is kind of to tell you what to look out for, I think. I knew this wasn't going to be an easy video to watch, but still watching it, making it through. I think I know now. Yeah. I think we're learning. We are officially learning.
Such as resenting his little sister being born, but Keith is adamant that this is untrue. On the surface, it appears that Keith had genuine familial affection for his little sister, which makes this all the more unusual in terms of motive.
Sabrina was always part of my family.
The problem I have,
yeah,
that we both have is how could you be protecting Sabrina by...
You can especially tell that he's kind of psychopathic by the
doing
fact
what
that
happened tonight.
he's just extremely level here.
I'm not.
My hand isn't level, but he
There's no
is.
excuse for it. I knew what I was doing. It was premeditated, you could say. Looking back at
I just want to stop you real quick. When you say premeditated, what do you mean it could be premeditated?
like the legal definition, thought out. I thought about it like at 3:30. I did it at like.
Yeah, we're just watching psychopaths. Nothing too crazy.
It was not temporary insanity.
Except for them.
The fact that Keith speaks clearly
And here's the
understanding
original
about
video.
his crime being premeditated,
Feel free
and
to
that the
check
act
it
was not
out.
the
Check
result
out the
of
channel
temporary insanity,
Escape with Us.
show that he is intelligent and indicates
Great
that
channel.
he likely did some research before the murder, looking into what his consequences would be.
No, but what would put you in this? What at 3:30 made you start thinking that you wanted to do this to her? I mean,
okay,
something must have happened, and that's what we're trying to figure out. Because Keith, you're not telling us the whole story.
All right, I told you what happened. My
But
mom
you're not
said I
telling us the
can't.
whole truth.
She said I couldn't buy a
Nice,
firearm.
Lionel.
I
Jeez.
wasn't going to get this firearm and just kill right away. I was never going to do that. That was just an option I wanted to have in case.
Genevieve is in her safe space.
With my sister, but she said
She's safe.
No way you're getting this.
I can't come for her.
He's bigger than me. He's taller than me. He's a lot stronger than me. I would rather have got Kristen out of the way than my sister, to be honest.
But you didn't, and you got rid of your only sister.
Right. And she was the person I loved the most in that family. She was my best friend.
Why did you love her the most?
Okay, it's not that I didn't like specifically love my parents. It's
Sure,
just
we
that,
could do that.
me and her were always close. We spent more time together.
I like
than
Diet Mountain Dew.
Well, I mean, she spent the most time with her
water.
mom, but I spent the most time with her than
I know
me.
that's boring, but I do actually enjoy
Interrogators begin
drinking
putting more
water.
pressure on Keith and implying that he is intentionally lying to them, or not being honest to himself
Celsius
about his
has
motive.
like
Because the motive doesn't make sense,
I don't
the
remember what they're
investigators
called.
feel they must probe for a motive that does.
Java monsters.
The problem
Any kind
is
of
that it
iced
looks like both
coffee
are
is
discounting the
great.
possibility that Keith's
Flavored iced
reasons may
coffees.
be internally consistent to himself, even if externally they are wholly unreasonable and illogical.
You seem like a good kid,
Mhm.
and I believe all
Java
what you're
monster.
saying,
Yeah.
but I'm not believing everything.
Okay. I mean, if you have something you want me to clarify, I will.
Well, here's what I don't want to happen. I mean, obviously there's a death here.
Yeah.
Your sister.
Yeah, that's true. We did hear about a mother
Tomorrow,
and daughter that
whatever.
poisoned their whole family, so got to be careful.
We go through a process where we just determine the cause of death.
I believe he's done describing what he
Full
did.
examination of a body.
Yeah. So
I hope.
autopsy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And my concern is that
He hasn't talked about it in a minute here. He's just
are we
been
going to discover
speaking
anything
very
else
matter-of-factly on an even keel,
could've
which
happened?
creeps me out even more than anything.
where maybe it may have happened and Sabrina said no, and that's why this whole thing happened, because Sabrina's growing up now
Wait, she said no to what?
That's why I'm just asking. I mean, did anything take place where Sabrina was fighting with you and said no?
Absolutely not. She was completely innocent. I saw her, we were watching SpongeBob. She said, let's paint. So I just said, lie down, and that's when that...
I don't think I've actually looked at your channel yet, Lone Wolf.
I wouldn't say she's to blame for this. I mean, that's not what I'm trying to figure out.
You're saying, like, did she, like, instigate me or anything?
Did she instigate you, or did you maybe...
What?
Get excited and get aggressive to her or anything?
No, no, I was absolutely not like that, sir.
Have you ever?
No. Like I said, I think I might have, at least there was that one time for sure, but I'm not like a...
Oh, you haven't produced any content yet, aside from one Zoom
Even
background.
when the interrogator is probing to see if Keith ever had an inappropriate relationship with his little sister, it takes him a while to understand the implication. He still refers to the officer as Sir, remaining both calm and respectful.
Keith, you made numerous statements of how beautiful Sabrina was and how much you loved her and she was your...
Right.
There you go, Lone Wolf.
So beautiful.
I subbed.
What could make you do that?
You can see that one of the interrogator's body language has changed. He's no longer sitting back with his chest open, but is hunched over, and he frequently rubs his forehead and face.
Freaked out by the guy.
This could be because he's feeling frustrated that he can't seem to get the answers he's looking for from Keith. The officer is no longer trying to establish a rapport or sense of trust with Keith, but his tone remains calm, despite outward signs that he may be frustrated.
Yeah.
Abuse of her is getting worse and worse.
It's really creepy.
Like I said, my original plan was, if he got out of line, I would just take care of him, and then I'd be here just about a 14-year-old instead of a 4-year-old. I didn't want to do that.
But Keith, you know right from wrong.
Yes, I do.
True, crispy.
Right?
Or crispy.
Yeah.
The interrogators have consistently been implying or outright saying that there is something more here. A missing piece that can potentially explain more about what compelled Keith to commit this
Monster
murder.
coffees are great.
If you're so mad at for what he's doing, you turn around and do something worse than what you was doing.
If it was sexual, I disagree with that.
I'm not saying but what you did tonight. I mean, it's...
Especially the Irish blend, but I haven't found that at
She's
gas
not
stations
in any
lately, and it's very
opinion.
sad making. Makes me sad.
She's not, like, every day having someone torment her.
He seems to have rationalized that killing her in 4 minutes is better than her continuing to suffer. This is another example of
That
how
sound
he has
fucks
very
with me
rigid
right
thinking
now.
and very
I'm on
strict
edge.
ideals of right and wrong.
Did you ever talk to a school counselor?
About what?
About
Your counselors always talk to you every year.
Okay, about maybe or going to the police.
As he
telling
should.
them what was going on at home, or I mean,
Hi,
there's
Grinch.
options of when there's.
Thanks for
abuse
hanging
taking
out.
place.
Right.
I mean, there's Department of DCFS, Department of Child Family Services. I mean, there's. Did you ever think about any of those things?
I've told my parents, and they just like laughed at me, and they said, "Don't be a snitch," and whatever.
I don't believe that one bit.
I didn't have the DCFS number.
Keith deflects here, once again rationalizing his decision.
Don't be
I'm
a
not
snitch.
parent, so I really wouldn't know about that stuff. I mean, I've heard about it, but I mean, I didn't remember any of it at that time.
I just want to make sure that we're not leaving anything out because, you know,
Yeah.
Dude.
I said before, we want to put this behind us and move on.
That anger pain in my neck is coming back. That is not. That's fucked. No.
Okay.
There's no way your parents told you don't be a snitch.
But I'm concerned that maybe there is still more that's not that we haven't talked about and we haven't figured out. And I just want to make sure that, I mean, and if you feel fine and you don't want to talk about it, that's none of my business then. None of our business. But I think there's more there that we need to get out and clarify. 'Cause I can tell just, I mean, I don't know you. I just met you today, but you just don't seem like you're comfortable. Like there's something more that maybe you don't trust us to talk about yet.
I completely trust. I trust the police. That's why I called them. I have nothing to hide. I didn't change my clothes and hide them.
No.
I didn't frame anyone. I admitted it right away.
Keith is a complex case. He's been forthcoming and cooperative the entire interrogation, and even before when he immediately called the police after killing his sister. But it could be said that he likely has antisocial personality disorder with narcissistic features, since he felt he had the right to make such a horrible decision and end the life of his sister. However, there are really no observable indications of significant antisocial or narcissistic traits during his interrogation. There are no indications of a God complex, nor any overt evidence that he has a lack of remorse. Keith doesn't appear to be enjoying the attention he's receiving from committing the murder and being involved in the interrogation as many psychopaths do.
I'm just trying to get this, over with. Whatever my punishment is, it is. I'm fine with that. I have nothing to hide. I mean, if you have any more questions, I'll discuss them with you, but I'm not hiding anything.
Okay. Was there anything
I will get through this video, I swear.
Sabrina could say about you? Were you threatened by anything?
I told you, I had no relationship with my little sister.
Here he reverts back to referring to Sabrina as my little sister, perhaps feeling the need to once again distance himself from using her name. As you'll see, the interrogators are still fishing for a motive that makes more sense to them. They cannot seem to accept his irrational explanation that killing his sister was a way to protect her.
I'm not talking. I'm saying
yeah, the monster cold brew is disgusting. I agree.
Oh, no. She did not. The only thing was, when I pulled out the knife, I knew right then that I had to kill my little sister, because she saw it, and there was no going back.
I have a feeling if you give people that deliver things to your house missing children posters, they might start to have questions about you.
This is strange because he turned himself in and confessed to her murder, so why would he care that she would have maybe seen the knife and suspected he planned to harm her?
I get angry often.
My mom had a fight about the
and I start to look like
so
you do in your picture there.
She would not leave
all
me
green.
She wasn't just friendly towards me.
But then I get larger.
She wouldn't leave me in charge with Sabrina at that time.
How'd that make you feel?
We talked about. She asked me originally last week. She's like, "You want to babysit for $650, Sabrina?" I said, "Yeah, I'll babysit her for that day." Then we got in a fight, and then she just said it's gonna babysit. That had nothing to do with why I did what I did, though. The only reason she didn't let me babysit was because me and her had a fight.
How did that make you feel? That you weren't babysitting?
Well, okay, you have to understand this, though. She was in my room before that, though. Before they left, when she was she got us Taco Bell. Before they left, she was in my room, playing with me and stuff, so it wasn't like I couldn't see her, My mom knew that we were playing together and whatnot, so...
But you earlier you said you first thought about doing this at 3:30.
Yeah, around there, yeah.
So then she came down into your room?
Yeah.
Late after that? And
right.
You played with her?
Yeah.
The implied motive that maybe Keith killed Sabrina to get a sort of revenge against his mother for not being allowed to babysit is a weak motive, but it's one that fits better into the police's understanding of a motive.
That was around maybe 4 to 5, 4:30 to 5 something.
So if you already at 3:30 had it set in your mind that you were going to do this, how come you didn't do it at that time?
Because my mom was coming home and my stepfather was still home, so I didn't want one of them to stop me before I finished it. I knew that once I started, Brina would be horribly disfigured and have breathing problems the rest of her life if she didn't die at that time. So
it's clear that Keith put some thought into the crime and its possible outcomes.
Were you worried about being home?
No. I knew he'd just go in his room. He had nothing to do with it, but...
Why did you think he would just go in his room?
He listens to music, that's his thing. He didn't know anything, though,
Yeah, I do think that's really weird, Crispy. However, there is a point when you can be tried as an adult, or if the parents give permission for you to question them without them present, that's another thing. It's also weird when the victim and, as a parent, if the victim and the perpetrator are both your kids, that's got to be a very awkward thing, because it's hard to remain unbiased in that situation. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of stipulations for a lot of it. And it feels like in most of these cases, it's like a family member. Or somebody close, at least. Yeah, it's a weird one, but they should be able to have an attorney present. I believe this kid is actually 18, supposedly, so it's fine that they're interrogating him.
What would you say if he told us otherwise?
You could ask him, but he's not gonna, I don't know what he would say, because
that's what I would think, Crispy.
He didn't know I had a knife right here when I asked him to let me watch.
So I was like your pizza delivery driver or something.
I never talked to him.
Be like, this lady definitely has bodies in the back room.
I never said that to him, or anyone. I didn't even know about it till it was 3:30.
So before 3:30 today, it never crossed your mind that you wanted to end Sabrina's life, harm her in any way?
I was thinking if I had to do it to anyone, I would have to do it to...
Why do it at all?
Because, could not be stopped. His mom spoils him, and he has a sugar problem where he can't control himself when he has any amount of sugar.
Wouldn't you worry about, you said he was getting bigger or stronger?
Yeah, well, he was bigger and stronger than me. I wasn't worried about it. It's just that's why I didn't attack him with a knife, because
it's a very specific thing,
he's a lot
Crispy.
stronger than me.
Keith appears to not want to risk himself because he says that the alleged assailant is bigger and stronger than him, which is why he needed the firearm. It could also mean that he knew the person would be able to retaliate against him if he did anything. Keith was able to logically understand this, and therefore refrain from targeting the alleged assailant in order to actually protect himself from harm. However, he was willing to sacrifice Sabrina because he still felt compelled to right the wrong.
And you knew your parents were going out this evening, so that's right.
Well, okay. Like I said, I knew that they were going out, but
I also think
plan
channels like this make people not want to take in foster kids. Because I've noticed it happens a lot in kids who are with people who aren't their original parents. So, yeah, that's another thing that's one fear I have about these, whereas I think people should definitely take in foster kids. But, yeah.
3:30.
Keith, did you ever have anybody try to take advantage of you at any time when you were little?
Oh. Okay. No, sir.
I just
Yeah,
want
I
to make
know.
sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can't crawl into your mind. He can't crawl into your mind. But we just want to make sure that we get it. That we can understand.
Sure.
We have a job to do.
Yeah.
I know.
And,
I agree.
There's going to be a lot of questions asked of us.
Right.
You gotta be able to bring closure to your brothers, to your mom and dad.
I understand.
You know what closure means?
Comfort, condolences, reason.
Try to help.
I wish I could say that.
Yes.
I miss the days when that was the case. If somebody was capable of this kind of thing, you would just say they were possessed.
The main reason why I did it was just because.
Maybe it is true.
He was getting worse and worse as the days went by.
How do you feel now that you did it and it's over with?
I feel that if I could go back, I would try and do it to Christian, not her. Maybe I would get a job and work, so I could just take care of Christian instead of my little sister. I mean, it was a waste of life. If I could have went to the police and proved anything about Christian, I definitely would have did that. But I didn't have any proof.
Pretty much cover everything.
Yeah, I would never. That's another thing that really creeps me out. One day I had to go when I started, because I was a Lyft driver. At the beginning of my shift, like really early, I had a request to take a kid to school, and literally I wind up driving a child to school. It is the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. I feel like that is this. Don't ever. You don't know who's behind the wheel. They don't have to pass rigorous background screenings, especially in Uber. Uber doesn't background screen at all. You may have like actual predators and stuff behind the wheel. Don't ever have your kids get in a car with an Uber driver. Don't ever get an Uber for your kids. At least get Lyft. They at least have a background check. But still, no. That's gross. It was the most awkward feeling I've ever had in a ride, because I'm like, am I actually taking a child? But apparently their parents do it every day, and they get a different driver every day. I'm not the driver that's going to do anything to the kids, but at some point, they're going to get in a car with somebody who can't be trusted. Hi, Sammy Joe. So yes, PSA of the day, don't let your kids ride in an Uber without you, ever. Or without some kind of adult supervisor that you trust. Fuck. Yeah, that reminded me of that. I was so uncomfortable. I was like, I can't believe a parent would do this, but at the same time, I needed to like keep my composure and not freak out about it, because I'm like, Jesus, that's disgusting. Yeah, that's the one that I watched the other day, where he was talking about like goblins and stuff, and Percy Jackson and all that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were watching it here. Never mind. I'm dumb.
I just feel like
that one did bother me greatly.
Like, look at me, like. You know what sometimes that means when people don't want to.
Felt like that kid definitely needed a lawyer.
Right.
Sometimes it means that they're not telling you everything.
Yeah, I just want to get out of these pants, so, you know.
Okay, we'll get you out of this. Well, you want more water?
That's also going to make me cringe, as he's like, I just want to get out of these pants, you know, with a smile on his face. Fuck this kid. Center.
Water?
All right.
No, well, all right, yes, please.
Yes, I'll get you another cup.
So am I staying here tonight then?
Well, we're going to take a quick break real quick, and we'll be back in.
Oh, okay.
Give you some water.
We're going to work on the close thing.
Yeah,
okay.
We're going to get you out of those.
Yeah.
Anything else you need?
No, just the clothes.
Sit tight, I'll get you some more water.
Alright, thanks.
Alright.
An officer and an evidence technician will now come to photograph Keith and collect all of his clothing. This is standard procedure. The soiled evidence will be placed in paper bags prior to analysis.
All right, Keith, I've got some clothing for you to wear, okay, because we need to take the clothing that you have on, okay? We're going to do it.
We know,
Fuzzy.
so you always blame autocorrect.
With everything that you have.
Crispy's taking on your
we'll go ahead and we got
persona today.
Okay?
She's had a lot of autocorrect
Keith
issues.
maintains
It's
his
all
story
autocorrect's
without
fault.
deviating. Nothing about this case makes sense, though in the final disposition it appears that the story Keith tells is the truthful one. The next day, Keith's mother and his stepfather were
There
brought
should
in
be.
for a short interview. At 9:10 p.m. the previous night, While Keith was in custody, they, along with their youngest son, had returned to their home to find a crime scene.
Crispy, I think you're a little behind.
The investigators
on the video,
at the scene
though.
told
I'm
them
not
what
sure.
had happened,
Just
and
a
that
guess.
both of their other sons were in custody. During their brief interview, Keith's stepfather told police that he had been acting strangely lately, but that he was a quiet kid who mostly kept to himself and didn't have a lot of friends. However, he was certain everyone got along okay in the family except for a few normal arguments. In contrast, Keith's mother, Ann Clement, had a very different story to tell. Keep in mind that they just learned the day before that their young daughter had been killed by their son. What she said was revealed in police documents, which state that this is not verbatim. She claimed that Keith actually didn't get along with or like anyone in the family except for Sabrina, and was often ungrateful, disrespectful, and said hurtful things to his family members. There were even a few incidents of physical violence between Keith and his mother, and sometimes with one of his brothers. Before they left the sheriff's office, she also made it clear that she never saw any evidence of abuse or assault. After the interrogation, investigators took a closer look at the home. They found what was described as disturbing writings and journal entries created by a family member. Most appeared to be stories or song lyrics, and eerily some referenced violent imagery and a child being killed by having their throat cut. One read, "I left another body in the street, choked, her clothes blood-soaked, and the attack was unprovoked. I'm the reincarnation of Elizabeth Bathory. There ain't 1 inch in my house that ain't gory. Mutilating and bathing in the blood of female preteens and babies, the blood of the innocent shall grant me immortality." While another read, "I enjoy it when someone I'm about to kill screams and cries." The police concluded that Keith hadn't written the notes, nor had the family member who Keith accused of assaulting Sabrina. The family member who wrote the journal entries said they were lyrics to Eminem songs, and it was determined that they were unrelated to the crime. Keith was eventually determined to be psychologically fit to stand trial. The psychiatrist found in their report that Keith has a personality disorder, but it didn't specify what disorder. Keith ended up entering a blind plea of guilty to first-degree murder for the slaying of his 4-year-old sister, Sabrina Clement. A blind plea is where a suspect pleads guilty in court before any agreement is in place. It's called a blind plea because there are no guarantees, and the sentence is all up to the judge. In 2011, none of Keith's family members or friends attended his sentencing. Though he was just as soft-spoken as he had been earlier,
Yeah, I don't think
Keith
those are
spoke
lyrics to an
directly to the
Eminem song
judge,
either.
and once again kept to the same story that he told officers during his
They're
interrogation.
quite poetic, but
He
not
also
in a
claimed
good
that
way.
the state attorney shouldn't, quote, even be allowed to judge him because they didn't grow up in a situation similar to his own.
What?
The prosecutors had requested a life sentence or a 60 to 100-year term. That way, Keith would be in prison for the
That's
rest
not
of
how
his
this
life.
works.
However, in April 2011, he was sentenced to 40 years of straight time in prison, meaning that he must serve the 40 years and will not receive a reduction in his sentence for good behavior. Keith Randelich is currently at the Pontiac Correctional Center. His projected parole date is May 21st, 2049. He will be 58 years old by the time he is released.
Damn. Yeah, it was a hard watch, not gonna lie.
I never wanted.
But glad you sat through it with me. It's gross stuff, but you know, gross stuff happens. Thank you everybody who came over from Easy's. Thank you everybody who's been here all along. Thank you for everybody who's subbed up today. I appreciate you all. Hopefully I can get some more subs and eventually hit that 500 mark at least. And then we'll shoot for 1,000. Right now I'm aiming for 500. I want to at least hit that. So that way if I move to Canada, I'll have enough viewers to monetize or wherever I have to move. I'll go pretend to move there. Thank you, Wild Horses. I'm a new fan of yours too. Thank you for stopping by. Try to go live every day, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Fridays are the best days. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We start our karaoke stream. It goes for about 8 hours, maybe longer. Usually goes longer than that, but we shoot for 8 hours. It's a lot of fun. Even if you don't sing, it's always good to stop by and listen to everybody else sing. It is live only. There's no rewind. There's no replay. So definitely come by on Fridays. Right now, what I'm going to do is ask you, because I can't actually raid, if you can go over to Tom's chat and give some elbow cough, I think is the emoji. Yes. Elbow cough emojis. We're going to do a fake raid on Tom, and I'm going to end my stream. If you can give some elbow cough emojis and say YTEmpDave sent us, Emp raid, Dave raid, something like that, that would be fantastic, and I'd greatly appreciate you all. So we are rating Tomfoolery Show. I'd much appreciate it if you could do that. I love you all. But I am ending the night. Go over, show your appreciation. Tom is a great content creator. He's a huge reason why I'm able to do what I do today. Had it not been for him being super nice with letting me up on his panels and stuff, I probably wouldn't be doing this today. It helped me build up my confidence to be in front of people, and he's a great guy. So let's go. I'm going to end my stream. Everybody just spam the chat now if you can. Hopefully he doesn't have like a subscribe to post thing. Dave Raid. I'm going to copy and paste the link again. Please click that. I love you all. I appreciate you. Have a great day.
Them, if he's not, I'm leaving here in 4 hours, and if he's not fired by the time I leave here, you're not getting the money.